musicians. So I had Sultan Kasam, I had Jonas and I had Rakesh Orsi, I think, and Tofik played the drums. So plus a lot of other people. I think he got some other local also, so musicians for it. So it was an incredible experience working with him, and
And moving on now to some other news, well, it's been 12 years to the case that shook the collective consciousness of the entire country, the Nirbhaya case. And incidentally, today the Supreme Court also issued a notice on a very important PIL that seeks pan-India guidelines as far as women's safety is concerned. The Supreme Court says that, well, some issues are matters of policy, but we certainly need a move towards a pan-India policy. But take a look at what Asha Devi, Nirbhaya's mother, who's been fighting the good fight for the past 12 years, had to say.
देखा जाए तो 2012 के बाद और 2024 में कुछ भी नहीं बदला है। हमें यही लग रहा है कि नहीं, बहुत कुछ बदला, लेकिन अगर कुछ नहीं बदला है तो जो हमारे देश में बच्चियों के साथ क्राइम हो रहे हैं, किसी को इंसाफ नहीं मिल रहा है। और सबसे दुख की बात है कि आज भी हम 12 साल बाद उसी मुद्दे पे बात कर रहे हैं और उस निराशा के साथ बात कर रहे हैं कि आज की हालात तो ऐसे है कि कहीं दूर दूर तक ये नहीं लग रहा है कि नहीं हमें या और किसी बच्ची को या माँ बाप को इंसाफ मिलेगा।
Absolutely sorry state of affairs there. But moving now to some other news, well, a record-breaking bid at the WPL 2025 auction as Mumbai all-rounder Simran Sheikh was roped in by Gujarat Giants for a whopping 1.9 crore price tag. In fact, Pranav Adani, the managing director of Agro, Oil and Gas at the Adani Group, welcomed Simran Sheikh to Gujarat Giants following the record-breaking bid at the WPL 2025 auction. And finally, smartphone exports from India have hit a record high by crossing the 20,000 crore rupee mark in November alone, according to data compiled from industry associations. The jump in exports has been over 90% and it's been led by Apple, followed by Samsung. And well, that's all the time that we have on this bulletin. News continues on the top of the hour.
A festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City Mumbai
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
the energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The Breakfast Show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
Party also saying that the losses can't be restricted to EVMs. Well, that's a bit of advice that's going from the TMC as well as the Samajwadi Party to the Congress Party here. Nazir, the Congress Party reacting to Omar Abdullah's charge has said that he's changed his stance after he became Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister. Any reaction to that from the NC?
Well, NC has actually defended Omar Abdullah's statement, and they're clearly saying that, look, you can't just say EVMs are fine when you win and they are bad when you lose. In fact, if you see even the Akhilesh Yadav party, Samajwadi Party, they have won most of the parliament seats from the UP state of UP, and the same EVMs were used. So how can they say, oh, EVMs are fraud, they are tampered? And similarly, TMC and Omar Abdullah, who is saying, look, he lost parliament elections from Baramulla parliamentary constituency. Just a few months later, he won 2 assembly seats, and his party won the assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. How can he say that? So clearly, this it appears to be a symptom of the larger problem within India alliance, whether it is the leadership role of the India bloc, or it is the what issues they have to use as a collective issue. And clearly, the allies of the Congress are saying EVMs cannot be that issue, that you can't blame EVMs when you lose. You have to see the substantial reasons which are coming in your way of losing election, not the EVM.
Absolutely, and this is not the only issue on which the India bloc allies seem to be having a different opinion. Also, when it comes to the leadership challenge, the India bloc allies have expressed their reservation if it goes to the Congress party, and have asked the Congress party even to prove their mettle, to prove that they're worthy of it. All right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, as well as Nazir and Sunil Prabhu for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking now. The Prime Minister's Museum and Library has formally requested the return of personal letters written by India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, which were sent to Congress leader Sonia Gandhi in 2008 during the UPA regime. In a letter written on December 10, PMML member Rizwan Qadri wrote to Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, urging him to retrieve the original letters from Sonia Gandhi or provide photocopies or digital copies. Well, the letters were reportedly packed into 51 boxes and sent to Sonia Gandhi in 2008. Well, a similar request was made to Sonia Gandhi in September. Now, BJP has slammed the Congress party after the Museum Society asked the Congress to return the documents of Nehru that were withdrawn from the museum, allegedly on Sonia Gandhi's orders in 2008. Patra said the letters were written by Jawaharlal Nehru to Lady Mountbatten, and the Congress party perhaps doesn't want people to know what was in those letters. Listen in.
मैंने सितंबर 2024 को श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी को एक पत्र लिखकर रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि आपके द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय यानी कि पहले जो नेहरू मेमोरियल म्यूजियम लाइब्रेरी हुआ करता था, वहाँ से जो नेहरू कलेक्शंस में से करीबन 8 अलग अलग सेक्शंस के 51 कार्टून आपने विड्रॉ किए हैं, वो या तो संस्था को वापस लौटाए जाए या हमें उसे देखने की, स्कैन करने की परमिशन दी जाए, या उसका कॉपी आपके द्वारा स्कैन कॉपी हमें उपलब्ध कराया जाए, जिससे हम उसका अध्ययन कर सके, संशोधन कर सके। उनकी तरफ से कोई प्रत्युत्तर न आने से मैंने विपक्ष के नेता और उनके सुपुत्र श्री राहुल गांधी जी को रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि आप हमें ये वापस दिलाने में मदद करें।
Mr. Rizwan Qadri has written to Mr. Rahul Gandhi and asking Sonia Gandhi to disclose and to submit those letters which she has in possession regarding Jawaharlal Nehru. How do you respond to such request of the PMML members?
So this is quite intriguing and quite astonishing that way back in 2008, just before the digitalization of these letters which belonged to the public, this is the property of the public, Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to Edwina Mountbatten, Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to and correspondence with Jai Narayan ji, all these have been censored. These have been taken by the Gandhi family, particularly UPA chief then, the UPA chairperson then, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, took these letters, 51 cartons of letter, and now in the minutes of the meeting of the PMML, the request has been from the PMML that all these letters should be returned via Rahul Gandhi, the LOP. Now, my question to Rahul Gandhi is, what was it between Nehru ji and Edwina Mountbatten that you needed to hide it? Return it.
Will the BJP raise this in Parliament as well?
Of course, we will raise it everywhere.
Sir, PMML member Rizwan Qadri has written to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi to send those letters which Jawaharlal Nehru wrote to Mountbatten and other leaders at that point of time. How do you respond to such request of the PMML member?
We all know that BJP wants to divert from the real issues. Real issues is the issues which concern people, and we all know that BJP and RSS and Godse always have problem with Nehru and Gandhi, and Godse's grandchildren has been trying for years together to defame Nehru and Gandhi. They could not succeed. Now they are trying to raise this kind of issues. Nehru's letter should be with the Nehru family. It can't be with the Godse family.
Sir, they are also saying that they will raise this issue in the Parliament. They will be directly asking Sonia Gandhi in Rajya Sabha to disclose those letters.
We all know that the BJP, the houses has become compromised with one-sided with the leadership, with the ruling party. Whatever they wanted to rise in, so any kind of this thing is allowed in Rajya Sabha. It is very saddening to see these kind of things. The chair must maintain a neutrality, which we are lost in Rajya Sabha.
Joining with me, Sanjay Kumar Jha. Sir, पीएमएमएल जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर म्यूजियम एंड लाइब्रेरी है, उसके एक सदस्य ने सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी को एक लेटर लिखा है। उनमें कहा है कि तो जवाहरलाल नेहरू जबकि प्रधानमंत्री थे, उन्होंने कई लोगों को लेटर्स लिखे। अब वो मेमोरियल का पार्ट होना चाहिए, म्यूजियम का पार्ट होना चाहिए, वापस मांगने की दरखास्त करिए। किस तरीके से इस दरखास्त को
देखिए, मुझे ऑनेस्टली इसका आइडिया नहीं कि क्या एग्जैक्ट हुआ है, लेकिन अगर ऐसा कोई लेटर है और वो अगर वहाँ नहीं है, उन लोगों के पास है, तो वो पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी है। क्योंकि आज प्रधानमंत्री लेटर एक्सचेंज हुआ है, तो निश्चित रूप से वो लेटर को वापस कर देना चाहिए, कि वो पब्लिक डोमेन की चीज़ है, वो पर्सनल तो है नहीं।
जवाब में कांग्रेस के कई नेताओं ने कहा है कि कुछ पर्सनल लेटर्स होते हैं, अगर हम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के पर्सनल लेटर्स मांगना चालू कर दें तो क्या होगा?
नहीं, अगर आज प्राइम मिनिस्टर कोई ऑफिशियल लेटर है, पर्सनल लेटर तो पर्सनल, कोई ऑफिशियल लेटर अगर एक्सचेंज है तो निश्चित रूप से कर देना चाहिए। पर्सनल तो ठीक है, कोई पर्सनल लेटर होगा तो अलग बात है।
आप देश की सेवा में आते हैं, आपका पर्सनल कुछ नहीं रहता, आपका हर पत्राचार, आपकी हर बातचीत, हर मीटिंग, हर मुलाकात पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आती है, और वो जो चीजें हैं उस दौरान हुई है, घटित हुई है, वो सब कुछ नेहरू मेमोरियल में दे देना चाहिए, ताकि देश जाने पास्ट में क्या हुआ था, किस तरह से पत्राचार होते थे, क्या क्या स्टेप लिए गए थे नेहरू जी के दौरान।
कुछ छिपाया हुआ है जो नहीं दे रहे हैं,
महादेव जाने।
Well, a fresh controversy has erupted after the PMML member Dr. Rizwan Qadri had written a letter to leader opposition Rahul Gandhi and requested those letters which are currently in possession with Sonia Gandhi to be submitted and to be given in a form of scan copy or in a hard document as far as the research purpose is concerned. Dr. Rizwan Qadri of course spoke to NDTV and he stated that to understand the modern India, these letters which had been written by then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to several individuals including Mountbatten and others, that should be sent to him so that for research purposes that could be quoted. It was, remember, in 2008 till then these letters was in possession with the Nehru Memorial and later 51 cartons were taken away by the representative of Sonia Gandhi, and now it is with the position of Sonia Gandhi. Certainly the controversy and politics has erupted soon after that. Several Bharatiya Janata Party leaders have been saying that because it is a public document, these are all should be made public as to what letters, in what context then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had written to those individuals, and this will also let people of this country know that how the governance used to be there at that point of time, and these are all public documents that needs to be scrutinized, that needs to be publicized as well, to which the Congress party had stated that because these were personal letters of Jawaharlal Nehru, there is no need for these letters to be shared by any to any individual. As far as the PMML is concerned, remember this library has all the Prime Minister's documents and their artifacts, their gifts that they receive, and also their personal things that had been kept for the public to have a view on that. And certainly it is those letters which are very important according to the Bharatiya Janata Party that needs to be given to Mr. Rizwan Qadri, and certainly Rizwan Qadri had made it clear that it is just for the research purpose that he wants those letters from Sonia Gandhi, which is under her possession right now.
Alright, so a huge BJP versus opposition face-off took place in the Rajya Sabha today during the Constitution debate. Initiating the discussion in the Rajya Sabha, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the Congress party carried out major amendments to the Constitution to brazenly help the family and one dynasty. In the last 7 decades, this living document, our Constitution, has seen many amendments. Sitharaman also alleged that the first amendment under Nehru's interim government had curbed the freedom of expression. She claimed that Nehru was opposed to press scrutiny and amended the Constitution within a year of its adoption to curtail the independence of the press. Now, Rajya Sabha LOP Mallikarjun Kharge said that Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister of India and he himself became the leader of opposition in the upper house due to the contributions of former PM Jawaharlal Nehru and others in the making of the Constitution. Listen in.
Periodically, Congress questions, hey, BJP, RSS, Jansangh, what was your role during the freedom movement? We all know it and we've said it, but I want to ask the Congress, what is your role in the Arctic, India's economic freedom? What is India's economic growth? What is your effort in building economic strength of India? No wonder when we in 21 in our budget, if that is not true, sir, why in 1980 onwards the Congress party itself wants to dump license quota Raj, 91 they want to reform, and then take the claim for it saying we are the ones we reformed. You didn't have to reform if it was so good. It was damaging the Indian economy, and socialism was therefore brought into the Constitution's preamble through the 42nd Act, Amendment Act, only to prove that they are doing right thing. Although that was not needed at all. Bringing socialism was not warranted at all. There's enough and more said in the directive principle of states policy. Directive principle of state policy is adequate for us to do all the social economic justice related activity. But no, the Congress party was doing it for their political agenda rather than for the larger good. An amendment bill was passed, the Press Objectionable Matter Act, on 23rd October 1951. We know therefore the amendment, the intent, the four tests that I was talking about: social impact and intent, economic impact and intent, the constitutional spirit, and the process adopted for the amendment, all of which are questionable, but nevertheless that amendment was undertaken, and we heard how that amendment till today affects the freedom of speech of this country. Prior to the amendment and post the amendment, we've had recorded action taken by those government that day, that particular government, in curtailing the freedom of speech. So the act was just waiting to happen, because even before it they started it, and even after that they were continuing. What are the examples, sir? Majroor Sultanpuri and Balraj Sahani were both jailed in 1949 itself. Sir, Congress's record of curtailing freedom of speech didn't confine it with these two people. Nehru, a political biography which was written by Michael Edwards, in 1975 was banned. So this, and a bit later, 1988, Salman Rushdie's book, Satanic Verses, was also banned. So the spree of curtailing the freedom of expression, the spree of containing freedom of press has happened before 49, and during 49 and 50, 51 the act comes, and subsequently also it continues.
तो ये जुमले वाले लोग देश को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं और असत्य बातें बोलकर लोगों को धोखा दे रहे हैं, और फिर बात तो यहाँ पर आकर ऐसा बोल देते हैं कि वो क्या हमारे पास बोलते हैं कन्नड़ा में, झूठ 100 बार बोल के नहीं, सॉरी, असत्य 100 बार अगर बोलते गए तो उसको वो सत्य के इसमें हो सकता है। वैसा ये गोबेल्स से भी ज्यादा, गोबेल्स जो झूठ उन्होंने असत्य बातें करते थे उससे भी 100 गुना ये लोग करते हैं। सर, पीएम या तो अतीत में रहते हैं या कल्पना लोक में। ऐसा लगता है कि वर्तमान उनकी डिक्शनरी में नहीं है। बेहतर होता कि तो वो बता देते कि 11 साल में ऐसा कौन सा काम किया है जिससे हमारा लोकतंत्र और संविधान मजबूत हुआ। ये नहीं बात में किस भाषा पे भी ठोको, भाषण करते हो, लेकिन उसका परिणाम क्या है? कुछ नहीं। उन्होंने बहुत आपत्ति उठाई सोशलिज्म पे। मैं यहाँ से शुरू करूँगा कि ये जो है संविधान में जो प्रियम्बल में लिखा है और जिन लोगों ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली में लिखा है और इसको सर्वसम्मति से जो पास हुआ है उस पर भी आपत्ति जता रहे हैं, तो आप ही सोचिए ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के फेवर में है क्या अगेंस्ट में? जो लोग संविधान से नफरत करते हैं और ये लोग आज आज हमको पाठ पढ़ा रहे हैं, ये क्या है? अरे आपने तो साहब ये संविधान जब बना, आपने जब ये संविधान बनी सर, उस वक्त संविधान को जलाने वाले लोग लालमय, ये जो रामलीला मैदान में बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का और महात्मा गांधी जी का पुतला वहां पर रख के इन्हों जलाए उस दिन, जिस दिन इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ। जलाए सो लोग, हमको संविधान कैसा बचाया और क्या किया? नेहरू जी को गालियां, इंदिरा जी को गालियां, और कहां तक गांधी पूरी फैमिली को गालियां। शर्म आना चाहिए।
Huge showdown in the parliament as Nirmala Sitharaman and Mallikarjun Kharge today slammed each other over the constitution. The constitution debate will continue in the Rajya Sabha tomorrow as well. That's 16th and 17th that the constitution debate is to take place. All right. Shifting our focus now, huge controversy also has erupted over Priyanka Gandhi's bag with Palestine written on top of it that she carried to the parliament. The BJP has said that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra must also talk about Bangladeshi Hindus. The BJP has drawn the Muslim League parallel, and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has now hit back, saying that the government needs to act.
प्रियंका गांधी के बैग पर निगाह पड़ी कि उस पर फिलिस्तीन लिखा हुआ है, ये संयोग नहीं होता है, इसके पीछे एक मैसेज देने का काम किया जाता है। काश वो आगरा निर्मित बैग पहनती। हमारा देश में तो 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट है, जिसमें हर ज़िले का एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण प्रोडक्ट होता है। उसमें आप देखते होंगे कि आगरा में बहुत अच्छे बैग, लेडीज़ पर्स बनते हैं, तो वो स्वदेशी इस्तेमाल करती तो उस उद्योग को बहुत बड़ा बढ़ावा मिलता है और वो लोग उनकी नकल करते हैं और उन्हीं जैसा बैग महिलाएं पहनती। मुझे लगता है फ़लस्तीन वाला दिखा करके वो मुस्लिम वोटों का तुष्टीकरण, संतुष्टीकरण और एकत्रीकरण या ध्रुवीकरण करने का एक असफल प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
फिलिस्तीन के बैग के मामले को लेकर बीजेपी सवाल खड़े कर रही है, अपीसमेंट की बात कर रही है, क्या कहेंगे आप? आपके ऊपर उनको कहिए कि जो बांग्लादेश में जो अत्याचार हो रहा है माइनॉरिटीज़ पे, जो बांग्लादेश के हिंदू हैं, बांग्लादेश के ईसाई हैं, उसके बारे में कुछ करें, बात करें बांग्लादेश की सरकार के साथ, अत्याचार बंद कराएं।
All right, we'll keep an eye on the development here and get you more. Meanwhile, even amid concerns over the situation in Bangladesh, Vijay Divas celebrations have been held in India, including celebrations at the Victory Memorial at Fort William in Kolkata. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar called on the nation to recall the unwavering courage of Indian armed forces who ensured a decisive victory in the 1971 war. Meanwhile, Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi said she wanted to pay tributes to Vijay Divas veterans and martyrs in the 0 hour in Parliament, but she wasn't allowed to do so. Listen in.
मुझे एक मैसेज आया कि हम विजय दिवस के विषय पे आप बात नहीं कर सकते, उस पर सरकार बात करेगी। तब तक सरकार को याद नहीं था शायद, फिर शायद उन्होंने निशिकांत दुबे जी को मौका दिया तो उन्होंने कुछ कहा। उसके बाद मैंने बोला आज भी बांग्लादेश में आज अत्याचार हो रहा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, ईसाइयों के खिलाफ, अल्पसंख्यकों के खिलाफ। मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाह रही थी कि हमारी सरकार आवाज़ उठाए, बांग्लादेश की सरकार से बात करे और उनको सुरक्षित रखने का काम करे।
All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
कि सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree
Welcome back after the break. India and Sri Lanka exchanged key memorandum of understanding in the presence of Prime Minister Modi and Sri Lankan President Anurakumara Dissanayake in Delhi today. The Sri Lankan President today assured Prime Minister Modi that his country won't allow its land to be used in any way in a manner that is detrimental to the interest of India. PM Modi had highlighted the issue of Indian fishermen being arrested by the Sri Lankan authorities after they unintentionally entered the island nation. And PM Modi today said that the President has assured him that he will fulfill the aspirations of Tamilians and fulfill its commitment to the full implementation of the Constitution of Sri Lanka and to conduct the provincial council elections. While the Sri Lankan President is on a 3-day India visit, his first foreign trip after assuming office in September, he also further expressed his happiness of being able to travel to Delhi as his first state visit.
हमें खुशी है कि राष्ट्रपति के रूप में अपनी पहली विदेश यात्रा के लिए आपने भारत चुना है। आज की इस यात्रा से हमारे संबंधों में नई गति और ऊर्जा का सृजन हो रहा है। हमने अपनी पार्टनरशिप के लिए एक फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन अपनाया है। हमने अपनी आर्थिक साझेदारी में इन्वेस्टमेंट लेड ग्रोथ और कनेक्टिविटी पर बल दिया है और निर्णय लिया है कि फिजिकल, डिजिटल और एनर्जी कनेक्टिविटी हमारी भागीदारी के अहम स्तंभ होंगे। दोनों देशों के बीच इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ग्रिड कनेक्टिविटी और मल्टी प्रोडक्ट पेट्रोलियम पाइपलाइन स्थापित करने पर काम किया जाएगा। सामपुर सोलर पावर प्रोजेक्ट को गति दी जाएगी। साथ ही श्रीलंका के पावर प्लांट्स के लिए एलएनजी सप्लाई की जाएगी। हम आशा करते हैं कि श्रीलंका सरकार तमिलों की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करेगी और श्रीलंका के संविधान के पूर्ण इम्प्लीमेंटेशन और प्रोविंशियल काउंसिल इलेक्शन कराने की अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को पूरा करेगी। फ्रेंड्स, मैंने राष्ट्रपति दिशानायक को आश्वासन दिया है कि श्रीलंका के विकास के लिए उनके प्रयासों में भारत एक भरोसेमंद और विश्वसनीय पार्टनर बना रहेगा।
I've also given an assurance to the Prime Minister of India that we will not allow our land to be used in any way in a manner that is detrimental to the interest of India. The cooperation of India will certainly flourish, and I want to reassure our continued support for India.
And to talk more about the Sri Lankan President's visit to India, I am being joined by Vishnu Shom, my colleague here on the broadcast. Vishnu, the Sri Lankan President's assurance that Sri Lanka's territory won't be used to impact India's security comes at a significant time, at a time when China continues to expand its presence in the Indian Ocean.
Yes, in fact, one of the key points mentioned in a very expansive joint statement between India and Sri Lanka pertains to security, and this is something that New Delhi would have wanted, and it appears to have worked out. You heard the Sri Lankan president a few minutes back, President Dissanayaka. I'm just going to read out that quote and explain its significance. President Dissanayaka reiterated Sri Lanka's stated position of not permitting its territory to be used in any manner inimical to the security of India as well as towards regional stability. Now, the word China is not mentioned over here, but in fact all of this is directly linked to the growing presence of China in the waters of the Indian Ocean. Just a couple of years back, NDTV broke the story of this ship, the Yuanwang 5. This is a Chinese missile tracking ship which had docked in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port. Now, Hambantota port was a port being developed by Sri Lanka. They ran out of money. It came into Chinese hands, and with a debt or with a lease of approximately 90 plus years. In this particular port, China has been docking ships like the Yuanwang 5 and other ships as well. They've also been docking other vessels at the Colombo port. Now, by Sri Lanka stating that territory of Sri Lanka will not be used, to impact or potentially impact the security of India, it sends a very strong signal to Beijing, and one that clearly favors New Delhi as far as regional security stability is concerned.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest that is coming in at the moment. Important statement that has been made by the Sri Lankan president with Sri Lanka now assuring India that its territory won't be used against the interest of India, and it will ensure that. Now, shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking. BRS MLAs, including BRS Working President KTR, MLA Harish Rao and others staged a protest in the Telangana Assembly premises with placards and slogans against the arrest of farmers from Lagcherla village. Well, those are latest visuals that have come in just a while back. BRS MLAs, including KTR, were seen staging this protest. For more details, my colleague Uma Sudhir joins us on the broadcast here. Uma, give us the context of these protests.
So the BRS is now planning to have statewide protest tomorrow at the B.R. Ambedkar statue. They will all gather and they are demanding the release of the tribal farmers who were arrested after an attack that had happened on the collector and other officers who had gone to Lagcherla. This was for a farmer village that was to be set up there, and the collector had gone there as part of a public hearing procedure, and at that time there were protests because the farmers reportedly did not want alienation of their lands, did did not want to give up their lands, and therefore they were protesting, and it had turned out to be violent, following which the Congress government had alleged that there's a political conspiracy, that the BRS is also playing mischief here, and therefore they had in fact arrested at least 16 people and named several others as accused in this particular case. Subsequently, just recently, a farmer was taken to a hospital in Sangareddy, and he was seen wearing the chains, as well as the kind of he was brought in with chains, and that's the reason why the BRS has now said that they are treating these farmers inhumanly, so they want the cases against the farmers withdrawn, and saying that this is an inhuman treatment of all these tribal farmers, and that's the reason why they are going to be holding a protest at the B.R. Ambedkar statue venue everywhere around Telangana. In all the districts is the idea of the protest, saying that the Congress government is behaving inhumanly towards the farmers, and the BRS is saying that they are standing in support of the farmers. Of course, the Congress government has already announced that it's not going to be a farmer village, but an industrial belt that will be built in that area. Okay,
thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. Meanwhile, we have more news that we're tracking. This is from UP. Yogi versus Akhilesh face-off has erupted on the Sambhal survey. We are now learning that Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that initially the Sambhal area was peaceful, but violence erupted only after 23rd November. However, Akhilesh Yadav has now hit out at the state government, saying that it's not the Samajwadi Party that's been raking up past. We are looking towards the future. It's rather the state that needs to answer. Listen in.
पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश के हमारे सभी लोग अपने सामान्य संबोधन में राम राम ही कहते हैं, तो जय श्री राम कहां से सांप्रदायिक? और सर्वे के कार्य के दौरान पहले 2 दिन कोई भी शांति भंग नहीं हुई। तीसरे दिन जब 23 नवंबर को माहौल खराब हुआ, और फिर उसके बाद जिस प्रकार की स्थितियां की गई।
इतिहास के पन्नों में कुछ खराब चीजें नहीं खोजना चाहते हैं, हम लोग नए रास्ते खोजने वाले लोग हैं। कोई सच नहीं दबा सकता, जो सच है वो सच रहेगा। हम लोग पुरानी बातों को नहीं खोदना चाहते हैं, नए रास्ते खोजें, और नए रास्ते खोजने वाले वही हो सकते हैं जो अपना भविष्य कुछ तय करते हों।
And well, shifting our focus now to the news regarding the newly crowned world champion D. Gukesh returning home. D. Gukesh returned home to an enthusiastic reception as hundreds of eager fans and officials from the Tamil Nadu government and National Federation lined up to receive him at the airport in Chennai. Well, he said that the people's support gave him a lot of energy, and it was a great feeling to win the World Championship. Listen in.
My target has always been to become the best player in the world. There are a lot of strong players, and I still have a lot of improvement to do. And players like Magnus, they keep motivating me to work harder. And although this is a big achievement, and I know it comes at a very young age, I think that it's still a very, very long way to go. And my goal is to keep enjoying chess and to have a very long career, and hopefully to one day to become the best player in the world.
And while shifting our focus now amid the continued incarceration of jailed Hindu monk Chinmoy Krishnadas in Bangladesh, his lawyer Rabindra Ghosh has spoken to NDTV on the case and the circumstances under which he is having to fight the case. Listen in.
Actually, I am a lawyer of the saint. He is a saint. Prabhu, Chinmoy Prabhu. Everybody respect him in Bangladesh. He is doing excellent job for the people of Bangladesh. is not a terrorist. But now he has become terrorist by the government. How? So I have got every responsibility and duty to preserve the law. Only for that reason I have gone there from Dhaka to Chittagong.
Now, sir, coming to the legal part, one occasion lawyers could not appear, so the bail hearing got pushed. Then you moved 2 applications to bring the bail hearing forward. That they said there is no wakalatnama. Then
I have submitted.
and then you went again and submitted. Now, when is the bail hearing expected for Chinmay Krishna Prabhu?
On 2nd of January 2025. So I expect that judge may reject it, judge may allow it. It is up to the power of the judge. It is the discretionary power of the judge. Nobody can put. But I am anticipating that he will not pass any order on that date also, because some political personality putting pressure on the judges also. This is my expectation. I don't know what will happen on that very day.
So is your life safe? Is Chinmay Krishna Prabhu's life safe in the current situation in Bangladesh?
It is up to Bhagavan or Ishwar or Allah. It depends upon. I do not know, but I will have to fight for him, because he has become alone now. No lawyers is capable to go to the court, because there are so many cases against them. 71 lawyers are under now threat at that time. Even the Hindu lawyers are given threat. Don't go there. Even some Muslim lawyers are on threat. I requested one president and secretary of the Bar Association of Chattogram. I requested them, you please appear on behalf of Chinmay Prabhu. I would pay for that. Their legal fee I would pay. But they refused. I will not do it. So why? Is it not discrimination? Why Chinmay Prabhu will not get legal help? This is the problem nowadays.
All right, with that, it's time for a short break. Yeah, more news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 20
Welcome back after the break. Tabla maestro Zakir Hussain, renowned for his innovative fusion of Indian classical music and jazz, passed away at 73 years of age in San Francisco. The Grammy-winning musician, son of legendary tabla player Ala Rakha, collaborated with notable artists worldwide, leaving an indelible mark on the music world. Zakir Hussain had been admitted at the hospital for the past 2 weeks and was later taken to the ICU after his condition had worsened.
जाकिर हुसैन जी तबला के क्षेत्र में, भारतीय संगीत के क्षेत्र में एक बहुत बड़ा दिग्गज थे और उस टाइम जब हिंदुस्तानी संगीत, तबला, ऐसे जो भारतीय वाद्य है, भारतीय संगीत का जो भी विशेषता है, इसका आज जो रिकग्निशन मिल रहा है इस टेक्नोलॉजी के दुनिया में उतना नहीं था. तब भी उस लेवल पर जाकिर हुसैन जी पहुँचे. ये बहुत बड़ा, अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा एक अचीवमेंट है. मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि उनका आत्मा का शांति दे.
उस्ताद जाकिर हुसैन नहीं रहे, हमको जाकिर भाई कहा करते थे प्यार से. ऐसा कलाकार न हुआ है न होगा जो हिंदुस्तान से जिसने अपनी जर्नी शुरू की और दुनिया के हर देश के कलाकारों का प्रिय बन गया. हर देश के बड़े बड़े बैंड में वो हीरो, जहाँ बजाते थे हीरो, चाहे ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, चाइना हो, जापान हो, कनाडा, अमेरिका, इंग्लैंड, हर जगह जाकिर भाई हीरो थे.
Well, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
ये सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
the energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation.
Prime Minister Museum historian Rizwan Qadri writes to Rahul Gandhi demanding that the letters written by Jawaharlal Nehru to Lady Mountbatten be returned. BJP says, why did Sonia Gandhi take the letters away? Congress hits back saying that BJP is diverting attention from real issues. Congress party isolated on EVM issue. Allies junk Congress's EVM charge. Omar Abdullah, Akhilesh Yadav, TMC have called out the Congress party. Amid the constitution debate in Rajya Sabha, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman slams Congress party, saying Congress party's amendments against freedom of speech. Leader of opposition Kharge says the constitution is in danger. Prime Minister Modi, Sri Lankan President signed 4 key MOUs. Lanka's China pivots security assurance to India. Sri Lankan president says Sri Lanka won't let its land be used to target India. Hi there, a very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. The Prime Minister's Museum and Library has formally requested the return of personal letters written by India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to Edwina Mountbatten, among others. The letters were allegedly taken by Congress leader Sonia Gandhi in 2008 during the UPA regime. In a letter written on December 10, PMML member Rizwan Qadri had written to Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, urging him to retrieve the original letters from Sonia Gandhi. And joining with me on the broadcast is my colleague Maria Shakil. Maria, over to you.
Thank you, Kitty. And we are going straight across to the member who has kicked off the storm. Dr. Rizwan Qadri is joining us live. He is the member of the memorial and he is also a historian. Dr. Qadri, I appreciate your time here on NDTV. I'm looking at this letter which you have sent to Rahul Gandhi. Of course, it's dated 10th of December. But it talks about a particular date, Dr. Qadri. It says in 2008, a collection of these papers were withdrawn from the PMML on the request of the chairperson of the UPA and present Congress Parliamentary Party's chief member, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji. The question is that if it happened in 2008, the government of the day came in 2014, it's been 10 years, why are you all awakening up right now and demanding these letters to be returned to the National Archives?
2019 में जब प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय संस्था में एज ए नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर मेरा अपॉइंटमेंट हुआ, तब से हम लोग कंटिन्यूअस इस विषय के बारे में बात करते हैं, अलग अलग विस्तार से अलग अलग माध्यम में इसके बारे में हमने चर्चा भी की है। ये क्वेश्चन आज उठाया गया है, ये बात गलत है। मैंने 9 सितंबर को श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी को इसी अनुसंधान में एक रिक्वेस्ट लेटर भी भेजा था और उनसे कहा था कि मुझे रिसर्च के लिए, संशोधन के लिए ये कलेक्शन की आवश्यकता है, आप मेरे जैसे संशोधकों के लिए अवेलेबल कराइए। और उसके साथ साथ हमने कहा कि ये संस्था की अगर ये उसकी ओनरशिप संस्था की है तो आपको चाहिए कि ये ओरिजिनल लेटर्स या उसका कॉपी संस्था को वापस दे या मुझे इसका स्टडी करने के लिए परमिशन दे, आइदर हमें इसका स्कैन करने का परमिशन दे, आइदर अगर आप ये नहीं दे सकते तो आप हमें खुद स्कैन कॉपी प्रोवाइड करिए जिससे हम काम कर सके। मेरा मकसद सिर्फ संशोधन करना था और मेरे जैसे अनेक संशोधक हैं, वो इसको देखना चाहेंगे, इसको पढ़ना चाहेंगे और अपना शोध कार्य आगे बढ़ाना चाहेंगे।
डॉक्टर कादरी, इसमें 51 बॉक्सेस की चर्चा हो रही है जिसमें शायद चिट्ठियां थीं और चिट्ठियां ले ली गई हैं गांधी परिवार की, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं। लेकिन मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि इसमें जितनी चिट्ठियां हैं वो किसको लिखा गया था, नेहरू जी ने किसको ये चिट्ठियां लिखी थी?
ये कलेक्शन जो है इसके अंदर जैसे आप देखें, जयप्रकाश नारायण जी, पद्मजा नायडू, एडविना माउंटबेटन, अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन, अरुणा असफ अली, विजया लक्ष्मी पंडित, बाबू जगजीवन राम और गोविंद वल्लभ पंत, ये 2024 के फरवरी में जो एजीएम हुआ था उसके मिनट्स में पहली बार ये रिकॉर्ड पे आया है कि ये कलेक्शन 2008 के मार्च में सोनिया गांधी की ओर से जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आए थे उन्होंने बाइफरकेट करके जो ऑफिशियल कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस था वो वहां पर रहने दिया और बाकी का जो कलेक्शन था वो उन्होंने विड्रॉ कर दिया गया है। और वो 51 कार्टन से यानी 51 बॉक्स की साइज क्या हो सकती है, उसके अंदर रहा हुआ कलेक्शन क्या हो सकता है। और ये कलेक्शन आप देखेंगे तो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू को लिखा गया है, पंडित जी की ओर से उसका प्रत्युत्तर दिया गया है या आमन सामन जो लेटर का उसका उत्तर प्रत्युत्तर देना वो होगा। तो ये जब तक हम देखेंगे नहीं, इसका शोध करेंगे नहीं, अभ्यास करेंगे नहीं, उसके बारे में हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते। पर मैं इतना जरूर मानता हूं कि वो जमाने के आइकॉनिक यूथ लीडर जयप्रकाश नारायण जी थे, उनके साथ पंडित जी का क्या पत्र व्यवहार रहा, उन्होंने क्या जवाब दिए, और सबसे जो मेरी दिलचस्पी थी, मैं जो देखना चाहता था, वो एडविना माउंटबेटन के लेटर्स थे, क्योंकि उसके बारे में बहुत चर्चा होती है, कई सारी किताबें लिखी गई है और जात जात का लोग उसके बारे में बताते हैं। वास्तविकता में अगर हम ये देखेंगे तो उसमें कुछ भी नहीं होगा। अगर हम ये पत्रों को पढ़ेंगे, इसका अभ्यास करेंगे, तो शायद उसमें कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं भी हो सकती या हो भी सकती है। मगर जब तक हम नहीं देखेंगे, और ये भारत के प्रधानमंत्री को लिखा जो भी पत्र व्यवहार है, जो भी कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस है, वो राष्ट्र की धरोहर है, राष्ट्र की मिल्कियत है। और 1964 में ये संस्था कायम हुई थी, उसके बाद 66 में ये सोसाइटी कायम हुई, और तब से ये पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का
Dr. Kadri, the question is, why was it given back to the family, to the Gandhi family in 2008? Who allowed that?
वही बताता हूँ कि 2008 से पहले 1964 में जब ये संस्थान कायम किया गया, उसके बाद ये भी तय किया गया कि आजादी के संग्राम में जिन लोगों ने योगदान दिया है, हमारे महानायकों का, सबका कलेक्शन यहाँ पर लाके रखा जाए, जिसे संशोधक उसका अभ्यास कर सके। अभिलेख पटल में आज बड़ी तादाद में, करोड़ों की संख्या में पेपर स्कैन कॉपी में संशोधकों के लिए आज उपलब्ध करा दिए गए। तो 2008 तक ये सारा कलेक्शन नेहरू पेपर्स का पार्ट था, तो 2008 में कैसे ले जाना हुआ? एक बार डोनेट कर दिया गया, और उसी संस्था में जो पंडित जवाहरलाल की याद में बनाई गई थी, उनकी स्मृति में बनाई गई थी, और वहां पर सभी डोनर्स कहेंगे हमारा कलेक्शन वापस कर दो, हमारा, ऐसे कैसे होगा? ये संशोधकों की संस्था है, कोई भी संस्था है, संशोधक संस्था है, उसके शोध कार्य से, उसके
Dr. Kadri, the museum has taken a legal opinion. Legally क्या allowed है? अगर वो donated letters थे, तो क्या फैमिली क्लेम कर सकती है? और अगर नहीं, तो क्या कोई अग्रीमेंट था बिटवीन द म्यूजियम एंड द गांधीज दैट दिस विल बी पार्ट ऑफ द नेशनल आर्काइव्स देन?
ये इसके बारे में मैं आपको ज्यादा जवाब नहीं दे सकता, क्योंकि वो मेरा विषय नहीं है, वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव साइड का विषय है। ये सारी चर्चा भी एजीएम के दौरान हुई थी। हमारे कई सम्मान्य सदस्यों ने कहा था कि इसके बारे में तय किया जाए, आने वाले दिनों में कोई भी कलेक्शन कंडीशनल नहीं हो सकता। डोनेट कर दिया है तो एक डोनेट आपने कर दिया, कम हो जाता है। आपने रिसर्चर के लिए ये डोनेट किया है, कोई दूसरे के लिए, ये कोई वेयर हाउस थोड़ी हैगा क्या आपने दिल चाहा तो रख दिया। ये तो बेबी सिटिंग सेंटर थोड़ी हैगा कि आप अपने बेबी को थोड़े दिन इधर थोड़ी देर के लिए रख के गए, शाम हुई बेबी को वापस लेके गए। ये आपने शोध संस्थान के लिए, संशोधकों के लिए ये डोनेट किया है, तो वो संशोधकों के लिए ही होना चाहिए। उसके ऊपर दोबारा आप 20 साल बाद, 40 साल बाद क्लेम करो कि नहीं ये हमारा वापस दे दो, ऐसे नहीं चलता हैगा। ये 2008 तक इस संस्थान की मालिकी का था, और ये संस्थान के अंदर ही हमेशा होना चाहिए। इसी वजह से मैंने कहा कि आप उसका स्कैन कॉपी दे दीजिए, आइदर उसका प्रिंट दे दीजिए, या हमें देखने का परमिशन दीजिए। हम उनके डॉक्यूमेंट को देखेंगे तो पूरी हिफाजत से देखेंगे, सुरक्षा से देखेंगे, उसको जरा सा भी डैमेज ना हो, उस तरह उसमें से नोट्स उतार के हम आगे काम करेंगे। हमने तो उससे आगे रिक्वेस्ट भी किया कि आप हमें या तो स्कैन करने का परमिशन दें, या आप हमें स्कैन कॉपी प्रोवाइड करें।
जी डॉक्टर कादरी, क्योंकि ये पूरा पॉलिटिकल डोमेन में अब प्ले आउट हो रहा है। भाजपा ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, कांग्रेस ने भी इसका जवाब दिया। उनका कहना है कि भाजपा डाइवर्ट कर रही है रियल इश्यूज से। लेकिन जो भाजपा का आरोप है, उनका ये कहना है कि नेहरू जी ने एडवीना माउंटबेटन को ऐसा क्या लिखा था जिसके लिए सेंसरशिप करने की ज़रूरत पड़ी, इसीलिए गांधी परिवार ये चिट्ठी नहीं दे रहा है वापस लाइब्रेरी को।
हमारे बुजुर्ग साथी सदस्य माननीय राम बहादुर राय जी ने एजीएम में भी ये बात रखी थी, और साथ में उन्होंने कहा था कि पास्ट में ये लेडी माउंटबेटन पेपर्स के लिए उन्होंने, और वो जमाने के तत्कालीन एमपी मदन लाल खुराना जी ने पुलिस कंप्लेन भी किया था, एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं हुआ था। मगर कंप्लेन होने के बाद ये पूरा कलेक्शन वापस इस संस्था में रख दिया गया था। राम बहादुर राय जी ने साफ बताया था कि यहाँ से ही संस्था के प्रतिनिधि की ओर से वहां पर इंग्लैंड जाके ये ओरिजिनल कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस लाया गया था और बरसों तक इसी नेहरू मेमोरियल संस्था यानी कि प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय के अंदर ही ये सारा कलेक्शन रहता था। ठीक है, उसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं रखा गया था, संशोधकों को दिखाया नहीं जाता था, परमिशन लेना होता था। मगर इसके अंदर ऐसी तो क्या बात है कि उसको विड्रॉ करना पड़ा है। और मैं मानता हूं जितना छुपाएंगे इतना लोगों का और उसके बारे में शक बढ़ता जाए।
जी, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि आपने एक चिट्ठी लिखी सितंबर के महीने में सोनिया गांधी जी को डायरेक्टली, अभी दिसंबर में राहुल गांधी को चिट्ठी लिखी है। अगर दोनों चिट्ठी में जवाब नहीं आता है तो फिर आगे क्या करेंगे?
हम और आगे भी चिट्ठी लिखते रहेंगे, अलग अलग माध्यम से हमारी बात, हमारा जो व्यू है वो रखेंगे, हम रिक्वेस्ट करते रहेंगे और जो लीगल एक्शन की बात है अलग अलग सम्मानीय सदस्यों द्वारा बताया गया उस दिशा में भी संस्थान की ओर से कार्यवाही जरूर से होगी और उसमें हमारा मकसद तो सिर्फ संशोधन करना है। हम उसी के ऊपर अड़े रहेंगे और हमारी रिक्वेस्ट हर हमेशा जारी रहेगी। अलग अलग माध्यम से भी हम कोशिश करेंगे, जैसे एडविना माउंटबेटन पेपर्स है जिस डोनर ने इस संस्थान को दिए थे उनके पास भी इसका कॉपी होगा, तो हम इंग्लैंड जाके भी कोशिश करेंगे कि वहां हमको इसका कॉपी मिले,
और,
जिससे
और
पता
इसके
चलेगा
साथ साथ क्या
वास्तविक
लीगल
समस्या
ऑप्शन भी आप लोग देख रहे हैं, एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं?
ये तो आप एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव साइड से पूछेंगे तो वो आपको ज्यादा जवाब देंगे।
All right, Dr. Rizwan Qadri, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big story. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus now to this news that we're tracking now. Even as Telugu superstar Allu Arjun was released from jail 2 days back following his arrest in the Stampede death case, questions have been raised by many over the manner the whole incident was handled by the Telangana cops. Now a survey was conducted by Prashnam, which is an AI-powered feedback engine, conducted this survey and asked people if they think that the government shirked its responsibility in managing the crowd, when Allu Arjun reached for the premiere of Pushpa 2 to Sandhya Theatre. Well, as per the survey, 41% people said yes, that the government indeed failed to handle the crowd that had gathered there. 32% people were against it, 15% people couldn't decide, and 12% people who were surveyed as part of the survey did not wish to answer. Well, also another question that was posed to the people was what do they think of Allu Arjun's arrest in the Stampede case? 34% people has said that this was a gross misuse of power by the state government, while 33% of people who were surveyed said that it was legitimate police action that was taken in this case. 14% could not decide, while 19% did not wish to answer on this. All right, that is the latest that we are getting at the moment. Well, a lot of questions have been raised over the manner this whole incident had unfolded, and as per the survey, 41% people think that the government could not handle the crowd that had gathered at the Sandhya Theatre during that unfortunate day, and the government did fail to handle its responsibility. All right, to talk more on that, we have guests joining us on the broadcast here. We have former DGP Mr. A.K. Jain joining us on the broadcast here. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. Sir, what do you think about the response that has come in from this survey? A lot of questions have been raised over the last few days over the manner this whole incident had unfolded.
I agree with the survey. I have maintained right from the beginning that Telangana police exceeded their brief. They shirked the responsibility. They didn't make proper police arrangements over there. They knew it very well in advance to Sandhya Theatre management people through Allu Arjun team that he will be going for the premiere show. They should have made arrangements. This is not something new in Hyderabad. We have done training at Hyderabad. Film stars keep on visiting cinema houses for the premiere. Everybody in police is well aware of the chaos which took place at Patna, at other places at the time of release of Pushpa 2. They should have made good police bandobast. It was their duty. And to say that he should have met police commissioner, he didn't meet police commissioner, this has no logic. This has absolutely no logic. When ACP was informed, when SHO was informed, they should have posted paramilitary forces at the spot. They should have managed the crowd properly. I don't think the people who were deployed there were experts in dealing with the mobs. We know about the mobs in southern India and the fan following of these film stars. And I 100% agree that the Telangana police has acted in a haste by arresting this person, Allu Arjun. He was on the first floor when incident took place on the ground floor. How can he be held responsible? His security people did not misbehave with people. Had this been the charge that security people misbehaved and they were threatening people, they were pushing them, and in that stampede the lady was killed, then I would have agreed. But he was on the first floor. It was the duty of the police when they were on the ground floor to manage the crowd.
But sir, the police has given a clarification saying that they keep on receiving a lot of requests for such kind of arrangements, and it's not possible for them to, make this bandobast, that's the word that they use, for everybody. Do you think there could be more to it? Why would the police say this?
No, I don't agree with police on this point at all. Hyderabad has a lot of police posts. They have reserve battalions over there. They should have summoned paramilitary forces if they were not happy with the arrangements with the paramilitary forces. They should have summoned RAF. RAF is also stationed at Hyderabad. They should have deployed it and they should have controlled the crowd properly. How can Hyderabad police, a professional force like Hyderabad police, say that they keep on receiving such requests? Initially, they said that they didn't get any requests. Then they said that they got the request, but they asked him to go and meet police commissioner. What difference is it going to make if he is going to meet police commissioner?
Right.
This is not done, and he was not served in writing that he should go and meet police commissioner. What will police commissioner do? The ACP and the local officers, they should have demanded force from CP and from other senior officers, and they would have got it.
So in this case, it's very much clear that the police needs to be held accountable, that they need to be taking responsibility for their action, for not actually taking any action when a request was already made to them. So let me take a response from actor and advocate Kanika Sadanand, also joining us on the broadcast here. Kanika, the survey clearly says that 41% people believe that the Telangana government shirked their responsibility in the crowd management, and the Telangana cops could have done more. They could have done something at least in this case, but they failed to do so.
So I'm really sorry, I couldn't hear your question. All I want to say about this is I might be just not answering exactly what you asked me because I couldn't hear it very clearly. Something is wrong with my device and I'm traveling. I agree with Jain Saab that there was use of the power that the police, exercised. Every actor goes to promote their film, and especially in Telangana and the South stars, they are cult figures. And it's not that the police lives in a little well or some hole in the ground where they don't know about this. So they should know. And if he has asked for permission, and they said we cannot give you permission because we feel that is absolute failure. Are you telling me that as citizens we cannot expect our police to protect us, or we cannot expect them to do bandobast? And just because he's an actor, they put the blame on him? How? I mean, tomorrow some accident happens in Tata, say a Tata company. Are you going to hold Ratan Tata? I mean, would you have held him responsible for it? It is the management, it is the police. This man is an actor. This is his job to interact with public. Just like a politician, their whole perception, their whole career, everything depends on connection with people. And they are going to come there. And they are going to be there to promote their film. That's the part of the publicity. And I absolutely agree that it was an overuse of power with regards to Allu Arjun, the management, the theatre, and yes, if he has asked for permission, there should be proof of that, which of course they will have to show at the time of the trial. And I don't think that this was the right way to. I mean, he should not have been arrested.
Okay, so as an advocate, what would you say? What needs to happen now, and what legal course needs to be taken now? Well, Allu Arjun's team, they are mulling over it that they want to take a legal action now in this case, but the police clearly has said that they had no role to play in all of it. They've been trying to pass the buck to the theatre management.
What I heard is that you said the police said they had no role to play in this whole.
Yes.
I mean, how can they absolve themselves of this duty? Their duty is to protect the people. And as Mr. Jain said, our DGP Saab said, this whole incident happened at the ground floor when Allu Arjun was on the first floor. But the point is, yes, seeing an actor, the excitement is there. Some reports are saying that because he stepped out of his car and he stood out and he, waved at him, that's why it happened. So let's first investigate why it happened. And I'm sure if Mr. Arjun had told them that he's arriving, he would have expected that the police would do their duty and, arrange for the bandobast. And then as per Jain Saab, when he said that, they said that they get many, letters like this for permission. Right. But exactly what I'm trying to repeat what I said before, that this is part of the profession. Whether it's a politician or an actor, they are going to come there. The police cannot absolve themselves from this.
Okay. Mr. A.K. Jain, we do remember that the lawyer of Allu Arjun also, when Allu Arjun was released on Saturday at 7 in the morning, had raised this concern, saying that made a big allegation on the police and the administration, saying that the release of Allu Arjun was also delayed intentionally. Do you think there could have been some merit in that claim that was made by the lawyer then?
Yes, there can be some merit in it. Hyderabad, the court is situated in Hyderabad and jail is in Hyderabad. Then why the bail order did not reach the jail, I fail to understand. It could have been conveyed through email. It could have been a person would have brought it to the jail authorities that this is the bail order. He should have been released. I think I feel that he has been made a scapegoat, and deliberately his release was delayed, and he was kept the night at the jail. And this is not expected from the government.
Okay, and that is something that many in Telangana also believe, that the government did not handle the situation well, and also that this was a gross misuse of power by the state government, with Allu Arjun being made a scapegoat or him being arrested in this Stampede death case. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. A.K. Jain and Kanika Sadanand, for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing your views there. All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first.
And it's like the day, my revolves, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँगा
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
ये सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
And it's like the day my revolves मैं everywhere कहीं से भी करूँ collect करूँगा.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city Mumbai
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
कि सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
And it's like the day revolves. मैं everywhere कहीं से भी करूँ collect spend करूँगा.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that
Big breaking news now coming in. The Supreme Court has stayed the award given to musician T.M. Krishna in the name of music icon M.S. Subbulakshmi. After the Madras High Court had cleared the way for the award being given to T.M. Krishna, the family had challenged it in Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has said that Krishna can't call himself an awardee. Well, Sunil Prabhu joining us on the broadcast here. Sunil, it comes as a setback for T.M. Krishna.
That's right. It's clearly the Supreme Court has given an interim order, a very categorical statement from it that they are staying the award, that he cannot be seen as the recipient of this award. In the meanwhile, they will hear this entire matter. They've also made it clear that this is no reflection on Music Academy or the Hindu group, or, for example, for that matter, T.M. Krishna and his singing abilities. But at the present, given the fact and there's been a lot of litigation on this. First, it went to a single bench in the Madras High Court, subsequently to a division bench. And if you recall, on Friday, there was an attempt by the additional Solicitor General to put it before the Chief Justice of India to stay the award, but that couldn't be done. The award was given yesterday in Music Academy in Chennai. And now the Supreme Court has stayed that decision, even though the council, Mr. Vaidyanathan, pointed out it has become in practice. It's in that context that the Supreme Court has heard the entire matter well past the court order, right up to just now, where it's passed these orders and made it clear that they're staying the award given, and he cannot be seen and known as the recipient of the M.S. Subbulakshmi Award.
Thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Well, the Supreme Court has passed this interim order saying that Carnatic musician T.M. Krishna should not be recognized as the recipient of the Sangeeta Kalanidhi M.S. Subbulakshmi Award given by the Music Academy in Chennai. Well, it also restrains T.M. Krishna from projecting himself as the recipient of the award. All right, well, that's the latest coming in. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. The Congress party seems to have been isolated on the EVM tampering charge in elections. India bloc allies including Omar Abdullah, Akhilesh Yadav as well as the TMC now have called out the Congress party. After Omar Abdullah had said that the Congress party can't be selective on the EVM charge, the Samajwadi party said that the losses were not just restricted to just EVMs. All right, the MEA briefing is taking place at the moment. Let's dip it.
Earlier today by the President and the Prime Minister. Following the discussions this morning, the two sides have adopted an India-Sri Lanka joint statement titled Fostering Partnerships for a Shared Future. I believe it has been released, so it's available in the public domain and you may like to go through it. Allow me to take you through some of the main elements and takeaways from this visit. The President of Sri Lanka, His Excellency Anura Kumara Dissanayake, is in India on a state visit. It's a 3-day visit. It began yesterday when he arrived here in the evening. He's accompanied by Foreign Minister Vijitha Herath and the Deputy Minister for Economic Development Anil Jayantha Fernando. Yesterday on arrival, shortly after he arrived in New Delhi, the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, called on the President. Subsequently, the National Security Advisor, Shri Ajit Doval, and Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, also called on the President. This morning, the official engagements began with a ceremonial welcome in the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan by the Honorable President and the Prime Minister. Subsequently, the President went to Rajghat to pay homage to Mahatma Gandhi, and this was followed by the talks in Hyderabad House between the President and Prime Minister. There were a session of restricted talks and then delegation level talks. The Prime Minister also hosted a banquet lunch in honor of the President. Just a short while ago, the Vice President called on the President, and as we speak, there is a business meeting going on. The President Dissanayake is interacting with Indian CEOs in the sectors of IT, startup ecosystem, renewable energy, agriculture, textiles, etc. This evening, the President Dissanayake will meet with Honorable President at Rashtrapati Bhavan, and the Honorable President will also host a banquet dinner in honor of the President. Tomorrow, President Dissanayake is going on a brief visit to Bodh Gaya, and he will return to Sri Lanka later in the evening tomorrow. You would be aware that this is President Dissanayake's first bilateral visit in this capacity after assuming the presidency, and the fact that he has chosen India to be his first foreign destination after assuming office as president in itself demonstrates the importance that Sri Lanka attaches to the bilateral relationship with India. As you all know, Sri Lanka is also India's closest maritime neighbor and has been an integral part of India's neighborhood first policy and India's vision Sagar. The two countries are civilizational partners with a unique friendship, and India has time and again demonstrated that it is a dependable partner and a reliable friend for Sri Lanka. Whether it is disasters, mishaps at sea, the COVID pandemic, or indeed the very serious economic crisis that confronted Sri Lanka just a couple of years ago, India has been present in the role of a first responder. Our support has been timely, swift, and most importantly, unconditional, underlining our position as a responsible and friendly neighbor of Sri Lanka. President Dissanayake, in fact, acknowledged the same during the discussions today with the Prime Minister, and thanked Prime Minister for India's support, especially the crucial assistance in the form of nearly $4 billion in various kinds of aid in 2022 and 2023, which helped stabilize the Sri Lankan economy at a critical juncture. India remains involved in this financial stabilization effort for Sri Lanka through its engagement with the IMF, which is undertaking a program for Sri Lanka following the debt restructuring that has been agreed. You're probably also aware that India is the co-chair of the Official Creditors Committee, and in that role also continues to play an important role in assisting Sri Lanka through this challenging phase. In recent years, India has also been Sri Lanka's largest trade partner. We are Sri Lanka's largest source of tourists. We also happen to be Sri Lanka's largest source of investment. Sri Lanka is also one of the largest beneficiaries of our developmental cooperation program, and the recipient of several capacity building initiatives. The two countries, close as they are also pursuing various connectivity measures. We have enhanced our air and maritime connectivity, and we are now working on several projects related to energy connectivity through, for instance, plans for inter-grid connectivity, a multi-product petroleum pipeline between the two countries, supply of LNG, and the under preparation Sampur power project. In addition, there is digital connectivity, and this has taken a significant step forward through the introduction of UPI services in Sri Lanka. The current visit.
All right, that's the MEA briefing on the Sri Lankan president's visit to India. He's on a 3-day visit, and that's the latest that's coming in. The MEA spokesperson saying that the visit shows the importance Sri Lanka attaches to the bilateral, and Sri Lanka is an integral part of India's neighborhood first policy. And India has always provided assistance to Sri Lanka. Well, remember, Sri Lankan president also earlier had said that he won't allow anybody to use Sri Lankan land against India's interest. Well, that's the latest coming in. All right, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. There's a huge controversy that has erupted over Priyanka Gandhi Vadra carrying a bag written Palestine written on top of it to the parliament. Now the BJP has questioned Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, saying that why is she silent on Bangladeshi Hindus and she must talk to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra hit back at the BJP, saying that the BJP needs to talk to Bangladeshi government. Listen in.
के बैग के मामले को लेकर बीजेपी सवाल खड़े कर रही है, अपीसमेंट की बात कर रही है, क्या कहेंगे आप आपके ऊपर?
उनको कहिए कि जो बांग्लादेश में जो अत्याचार हो रहा है माइनॉरिटीज़ पे, जो बांग्लादेश के हिंदू हैं, बांग्लादेश के ईसाई हैं, उसके बारे में कुछ करें, बात करें बांग्लादेश की सरकार के साथ, अत्याचार बंद कराएं.
Well, joining with me, senior BJP leader Anurag Singh Thakur. Sir, today a newly elected member of parliament from Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, was seen holding a Palestine bag in the Indian parliament. She said in a response that it's my right to take and to carry any bag, whatever is written on it.
Well, was the only bag given? Was the bag only for a statement? Why she kept mum on the issues of Bangladeshi Hindus and atrocities on Bangladeshi Hindus? It raises a big question mark. It's the Indian parliament. MPs who are elected from various parts of India comes here and try and raise the issues concerning 140 crore Indians. They did not let the house function for the first 2 weeks, but she took the advantage and got a Palestine bag with herself. Unfortunately, on one hand, it is Owaisuddin Owaisi who's raised a slogan, Jai Palestine. On the other hand, it is Priyanka Gandhi who carries a Palestine bag. Now the question arises, why Palestine?
प्रियंका गांधी के बैग पर निगाह पड़ी कि उस पर फिलिस्तीन लिखा हुआ है. ये संयोग नहीं होता है, इसके पीछे एक मैसेज देने का काम किया जाता है. काश वो आगरा निर्मित बैग पहनती. हमारा देश में तो 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट है, जिसमें हर ज़िले का एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण प्रोडक्ट होता है. उसमें आप देखते होंगे कि आगरा में बहुत अच्छे बैग, लेडीज़ पर्स बनते हैं. तो वो स्वदेशी इस्तेमाल करती तो उस उद्योग को बहुत बड़ा बढ़ावा मिलता और वो लोग उनकी नकल करते हैं और उन्हीं जैसा बैग महिलाएं पहनती. मुझे लगता है फ़लस्तीन वाला दिखा करके वो मुस्लिम वोटों का तुष्टीकरण, संतुष्टीकरण और एकत्रीकरण या ध्रुवीकरण करने का एक असफल प्रयास कर रहे हैं.
Now, even amid the concern over the situation in Bangladesh, Vijay Diwas celebrations have been held in India, including celebrations at the Victory Memorial at Fort William in Kolkata. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar called on the nation to recall the unwavering courage of Indian armed forces who had ensured a decisive victory in the 1971 war. Meanwhile, Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said she wanted to pay tributes to Vijay Diwas veterans and martyrs in 0 hour in Parliament, but wasn't allowed to do so. Listen in.
मुझे एक मैसेज आया कि हम विजय दिवस के विषय पे आप बात नहीं कर सकते, उस पर सरकार बात करेगी। तब तक सरकार को याद नहीं था शायद। फिर शायद उन्होंने निशिकांत दुबे जी को मौका दिया तो उन्होंने कुछ कहा। उसके बाद मैंने बोला आज भी बांग्लादेश में आज अत्याचार हो रहा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, ईसाइयों के खिलाफ, अल्पसंख्यकों के खिलाफ। मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाह रही थी कि हमारी सरकार आवाज़ उठाए, बांग्लादेश की सरकार से बात करे और उनको सुरक्षित रखने का काम करे।
A huge face-off between the BJP and the opposition erupted in the Rajya Sabha today during the constitution debate. Initiating the discussion on the glorious journey of 75 years of the Constitution of India in the Rajya Sabha, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the Congress party carried out major amendments to the Constitution to brazenly help the family and one dynasty. In the last 7 decades, the living document, our Constitution, has seen many amendments, and she alleged that under Jawaharlal Nehru's interim government, the freedom of expression was curbed. Also, we do understand Rajya Sabha LOP Mallikarjun Kharge also hit back, saying that Narendra Modi had become the Prime Minister of India and he himself became the leader of opposition in the upper house due to the contributions of former PM Jawaharlal Nehru and others in the making of the Constitution. Listen in.
Periodically, Congress questions, hey, BJP, RSS, Jansangh, what was your role during the freedom movement? We all know it and we've said it. But I want to ask the Congress, what is your role in the Arctic, India's economic freedom? What is India's economic growth? What is your effort in building economic strength of India? No wonder when we in 21 in our budget, if that is not true, sir, why in 1980 onwards the Congress party itself wants to dump license quota Raj, 91 they want to reform and then take the claim for it saying we are the ones we reformed. You didn't have to reform if it was so good. It was damaging the Indian economy and socialism was therefore brought into the Constitution's preamble through the 42nd Act only to Amendment Act, only to prove that they are doing right thing. Although that was not needed at all, bringing socialism was not warranted at all. There's enough and more said in the directive principle of states policy. Directive principle of state policy is adequate for us to do all the social economic justice related activity. But no, the Congress party was doing it for their political agenda rather than for the larger good.
उन्होंने बहुत आपत्ति उठाई सोशलिज्म पे। मैं यहाँ से शुरू करूँगा कि ये जो है संविधान में जो प्रियम्बल में लिखा है और जिन लोगों ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में लिखा है और इसको सर्वसम्मति से जो पास हुआ है उस पर भी आपत्ति जता रहे हैं, तो आप ही सोचिए ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के फेवर में है क्या अगेंस्ट में? जो लोग संविधान से नफरत करते हैं और ये लोग आज हमको पाठ पढ़ा रहे हैं, ये क्या है? अरे आपने तो साहब ये संविधान जब बना आपने जब ये संविधान बनी सर, उस वक्त संविधान को जलाने वाले लोग लालमय, ये जो रामलीला मैदान में बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का और महात्मा गांधी जी का पुतला वहां पर रख के इन्हों जलाए उस दिन, जिस दिन इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ। जलाए सो लोग हमको संविधान कैसा बचाया और क्या किया? नेहरू जी को गालियां, इंदिरा जी को गालियां और कहां तक गांधी पूरी फैमिली को गालियां दें, शर्म आना चाहिए।
Right, some more news now. BRS MLAs including BRS Working President KTR, MLA Harish Rao and others staged a protest in the assembly premises in Telangana with placards and slogans against the arrest of farmers from Lakcherla village. Those are the visuals that came in just a while back with BRS MLAs including KTR, son of former Chief Minister KCR and former minister also in the Telangana government, staging this protest. Well, shifting our focus now, tabla maestro Zakir Hussain, renowned for his innovative fusion of Indian classical music and jazz, passed away at 73 years of age in San Francisco. The Grammy-winning musician and also the son of legendary tabla player Ala Rakha had collaborated with notable artists worldwide, leaving an indelible mark on the music world. Zakir Hussain had been admitted at the hospital for the past 2 weeks and was later taken to the ICU after his condition worsened.
When I made Parzania, it was for both the Indian and international audiences, and since the film was an international subject for me, I needed someone who could elevate it to an international level. The music had to be of that level, and you always aim high. You don't know whether you'll ever get there or not. So I tried getting in touch with Zakir Bhai, and then eventually I did meet him at Stanford, where he was doing a concert. And he met me, and then I'd made this whole picture book and all. The film was shot. And he says, yeah, this is all very interesting and lovely. I'd like to see the film before I make my comment. But I'm not free for another 7, 8 months, 9 months maybe. So I don't think you want to wait that long. So I said, no, I will wait that long because I want to work with you. And I think it will be a great honor to work with you. So he says, okay then, let's watch the movie and let's take it from there. And we did the film about 8-9 months. Like everybody else in the film, it was never about the fees. It was always about getting the right musicians. So he said, don't pay me, it's okay, but pay my musicians. So I had Sudhar Kasa, and I had Rakesh was serving, and Tofik played the drums. So plus a lot of other people. I think he got some other local also, so musicians from it. So it was an incredible experience working with them, and
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Cashback has no करते नहीं impress Life with easy कितना कुछ free Only with single ID ये भी free वो भी free कितना कुछ free Only with single ID Get free with single ID ये सारे apps से जुड़े Brands मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े Only with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark.
Jawaharlal Nehru to Lady Mountbatten to be returned. BJP says, why did Sonia Gandhi take the letters away? Congress hits back, says diversionary tactics by the BJP. Congress isolated on the EVM issue. Allies junk Congress's EVM raga. Omar Abdullah, Akhilesh Yadav, TMC call out the Congress party. In the Constitution debate in Rajya Sabha, Finance Minister slams Congress over the amendments in the Constitution, says Congress amended against the freedom of speech. Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge hits back. Constitution is in danger at the hands of the current government. What has PM done to strengthen the Constitution, asks Kharge. Prime Minister Modi and President Dissanayake signed 4 pacts. Sri Lanka, China pivot security assurance to India. In fact, Sri Lankan president says won't let our land be used to target India. Now, after a lot of talk about Jawaharlal Nehru in the current context of politics, now his letters have become the latest flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress, ladies and gentlemen. It is some letters written by the first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to Edwina Mountbatten and also to some of his relatives, other colleagues, which in fact the collection of these letters has been taken, according to one of the historians, from the Prime Minister Museum and has been kept with Sonia Gandhi, the leader of the Congress party. Now, what has happened as far as these letters are concerned, the Prime Minister Museum and Library has now formally requested the return of the personal letters written by first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, which were taken allegedly by Sonia Gandhi in 2008 during the UPA regime. In a letter written on December 10th, member of the Prime Minister Museum, Rizwan Qadri, has now written to Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi, urging him to retrieve the original letters from Sonia Gandhi or provide photocopies. The letters were reportedly packed into 51 boxes and sent to Sonia Gandhi in 2008. This follows a similar request made to Sonia Gandhi in September. Now, BJP MP Sambit Patra today slammed the Congress after Prime Minister Museum and Library Society asked for these letters to be returned. And remember, Sambit Patra, in fact, hitting out of the Congress party, said what was in those letters that the Gandhi family did not want the nation to know. The Congress has hit back and said that the BJP is using this as another diversionary tactic.
डॉक्टर कादरी, इसमें 51 बॉक्सेस की चर्चा हो रही है जिसमें शायद चिट्ठियां थीं और चिट्ठियां ले ली गई हैं गांधी परिवार की, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं। लेकिन मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि इसमें जो इतनी चिट्ठियां हैं वो किसको लिखा गया था? नेहरू जी ने किसको ये चिट्ठियां लिखी थी?
ये कलेक्शन जो है इसके अंदर जैसे आप देखें, जयप्रकाश नारायण जी, पद्मजा नायडू, एडविना माउंटबेटन, अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन, अरुणा असफ अली, विजया लक्ष्मी पंडित, बाबू जगजीवन राम और गोविंद वल्लभ पंत, ये 2024 के फरवरी में जो एजीएम हुआ था उसके मिनट्स में पहली बार ये रिकॉर्ड पे आया है कि ये कलेक्शन 2008 के मार्च में सोनिया गांधी की ओर से जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आए थे उन्होंने बाइफरकेट करके जो ऑफिशियल कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस था वो वहां पर रहने दिया और बाकी का जो कलेक्शन था वो उन्होंने विड्रॉ कर दिया गया है। और वो 51 कार्टन सेट, यानी 51 बॉक्स की साइज क्या हो सकती है, उसके अंदर रहा हुआ कलेक्शन क्या हो सकता है। और ये कलेक्शन आप देखेंगे तो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू को लिखा गया है, पंडित जी की ओर से उसका प्रत्युत्तर दिया गया है, या आमन सामन जो लेटर का उसका उत्तर प्रत्युत्तर देना वो होगा। तो ये जब तक हम देखेंगे नहीं, इसका शोध करेंगे नहीं, अभ्यास करेंगे नहीं, उसके बारे में हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते। पर मैं इतना जरूर मानता हूं कि वो जमाने के आइकॉनिक यूथ लीडर जयप्रकाश नारायण जी थे, उनके साथ पंडित जी का क्या पत्र व्यवहार रहा, उन्होंने क्या जवाब दिए, और सबसे जो मेरी दिलचस्पी थी, मैं जो देखना चाहता था, वो एडवीना माउंटबेटन के लेटर्स थे, क्योंकि उसके बारे में बहुत चर्चा होती है, कई सारी किताबें लिखी गई है और जात जात का लोग उसके बारे में बताते हैं। वास्तविकता में अगर हम ये देखेंगे तो उसमें कुछ भी नहीं होगा। अगर हम ये पत्रों को पढ़ेंगे, इसका अभ्यास करेंगे, तो शायद उसमें कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं भी हो सकती या हो भी सकती है। मगर जब तक हम नहीं देखेंगे, और ये भारत के प्रधानमंत्री को लिखा जो भी पत्र व्यवहार है, जो भी कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस है, वो राष्ट्र की धरोहर है, राष्ट्र की मिल्कियत है। और 64 में ये संस्था कायम हुई थी, उसके बाद 66 में ये सोसाइटी कायम हुई, और तब से ये पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का
Dr. Kadri, the question is, why was it given back to the family, to the Gandhi family in 2008? Who allowed that?
वही बताता हूँ कि 2008 से पहले 1964 में जब ये संस्थान कायम किया गया, उसके बाद ये भी तय किया गया कि आजादी के संग्राम में जिन लोगों ने योगदान दिया है, हमारे महानायकों का सबका कलेक्शन यहाँ पर लाके रखा जाए, जिसे संशोधक उसका अभ्यास कर सके। अभिलेख पटल में आज बड़ी तादाद में, करोड़ों की संख्या में पेपर स्कैन कॉपी में संशोधकों के लिए आज उपलब्ध करा दिए गए। तो 2008 तक ये सारा कलेक्शन नेहरू पेपर्स का पार्ट था, तो 2008 में कैसे ले जाना हुआ? एक बार डोनेट कर दिया गया, और उसी संस्था में जो पंडित जवाहरलाल की याद में बनाई गई थी, उनकी स्मृति में बनाई गई थी, और वहां पर सभी डोनर्स कहेंगे हमारा कलेक्शन वापस कर दो, हमारा ऐसे कैसे होगा? ये संशोधकों की संस्था है, कोई भी संस्था है, संशोधक संस्था है, उसके शोध कार्य से, उसके
Dr. Kadri, the museum has taken a legal opinion. Legally क्या allowed है? अगर वो donated letters थे, तो क्या family claim कर सकती है? और अगर नहीं, तो क्या कोई agreement था between the museum and the Gandhis that this will be part of the National Archives then?
ये इसके बारे में मैं आपको ज्यादा जवाब नहीं दे सकता, क्योंकि वो मेरा विषय नहीं है, वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव साइड का विषय है। ये सारी चर्चा भी एजीएम के दौरान हुई थी। हमारे कई सम्मान्य सदस्यों ने कहा था कि इसके बारे में तय किया जाए, आने वाले दिनों में कोई भी कलेक्शन कंडीशनल नहीं हो सकता। आपने डोनेट कर दिया है, तो एक बार डोनेट आपने कर दिया तो वो खत्म हो जाता है। आपने रिसर्चर के लिए ये डोनेट किया है, कोई दूसरे के लिए, ये कोई वेयर हाउस थोड़ी हैगा क्या आपने दिल चाहा तो रख दिया। ये तो बेबी सिटिंग सेंटर थोड़ी हैगा कि आप अपने बेबी को थोड़े दिन इधर थोड़ी देर के लिए रख के गए, शाम हुई बेबी को वापस लेके गए। ये आपने शोध संस्थान के लिए, संशोधकों के लिए ये डोनेट किया है, तो वो संशोधकों के लिए ही होना चाहिए। उसके ऊपर दोबारा आप 20 साल बाद, 40 साल बाद क्लेम करो कि नहीं ये हमारा वापस दे दो, ऐसे नहीं चलता हैगा। ये 2008 तक इस संस्थान की मालिकी क्या था, और ये संस्थान के अंदर ही हमेशा होना चाहिए। इसी वजह से मैंने कहा कि आप उसका स्कैन कॉपी दे दीजिए, इधर उसका प्रिंट दे दीजिए, या हमें देखने का परमिशन दीजिए। हम उनके डॉक्यूमेंट को देखेंगे तो पूरी हिफाजत से देखेंगे, सुरक्षा से देखेंगे, उसको जरा सा भी डैमेज ना हो, उस तरह उसमें से नोट्स उतार के हम आगे काम करेंगे। हमने तो उससे आगे रिक्वेस्ट भी किया कि आप हमें या तो स्कैन करने का परमिशन दें, या आप हमें स्कैन कॉपी प्रोवाइड करें।
जी डॉक्टर कादरी, क्योंकि ये पूरा पॉलिटिकल डोमेन में अब प्ले आउट हो रहा है, भाजपा ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, कांग्रेस ने भी इसका जवाब दिया। उनका कहना है कि भाजपा डाइवर्ट कर रही है रियल इश्यूज से। लेकिन जो भाजपा का आरोप है, उनका ये कहना है कि नेहरू जी ने एडवीना माउंटबेटन को ऐसा क्या लिखा था जिसके लिए सेंसरशिप करने की ज़रूरत पड़ी, इसीलिए गांधी परिवार ये चिट्ठी नहीं दे रहा है वापस लाइब्रेरी को।
हमारे बुजुर्ग साथी सदस्य माननीय राम बहादुर राय जी ने एजीएम में भी ये बात रखी थी, और साथ में उन्होंने कहा था कि पास्ट में ये लेडी माउंटबेटन पेपर्स के लिए उन्होंने, और वो जमाने के तत्कालीन एमपी मदन लाल खुराना जी ने पुलिस कंप्लेन भी किया था। एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं हुआ था, मगर कंप्लेन होने के बाद ये पूरा कलेक्शन वापस इस संस्था में रख दिया गया था। राम बहादुर राय जी ने साफ बताया था कि यहाँ से ही संस्था के प्रतिनिधि की ओर से वहां पर इंग्लैंड जाके ये ओरिजिनल कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस लाया गया था और बरसों तक इसी नेहरू मेमोरियल संस्था यानी कि प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय के अंदर ही ये सारा कलेक्शन रहता था। ठीक है, उसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं रखा गया था, संशोधकों को दिखाया नहीं जाता था, परमिशन लेना होता था, मगर इसके अंदर ऐसी तो क्या बात है कि उसको विड्रॉ करना पड़ा है। और मैं मानता हूं जितना छुपाएंगे इतना लोगों का और उसके बारे में शक बढ़ता जाए।
जी।
Mr. Rizwan Qadri has written to Mr. Rahul Gandhi and asking Sonia Gandhi to disclose and to submit those letters which she has in possession regarding Jawaharlal Nehru. How do you respond to such request of the PMML members?
So this is quite intriguing and quite astonishing that way back in 2008, just before the digitalization of these letters which belonged to the public, this is the property of the public, Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to Edwina Mountbatten, Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to and correspondence with Jai Narayan ji, all these have been censored. These have been taken by the Gandhi family, particularly UPA chief then, the UPA chairperson then, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi took these letters, 51 cartons of letter, and now in the minutes of the meeting of the PMML, the request has been from the PMML that all these letters should be returned via Rahul Gandhi, the LOP. Now my question to Rahul Gandhi is, what was it between Nehru ji and Edwina Mountbatten that you needed to hide it? Return it.
Will the BJP raise this in parliament as well?
Of course, we will raise it everywhere.
Sir, PMML member Rizwan Qadri has written to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi to send those letters which Jawaharlal Nehru wrote to Mountbatten and other leaders at that point of time. How do you respond to such request of the PMML member?
We all know that BJP wants to divert from the real issues. Real issues is the issues which concern people, and we all know that BJP and RSS and Godse always have problem with Nehru and Gandhi, and Godse's grandchildren has been trying for years together to defame Nehru and Gandhi. They could not succeed. Now they are trying to raise these kind of issues. Nehru's letter should be with the Nehru family. It can't be with the Godse family.
Sir, they are also saying that they will raise this issue in the parliament. They will be directly asking Sonia Gandhi in Rajya Sabha to disclose those letters.
We all know that the BJP, the houses has become compromised with one-sided with the leadership, with the ruling party. Whatever they wanted to rise in, so any kind of this thing is allowed in Rajya Sabha. It is very saddening to see these kind of things. The chair must maintain a neutrality, which we are lost in Rajya Sabha.
So, war of words between the Congress and the BJP over these letters. Let me bring in my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is joining us with more details on this. Vasudha, you know, it's astonishing that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister, still takes so much public space in the discussions outside the Parliament and within political parties. But, you know, the question that the Congress is asking, why is the BJP making a big deal out of these letters? Is it the most pressing issue?
Well, Ankit, we know that cultural wars have been going on between the BJP and Congress for many years now, and that has only intensified after Narendra Modi took charge in 2014. And at the center of it was, of course, the NMML, or the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, which now has become the Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya. This was a building that was built to pay a tribute to India's first Prime Minister, also the longest-serving Prime Minister. But of course, the BJP expanded it to include the legacy and memorials of all the Prime Ministers of served India. So that was a flashpoint even then when it sort of escalated. That was in 2015, and now the latest flashpoint is that Rizwan Qadri, who is one of the members of the PMML, he has written first to Sonia Gandhi in September 2024 and now to Rahul Gandhi to cooperate with the museum and ensure that the personal papers, the personal correspondence of Jawaharlal Nehru to several leaders including Jagjeevan Ram, Govind Ballabh Pant, to his own sister who turned into a diplomat, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, and also to Edwina Mountbatten, the wife of the last Viceroy of India, be returned to PMML. Remember that these PMML or the erstwhile NMML also used to serve as a repository of these very important papers who give us a glimpse into what India was like in that turbulent period of time. And now, of course, these papers, what we understand, were taken away by the family, and they were kept in their own, family space for safe keeping. But now the BJP has made it into a political issue, saying that these personal letters are not personal in nature. They have a lot of political insights. They have to be made accessible, and by ensuring, by keeping complete control over these papers, the Congress, the first family of the Congress party, is also indulging in censorship. They have particularly picked on the letters, the correspondence between Jawaharlal Nehru and Edwina Mountbatten. They have taken it a notch higher there, saying that there is some censorship there, and these papers have to be made public so that researchers and experts also get to know what the country was like during that time.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Vasudha, in fact, reporting on this big political war of words which has broken out between the BJP and the Congress party. Remember, the big question also remains whether these letters were written as from Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru as a Prime Minister, or were they personal in nature? Was it written in personal capacity? All that needs to be looked into while we are, in fact, looking at this story. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, now, is the Congress party feeling isolated or being, in fact, pushed in a corner alone as far as the EVM issue is concerned? And why I am saying that is because, one after another, members of the India bloc, Omar Abdullah from the Chief Minister and from the National Conference, and also Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, who himself has been speaking a lot against the EVMs, and now Abhishek Banerjee of the TMC, all have, in fact, more or less taken a contrary line to what the Congress party has been saying as far as the EVMs are concerned. Now, Omar Abdullah has said that can't be selective on EVMs. You can't have more than 100 MPs winning and you celebrating it and then coming out and crying when you lose the election. Meanwhile, Abhishek Banerjee has said if you can hack, if you can show, you have some proof, then only you should come and make these allegations. Meanwhile, Samajwadi Party has also said that the losses of the Congress party in Maharashtra, in Haryana are just not restricted to EVMs. They have to look within.
I have no problem with you making an issue out of the EVMs, so long as you do it also when you win. The EVMs can't only be a problem when you lose the election, because they're the same EVMs. So when you get 100 plus members of parliament using the same EVMs, and you celebrate that as sort of a victory for your party, you can't then a few months later turn around and say, well, actually, hang on, we don't like these EVMs because now the election results aren't going the way we would like them to. If you have problems with the EVMs, then you should be consistent in those problems. And the thing is, how can you have a problem with EVMs and then continue to fight elections?
किसी दल, किसी नेता के बारे में हमें कुछ नहीं कहना, लेकिन जो उन्होंने सुझाव दिया है, आप बात को ईवीएम तक मत पहुंचाइए। जो सुझाव दिया है कि बीजेपी से मुकाबला करने के लिए हमें मीडिया का भी साथ लेना पड़ेगा, इनके साथ साथ आपको बूथ स्तर पर भी काम करना पड़ेगा, वो उन्होंने सुझाव दिया है। मैं उनके सुझाव से सहमत हूं कि मीडिया का भी साथ लेना पड़ेगा और बूथ स्तर पर भी आपको काम करना पड़ेगा।
जहां जीतते हैं वहां ईवीएम पर सवाल नहीं उठते हैं, जहां हारते
नहीं, मुझे लगता है ये मेरी पर्सनल राय है कि जो लोग ईवीएम पे सवाल उठा रहे हैं, अगर उनके पास कुछ है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को जाके वो डेमो दिखानी चाहिए कि भाई हमारे पास ये वीडियो है।
जब भी कांग्रेस पार्टी हारती है तो आत्मचिंतन करने की जगह किसी और चीज पर ठिकरा फोड़ती है। जब तक वो आत्मचिंतन नहीं करेंगे तब तक वो ऐसे ही हारते रहेंगे।
उमर अब्दुल्ला कह रहे हैं कि ईवीएम पर ठिकरा फोड़ना ठीक नहीं है। वो इंडिया अलायंस के नेता है, सीएम है जम्मू कश्मीर के, और उनके नेता यहाँ पर ईवीएम पर आंदोलन कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, चूंकि सब लोगों ने चुनाव करीब से देखा है, अगर ईवीएम का कोई मसला होता तो उमर अब्दुल्ला मुख्यमंत्री नहीं होते, लेकिन वो मुख्यमंत्री बने। वो जानते हैं कि ईवीएम का कोई मसला है ही नहीं।
कम से कम इंडी गठबंधन के लोग जब कांग्रेस को ये चीज़ कहते हैं, दे शुड ट्राई टू रियलाइज इट। मुझे लगता है हम जब बोलते हैं उसको तो समझ में नहीं आता है। अभी तो इनका अलाइज ही बोल रहे हैं। बहुत लोग ऐसे कांग्रेस के जो साथ इंडिया गठबंधन में है वो लोग बोल रहे हैं, तो दिस इट सेल्फ इज़ नॉट अ रीज़न। ऐसे बहुत लोग बोला है। एटलीस्ट नाउ दे शुड अंडरस्टैंड, दे शुड रियलाइज राहुल गांधी जैसे नेतृत्व को लेके वो नहीं चल पाएंगे.
Now, initiating the discussions on the constitution in the Rajya Sabha, in fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman hit out at the Congress party and said the Congress party carried out major amendments in the constitution to brazenly help the family and the dynasty. She claimed Nehru was opposed to press scrutiny and attended the constitution within amended the constitution within a year of its adoption to curtail the independence of the press. Rajya Sabha leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge hit back at Nirmala Sitharaman and said Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister of India and he himself became the leader of opposition in the upper house due to the contributions of former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and others in making the constitution.
Periodically, Congress questions, hey, BJP, RSS, Jansangh, what was your role during the freedom movement? We all know it and we've said it. But I want to ask the Congress, what is your role in the Arctic, India's economic freedom? What is India's economic growth? What is your effort in building economic strength of India? No wonder when we in 21 in our budget, if that is not true, sir, why in 1980 onwards the Congress party itself wants to dump license quota Raj, 91 they want to reform and then take the claim for it saying we are the ones we reformed. You didn't have to reform if it was so good. It was damaging the Indian economy and socialism was therefore brought into the constitution's preamble through the 42nd Act Amendment Act only to prove that they are doing right thing. Although that was not needed at all. Bringing socialism was not warranted at all. There's enough and more said in the directive principle of states policy. Principle of state policy is adequate for us to do all the social economic justice related activity. But no, the Congress party was doing it for their political agenda rather than for the larger good.
उन्होंने बहुत आपत्ति उठाई सोशलिज्म पे. मैं यहाँ से शुरू करूँगा कि ये जो है संविधान में जो प्रियम्बल में लिखा है और जिन लोगों ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में लिखा है और इसको सर्वसम्मति से जो पास हुआ है उस पर भी आपत्ति जता रहे हैं. तो आप ही सोचिए ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के फेवर में है क्या अगेंस्ट में. जो लोग संविधान से नफरत करते हैं और ये लोग आज हमको पाठ पढ़ा रहे हैं. ये क्या है? अरे आपने तो साहब ये संविधान जब बना आपने जब ये संविधान बनी सर उस वक्त संविधान को जलाने वाले लोग लालमय ये जो रामलीला मैदान में बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का और महात्मा गांधी जी का पुतला वहां पर रख के इन्हों जलाए उस दिन जिस दिन इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ. जलाए सो लोग हमको संविधान कैसा बचाया और क्या किया. नेहरू जी को गालियां, इंदिरा जी को गालियां और कहां तक गांधी पूरी फैमिली को गालियां. शर्म आना चाहिए.
Some breaking news is coming at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, into the parliament. In fact, what we are hearing is that the One Nation, One Election, One Poll bill is likely to be tabled in the parliament tomorrow in the Lok Sabha. In fact, it is expected to be tabled at 12 noon, in fact, and then it is likely to be sent to the JPC. So the government and this has been a dream project as far as Prime Minister is concerned, and the government now moving in step by step as far as the One Nation, One Election bill is concerned. My colleague Aishwarya joins me with more details on this story on the phone line. Aishwarya, the government moving in even as the constitution debate continues in the upper house. The government wants to push one of the biggest agendas of the NDA.
Well, that's right. That's a big update coming in from the parliament. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party who had issued a 3-line whip to all the MPs to be present in the lower house of the parliament, that is the Lok Sabha, and an important legislative bill is to be tabled. That means the Bharatiya Janata Party had gone ahead. The government will be tabling the One Nation, One Election bill. The committee report that was submitted back in September and was presented to the President of India, that was chaired by Mr. Ramnath Kovind, former President of India, and now finally the government is going ahead with the One Nation, One Election bill tomorrow, and that will be tabled at around 12 noon. On the other side, there would be the discussion on the constitution that will continue in the upper house, but the government is firm as they will be bringing this. In all likelihood, it will be sent to the joint parliamentary committee where there will be members from both the opposition and the treasury benches. They will be further scrutinizing this bill, but remember, there had been huge backlash and also statements that came in from the opposition side, including the Trinamool Congress, the Samajwadi Party, the Congress, who stated that this will murder the democracy, and certainly the government has some misplaced priorities. There were different statements that has already come in. They had clearly stated that they will not accept the One Nation, One Election, but certainly the government is going forward with it, and tomorrow they will be tabling in the lower house of the parliament around 12 noon.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details on this big story that we are breaking here on NDTV. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue here. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera. Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on
all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives.
Let's now bring you our special segment, our ongoing series here on NDTV, Meet the MPs. In fact, your Member of Parliaments. And today, in this edition, my colleague Vasudha Venugopal spoke to RSP Kollam MP N.K. Premachandran, this grassroots politician who also has expertise on parliamentary proceedings, spoke about his interest in politics as a student. The RSP MP also spoke about his likes and dislikes in the current political scenario. Take a look.
Welcome to Know My MP segment of NDTV. With me is N.K. Premachandran, who is widely seen as this MP who understands constitutional procedures, somebody who is an expert on what really happens in the parliament. Thank you so much, sir. You belong to the RSP party. Tell us what really made you get into politics.
Well, from my student days onwards, I was actively participating in the political activities. Because in the state of Kerala, most of the students, they are very much active and vibrant in the student struggles against so many issues. So my political taste has started from my school days, and from the college as well as university level, and subsequently in the trade union front. And as a people representative, I have started my career as a people representative in the year 1987. First time I have become the Gram Panchayat member. Then in the year 1991, I was elected to the district council. Subsequently, this Panchayati Raj system has come. Then subsequently, I was elected to the district Panchayat. That was in the year 1995. Then I elected to 11th Lok Sabha, 12th Lok Sabha in 1996 and 1999. Then 2000 to 2006, I was in Rajya Sabha for 6 years. Then I went back to Kerala State Legislative Assembly as the minister for 5 years. Again, I came back to Parliament for the last 3 terms. 16 Lok Sabha, 17 Lok Sabha and the 18th Lok Sabha. So 5 terms in Lok Sabha and 1 term in Rajya Sabha and 1 term in State Legislative Assembly, and the Grama Panchayat member, District Council member and the District Panchayat member, and also in the Land Mortgage Bank election also was there, where also I was elected in the cooperative movement.
So you're a grassroots politician and also somebody You know, who has come up a long way.
I think the best experience out of all these things, the best experience I have got or I received is from the Grama Panchayat.
Okay.
The real cause of the people, the real issues of the people, you can very well understand as a Grama Panchayat member. Because the practical solution for the people's issues, and we are directly involving into the people's issue for everything and all. They are approaching the Grama Panchayat member and their sufferings, their issues. Yes, we have to, it is not making a speech, but we have to intervene and to resolve the issue and help them. So that was the vast experience, practical life experience, and the problems of the common mass we could very well gather from the grassroots level Panchayati Raj system, that is the Grama Panchayat election. That was in the year 1987-88. So during this long period, the experience which I have gathered, that is the best achievement as far as a member of parliament is concerned or a public representative is concerned. And finally, definitely the parliament. But unfortunately, nowadays, the parliament is not functioning. Then what is the meaning of coming to the parliament is now the question which is being alerted to us all.
Okay, my last question to you, sir. What is that one thing that you like the most about Indian politics and one thing that you wish you could change?
One thing which I most like in Indian politics is the democratic fabric of our country. See, so many occasions by which the democratic fabric was under big threat even during the emergency. And so many occasions have happened in Indian politics by which no political party or no political front did get the majority so as to form a government. In all these such a situation, that is hung parliament, even when I came to Lok Sabha in the year 1996, there was no majority for any party. 13 days of Vajpayee government, then 13 months of Gavida government, then 6 months of Gujarat government, then again the election, then Vajpayee back to power for 13 months, and again election Vajpayee government come for 5 years. See, the transfer of power, transmission of power from one government to another, though we are having so many differences and weaknesses of Indian democracy, it was purely in a democratic way, in a peaceful way, we could strengthen and maintain the democratic fabric of our country. I think that is the beauty of Indian democracy. I like it very much because the democratic fabric and the democratic culture, still we are, even all these challenges we are facing, we are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system even after 75 years of our independence is the best thing, beauty of Indian politics.
And one thing you don't like about Indian politics?
I don't like the Indian politics is the recent developments in Indian politics communalizing the Indian political situation. And it is deliberately trying to make divide among the different sects of people and communalizing it and taking advantage of the political situation. It is too dangerous to the future of the country because it is not good for a democratic country like India. If there is no secular fabric, there is no question of existence of the secular democracy also. So that is the thing which I strongly oppose. Communalizing the Indian political scenario is the evil, or that is the cursed thing which we are now facing. The other thing which I have already mentioned.
Okay, thank you. That was N.K. Premachandran, RSP Kerala MP. Thank you so much for
Thank you. Thank you.
Tabla maestro Zakir Hussain, renowned for his innovative fusion of Indian classical music and jazz, passed away at the age of 73 in San Francisco, United States of America. The Grammy-winning musician, son of legendary tabla player Ala Rakha, collaborated with the notable artists worldwide, leaving an indelible mark on the music world. Mr. Hussain had been admitted to the hospital for the past 2 weeks and was taken to the ICU after his condition deteriorated. Mr. Hussain has received numerous accolades, including being conferred the Padma Vibhushan and winning multiple Grammy Awards. He started playing tabla at the age of 7 and was performing across the world at 12. Hussain has composed for many Indian and international films as well. The world mourns the loss of Ustad Zakir Hussain, the tabla maestro whose rhythms touched hearts globally. Celebrities across generations and field mourn the death of the legendary musician.
I want to know what set him apart. What was it about him that made him so unique?
Just so many qualities, unbelievable, so many qualities. I would say that, one was the way he approached a composition. Even if it was something that he had played earlier or presented earlier, he always approached it with a degree of freshness and with tremendous reverence. कि मुझे आज कुछ अलग करना है, मुझे आज कुछ अच्छा करना है. It wasn't like he was resting on his laurels ever. So that urge for musical excellence and continuously setting the bar higher. Every performance, you wanted to anticipate something. You knew that आपको आज कुछ अलग सुनने को मिलेगा, आपको कुछ ऐसे कुछ खास एनर्जी मिलेगी जो आपने पहले नहीं एक्सपीरियंस किया. तो this was one aspect of him. Second was technically and musically, the way he grew in his music. You know, every time you heard him, there was a freshness, and technically because he was so perfect. ताल आप कोई भी ताल बोल दीजिए आराम से बजा देंगे. आप कोई भी छंद बोल दीजिए किन्हीं के साथ में भी. इफ यू टेल हिम टू प्ले विद एनी इंटरनेशनल म्यूजिशियन, इंडियन म्यूजिशियन, whichever musician, he was comfortable and he made the other musician comfortable. So this came because of an innate musicianship and an innate knowledge that he had carried forward from many births before. This is not something what he has achieved, what he has contributed in the world of music is not of this lifetime. It is not possible to achieve what he did in this lifetime.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the Supreme Court has stayed the award given to musician T.M. Krishna. Now, remember, there has been an ongoing controversy regarding this award, and the Supreme Court has stayed this award, which was given in the name of music icon M.S. Subbulakshmi. Now, this after the Madras High Court, in fact, cleared the way for the award being given to T.M. Krishna. The family had challenged this in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said Krishna can't call himself an awardee and Krishna can't be called an recipient at this moment. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us with more details as far as this story is concerned. Sunil, from the beats of politics today on Supreme Court and what Mr. Krishna is now facing. So what is the reason Supreme Court has in fact, stayed this award to Mr. Krishna?
Well, the Supreme Court has this is an interim award, and this, of course, there's been a lot of to and fro in this legal case from the issue of, what the Madras High Court single judge bench did, the division bench, and then finally the Supreme Court has decided in the fitness of things that Mr. T.M. Krishna will not be seen as a recipient of the award. It has stayed the interim decision, even though he was awarded this yesterday at the Music Academy. They've also made it clear in the order that this is not a reflection on Music Academy and its a great tradition for music, as well as on the Hindu group, as well as on Mr. T.M. Krishna and his singing. But as an interim order, they stayed the decision of giving the award until they get into the issue. M.S. Subbulakshmi's family has, one of the family members has petitioned against this, saying that he has used unkind words against her in certain articles that have been written. It's in that backdrop that they will go into the entire issue and then take a final call on this entire matter at a later stage. But at now, an interim award staying the decision of giving the award to T.M. Krishna, and he cannot be seen as a recipient of that award.
Thank you so much, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with all those details on this story. Okay, right, moving on now to a big victory for the Adani Group, ladies and gentlemen. The High Court has chunked the plea against the power deal. The plea was against the power contract in Maharashtra given to the Adani Group. The High Court has called the plea reckless and has also slapped 50,000 rupee fine on the petitioner. The petitioner has been, in fact, fined, and the petition has been dubbed reckless by the High Court in Mumbai. Let's just try and understand, more on this. Charu Singh, our colleague is joining us from Mumbai. Charu, what was this petition seeking exactly? And now, in fact, what has the court said?
Hi. So, a public interest litigation is sort of a litigation that is usually filed for the greater good of the public. Now, under the guise of a public interest litigation, under the guise that it is something that is being done for the masses, a petitioner went up to the Bombay High Court saying that the power contracts that were given to the Adani Group, the electricity contracts, were not fair and were against the constitutional and the fundamental right, of having the access to fair electricity. Now, submission of certain documents along with the petition also takes place. For example, allegations against government authorities, former chief minister, documents that also had some shady international basis. However, the division bench of the Bombay High Court that was sort of dealing with the case looked at the petition, sought more careful observation of the documents and saw that it does not have any strong basis to be heard, and it was a reckless petition, and it was not something that was really filed for the greater good of the public. In fact, a similar petition was also filed before the Aurangabad bench, and to deter people in general from filing such petitions which are against the public good but are filed under the guise of PIS, court went ahead and imposed a cost of rupees 50,000 on the petition. Now, we must understand that in PIS, such huge costs are also not usually imposed. It is some sort of a deterrent method of doing it to basically stop people from doing such activities.
Thank you so much, Charu, for joining us with all those details on this story. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, even as Telugu superstar Allu Arjun was released from the prison 2 days back, in fact, after his arrest in the Stampede case. Now, there have been some questions which have been raised in the manner this whole episode involving a superstar was managed by or handled by the Telangana police. Now, a survey conducted by Prashnam, which is an AI-powered feedback engine, which conducted this survey and asked people if they think that the government shirked its responsibility as far as the crowd management is concerned when Allu Arjun reached the premiere of Pushpa 2 at the Sandhya Theatre, where in fact a woman died and her child is still battling for their lives. Now, at this moment, did the government shirk its responsibility? 41% people said yes, and 32% people said no, can't say, were 15%, and do not wish to answer, were 12%. A majority, though, 41% are saying that they think that the government shirked its responsibility. 32% do not think so. This was one question that was asked, in fact, by this, survey. Now, there were some other questions. Let's take a look at that. What do you think of Allu Arjun's arrest in the Stampede case? Now, 34% people said gross misuse of power by the state government. Meanwhile, just take a look at this number. 33% people have said that legitimate police action. So 34 plays 33. It seems that the people are divided. They do think, almost similar number of people think that it was legitimate action. Can't say 14%. Do not wish to answer remains at 19%. So these were the questions that were asked as far as this survey is concerned. Now, in fact, let's just move on. While the public focus has stayed on Allu Arjun and his arrest, ladies and gentlemen, after a woman died at the Stampede at the Sandhya Theatre, where Allu Arjun had reached for the premiere of Pushpa, NDTV Uma Sudhir, in fact, reports on her 9-year-old son, Sri Tej, who is in the hospital on ventilator, struggling for his life.
I'm outside Kim's Hospital in Hyderabad, where 9-year-old Sri Tej is battling for his life. He has been on ventilator for the last 12 days after having been caught in a stampede when he and his family went to watch the premiere show of Pushpa 2 at Sandhya Theatre here in Hyderabad. The family of 4, including Bhaskar, Revati and the 2 children, Sri Tej and his younger sister, had gone for a family outing when the mother was caught in the stampede and she died. Today, even as the 11th day rituals were underway, the father is hoping against hope that his son will come back home. The younger sister is waiting for both her mother and brother to return home so they can go back to school together once again. Doctors have said that he is stable, but they have not been able to wean him away from the ventilator. The focus in this entire case has been on the actor Allu Arjun, who's been arrested by the police, and both the film fraternity as well as non-Congress political parties have expressed solidarity for Allu Arjun. The non-Congress political parties have blamed the police and administration for not making adequate arrangements, and they have also faulted the manner in which Allu Arjun was arrested. The police, however, are asking this question, aren't celebrities to take any responsibility? Because they are pointing out that Allu Arjun and his team did not get any permission from the police for him to come there for the premiere show, which was already a very, very crowded affair given the kind of expectation and anticipation about Pushpa 2. The letter that was given by the Sandhya Cine 70mm management had informed the police that they had such a plan, and the stamp of the letter is only an acknowledgement of the receipt of the application and not a permission letter or a no objection certificate from the police. They are pointing out that no one came to meet them, no one came to ask what the arrangements are going to be, how many people would be present, how many had been given passes, and so on and so forth. Allu Arjun also took the front gate, the main entrance to the theatre, and he was outside for about 15 minutes, even as crowds were going crazy in a frenzy, seeing their hero in flesh and blood. What I must point out is that there was a security team, private security army as it is being called, of Allu Arjun, and as soon as the gate in fact was opened and his vehicle came inside and there was lathi charge also that the police had to indulge in. The private security can also be seen pushing away the crowds in order to let his vehicle pass, and a top police officer told NDTV that pushing away had caused even more of a chaos and crowding, because of which the woman had fallen and so had her child, and subsequently it was at the time that Allu Arjun was entering the theatre that the police think that the woman actually died in the stampede. What we are being told is that the DCP of the area, an IPS officer, had at least 2 to 3 times asked the actor to leave, telling him about the incident, but the top police officer told NDTV that the actor had not left the venue and continued to watch the film till the end, and only afterwards had left the venue. All that added to the confusion outside, and the police is also feeling quite upset about the lawyer arguing in court that the police seemed to be taken in by the hero's arrival and had therefore neglected their duties of looking after the crowd management in that area. All this, once again, a wake-up call for not just the police and administration, but also for celebrities like film stars and also politicians to rethink whether fandom can be at the cost of lives.
A festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav and our special focus this evening as Gukesh, the champion, returns to Chennai. What makes the Chennai chess ecosystem a world leader? We'll probe into that question, but first, the headlines we're tracking this hour. Another Congress versus BJP face-off as the Prime Minister's Museum and Library asks Congress to return Nehru's personal letters. The Congress says the BJP is diverting attention from real issues as the ruling party demands to know what's in the letters. It's the Finance Minister versus Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha. The FM accuses Congress of amendments against freedom of speech. Kharge asks what Prime Minister Modi has done to strengthen the constitution. Sri Lankan President Dissanayake says Colombo will not let its territory to be used to target India as he and Prime Minister Modi agree to intensify political engagements and sign 4 pacts. First up this evening, our special focus. Well, the world's youngest ever chess champion Gukesh returned to Chennai to a hero's welcome at the city's international airport. Posters and banners raised by school children, chess enthusiasts, all of them in the crowd at the Chennai International Airport this morning to receive the city's second world champion after the legendary Vishwanathan Anand. The city truly is a powerful, if not the most powerful destination on the global chess map, with nearly 40 grandmasters and over 50 international masters from the state of Tamil Nadu. What makes Chennai the chess capital? That's what we'll try to probe on the show this evening with a stellar panel. But first, Sam Daniel reports on the jubilation and reactions to Gukesh's arrival.
A hero's reception in Chennai as the world's youngest chess champion, 18-year-old Gukesh, returned home to Chennai, the chess capital. Amongst the first to line up to greet him were school children from his alma mater, Velamal School.
We should get inspired from him and learn and become the pride of India.
It feels amazing because he's like my idol. I have always seen him in the news and all, so it's like a very big moment for me.
Gukesh is the second world chess champion after the iconic 5-time chess champion Vishwanathan Anand.
We generally have a positive attitude towards chess in the sense that culturally parents want their kids to play chess. We take the sport seriously. I think if you look historically as well, Tamil Nadu has been the dominant state in chess. And I think this trend will continue.
Gukesh's doctor dad had given up his practice to accompany Gukesh to all international tours. With the 12 crore prize money this time alone, Gukesh has reiterated it was financially worth the sacrifice his father made.
So it's a very
prosperous career and
Many say Gukesh's victory will give a big boost for the chess culture in Tamil Nadu. Already you have hundreds of chess clubs across Chennai and Tamil Nadu. Chess is also a part of the school programs across the state, and this, many say, has paid off very well. In Chennai, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Well, as I mentioned, we have a stellar panel lined up. But first, let's just go quickly across to my colleague Sam Daniel. Sam, Gukesh is the most sought after person right now. I mean, what are his plans? Have you gotten to speak to him?
We are trying, but we couldn't get one-on-one so far, Veerarago, but we'll have it soon. But that's right, Gukesh is the most sought-after person, the man of the moment now. And tomorrow evening, the Tamil Nadu government will host a mega felicitation for him, in which Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and his deputy Udayanidhi Stalin, who also holds the sports portfolio, would honor him with a 5 crore check given by the state government. We also understand Gukesh could soon fly to meet the Prime Minister in Delhi. The dates at the moment not clear, but that's again another plan. Almost everybody wants to take pictures with him and wants to stake claim in some sense to establish a kind of a connect. It could be on the basis of language. For instance, Andhra Pradesh also stakes claim to his fame, saying he is a Telugu boy settled in Chennai. That's the kind of affinity and association people try to draw with him. And tomorrow there will be more clarity exactly what's going to be his plan, and also on his other career-wise, what will be his next big tournament to attend. Veerarago.
Gukesh is certainly the pawn in the celebrity chessboard at the moment. Everyone wants a photo with him. Thanks very much, Sam Daniel. You keep a close track of Gukesh. But so the special focus this evening, this is not a new question, but it's one that's always worth asking. What is it that makes Namma Chennai the world's chess capital? And joining me this evening, a stellar panel of renowned chess coach Ramachandran Ramesh, a Dronacharya awardee, and a top name in the Chennai chess circuit like V. Kameshwaran, India's senior most FIDE instructor, both of them from Chennai. The non-Chennaiite on the panel, chess Olympiad champion Vantika Agarwal from New Delhi. My first question to the non-Chennaiite in the panel, Vantika, what is it that makes Chennaiites have the edge on the chessboard?
Well, I think first it's Vishy Anand sir, 5 times world champion. If you have, such a big player from your state like Chennai, then everyone is motivated to, young kids are motivated to take up chess and start practicing. They even have the courage to leave their school and just focus completely on chess and take up it as a career.
So you're giving all the credit to the Vishy Anand influence. Mr. Kameshwaran, you've seen chess in Chennai for many, many decades. What is it that makes that city the capital for chess? I mean, is there a trait about the city and its people, and in fact across the state as well, Tamil Nadu as well, that's pushing chess forward there?
Chennai, rather Tamil Nadu chess has got a long history, chess history. And, one of the earliest state chess association established in India is Madras State. At that time it was called Madras State. Now it is Tamil Nadu. So it was established as early, even before independence, somewhere in 1947, July like that. At that time it was named as Madras Chess Club. Then after that it became Madras Chess Association. After that it has become Madras State Chess Association. Further after that it became Tamil Nadu Chess Association. At that time myself and India's first international master, Manu Laran, were the office bearers of the Tamil Madras State Associations. But when we got the name TNCA, there is also a small corollary between the cricket and the chess. Cricket also got Tamil Nadu Chess Association. Giving due respect to cricket, that TNCA has become Tamil Nadu State Association, TNSA. Still, this name is there, Tamil Nadu State Chess Association. It has got reimposed, and so many things have done. Long India's first international master, Manu Laran, was the root cause even decades before Anand, like that.
Ramesh, sir, you've also, you must have thought about this. Is there a particular advantage that somebody gets while being in Chennai? Because it's also part of the cultural ethos where it's considered this brainy hobby amongst the youngsters, the ones who are intelligent, the ones who are aspiring for an IIT seats, often spend their time playing chess. So there is something culturally also about it, isn't there?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of truth in everything the other panelists have mentioned. As Vantika mentioned, the influence of Anand can never be underplayed. And also, as Mr. Kameshwaran said, Tamil Nadu has a huge history. The official bodies which were established in chess in India happen to be have their origins in the state of Tamil Nadu. And so the Tamil Nadu Chess Association, the All India Chess Federation, they all had their origins in our state. Influence of Anand. Apart from this, I would also like to mention a few other important factors. During the Cold War era, we had a very close relationship with the then Soviet Union, and they established many chess clubs across India. And one of them was Tal Chess Club, which was based in Chennai. And that's where young Anand and many other players of our generation used to go and play on a regular basis. So the factor that many players could go and meet and learn chess, play with others, like-minded players, it was a huge boost for Tamil Nadu chess and Indian chess, I would say. And also the presence of numerous chess academies and clubs, whereby the children after school hours, they could go and learn the game. So I think there are all these factors, and also we have always had proactive state governments which have always been supporting the chess players. So combination of all these factors, I would say.
Interesting that you point out, you're tracing it back to the Cold War era, the academies that were set up. Tell me, when you see, somebody like Gukesh becoming the second world champion from the city, I'm sure is there a parallel in the rest of the world that you can think of for Chennai? I believe there is one place in Israel which has several chess players, and that too because several people from the Soviet Union settled down there.
Yeah, I think probably there is no other city like Chennai going the way things are going, because we are producing a lot of grandmasters, and that too very young grandmasters on a very regular basis. But having said that, possibly like some cities in the past Soviet Union could come close, maybe St. Petersburg or Moscow. Not because they produced talents by themselves, but the talented players went and settled there. Same can be said for maybe St. Louis in the US, where many of the top players, they migrate to the US and settle down in St. Louis. But as far as producing talents, organically, I would say Chennai probably ranks among the best cities in the world, probably.
And it shows in the results, right? Two chess champions, several grandmasters, several international masters. And I remember in every home in Chennai, there is some talk of chess. I mean, anyone, even if a non-chess player like me, growing up in Chennai, we were exposed to some moves on the chessboard. Vantika, when you look at a generic population and you talk about chess in a generic population, is that really, is there a difference in other cities? Do people understand chess or appreciate it much more, let's say, in this city vis-a-vis, let's say, even in the national capital like Delhi? I mean, how do you feel the difference when you traverse between the cities and talk about chess?
I think the difference can be felt very largely because I'm staying like Delhi here. Nobody, I mean, at least before chess Olympiad and World Championship, most of the people were not aware of chess. So if you are saying like you play chess, you are like international master, you won medal or something, international medals, they'd say, okay, but what are you pursuing as a career? Like, what are you doing in studies? I mean, this is, it was just treated as a hobby, especially in North India. And they just they never thought like chess can be pursued as a career. Even in my college, when I used to tell my teachers that I won this medal, I performed so well and all, they said okay. Like they couldn't understand the value of it. And we can see that in Tamil Nadu, like how much value it is given. Like state governments, whenever like the players perform very well, win medals, and get norms, titles, they are rewarded immediately. And even the infrastructure that is, present. I mean, in South India, like especially Chennai, the infrastructure, they have grandmasters, so many coaches, and like so many chess academies. Whereas in Delhi, I mean, I think there's no as such infrastructure for chess. And I just hope that at least now that after World Championship, Olympiad, double gold, that chess is more recognized and everyone starts knowing more about it.
Yeah, interesting that you say that. I wonder if there is a connection, Mr. Kameshwaran, between curd rice and chess. Does curd rice boost your performance in chess? Something so typical to Chennai?
Yes. See, in the Chennai parents, particularly mothers will carry tiffin carrier like that during the tournament. And when they find some intermission between the rounds and free time, they will feed their kids the sambar, rice, medu vada, sometimes puri also. The Said Sadam is a favorite dish in Tamil Nadu household. And we got so many things to say.
So from the chessboard, I'm thinking of a tiffin board.
Yeah. See, we must tell about Tamil Nadu Madras. Here we got so many first. First Grandmaster, Vishwanathan Anand, first International Master, Manuel Aaron, first Woman Grandmaster, Vijay Lakshmi, first World Under-18 Girl Champion, Aarti Ramasamy, like that. Now Aarti Ramesh, the Ramesh sitting here, my good old chess company. And the rare things, so many couples also chess playing, like Ramesh and Aarti Ramasamy, Gugesh, Coach Vishnu Prasanna.
Yeah, there are several names.
This is a family of.
That's right, Ramesh. When it's a family of players. It's an entire population of chess players, sir. May I say, in Chennai, Ramesh. Finally, when you just run us through how you would rate Gukesh. You've seen chess over the years. Vishy Anand is the legend of Chennai. He will forever be the biggest icon of chess. But in terms of Gukesh, the youngest world chess champion, just if you can encapsulate the emotion that runs through the Chennai chess clubs right now, seeing Gukesh get that title.
Yeah. So in my chess academy, Chess Gurukul, we had a few players from the Nordic countries, Sweden, Norway, and so on. They are here for a week for a training camp, and they were all very excited. And I also take many classes regularly in Romania. And Gukesh not only has a huge fan following in India, in Chennai, but also world over. And for many players across the world, they wanted Gukesh to win. He is bringing young dynamism, having been the youngest to become a world champion. It's a great credit to Chennai, Tamil Nadu, to India. And also it shows the human potential, what hard work, determination can achieve, and at such young age. So he's a very good role model. He has very good ethical values, a strong character, tremendous self-confidence, very good hard-working capabilities, and also his parents are a huge role model for the others. They always, and I've seen in some interviews, like Gukesh says, like his mother is happy that he is a great chess player, but he'll be very happy to be known as a parent of a well-behaved child who has very good character. So he is a very good role model for youngsters world over. I wish he will break many more records and bring a good name for our country and also to chess itself.
And we will also be in the quest for the third world champion as well from Chennai. But thanks so much to all three of you for sharing your thoughts on such a momentous moment for Indian chess and also for Chennai's chess history. But from all that celebration in the world of chess and Chennai, now to the victim in Hyderabad. The young 9-year-old boy who's on ventilator battling for life after losing his mother at the stampede at the Sandhya Theatre on the 5th of December. 9-year-old Sritej is a sad reminder of the desperate need I underline, to dissuade and discourage a fan frenzy around personalities, whether it's a star or a politician. Allu Arjun himself posted on social media that he is deeply concerned about Sritej but could not go to the hospital due to the case on him. But could stars do much more to avert such a frenzy in general and try and encourage and educate fans? Uma Sudhir reports from outside the hospital where Sritej is being treated.
We are here at Kim's Hospital in Hyderabad where 9-year-old Sritej has been on a ventilator for the last 12 days. He was caught in a stampede in which his mother died. His family of 4, including father, mother and younger sister, had gone to watch the premiere of Pushpa 2, and actor Allu Arjun had also arrived there, and there was chaos, disorder, and that led to the stampede. Even as the 11th day rituals after the passing of Revati are underway today, the father, Bhaskar, is hoping against hope that his son will come back home alive. The younger sister is waiting for her mother and for her brother to return. She wants to go back to school with her brother. The focus in this entire issue has remained on actor Allu Arjun and on his arrest. The non-Congress political parties have blamed the police and the government administration for mismanagement, for not providing adequate crowd management facilities and deployment of policemen. And the film fraternity has tacitly or openly supported Allu Arjun and criticized the manner in which he has been arrested. The police are asking the question, isn't the star responsible? Isn't there accountability for a star? And they have slapped cases of culpable homicide not amounting to murder and also voluntarily causing grievous hurt. On the day of the incident itself, Allu Arjun had arrived at the theatre and he had spent almost 15 minutes before he entered inside, and there was huge crowds already, and the police are telling us that for the last 3 days, even in the ticketing, there was so much of crowding, and that Allu Arjun and his team did not have any permission from the police. The letter that Sandhya Cine Theatre Management had given to the police authorities, the ACP of the area has a stamp from the Hyderabad police. But that is only a stamp of acknowledgement of the application itself and not an express approval, permission, no objection certificate that is mandatory for any such event to take place where a star is coming and it can cause crowd disruption, public disruption and the peace being violated in that particular area. What the police are also pointing out is that in the videos that have been caught there, you can see that it is at the time that Allu Arjun is entering the theatre premises that his private security guard are in fact pushing the crowd behind so that the vehicle can enter, and it is at that time they say that the woman Revati and her son had fallen, the stampede had taken place, and they are also pointing out that the actor had emerged from the sunroof of the vehicle and waved to the crowds, and that had also added to the chaos and the disorder when already there was lathi charge going on in order to keep the crowd in check.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city Mumbai
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
कि सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Culture wars, battles over historical narratives have only intensified in India since 2014, and the latest flashpoint is the letters that Jawaharlal Nehru, former Prime Minister, wrote to several people, including Edwina Mountbatten, the wife of the last Viceroy of India, and other leaders, including Govind Vallabh Pant and also Jagjeevan Ram. Now, the BJP wants these letters that were earlier part of Nehru Memorial Museum and Library to be returned to the institution that has now become the Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya or PMML. Now, a member of the PMML, Rizwan Qadri, has said that these letters will help researchers understand what the country went through and that they are historically important. BJP has accused the Congress party of censorship, while the Congress party has said that these are personal correspondence and that they belong to the Gandhi family. Now, the legacy of Nehru has been a political hot button for a decade now. When it comes to the PMML itself, it's built on a space that was Nehru's office for several years and also had a museum and a memorial dedicated exclusively to him, which the BJP government under Narendra Modi has expanded to include memorials to all other prime ministers who have contributed to the country. In the case of these papers, Nehru papers, do they belong to the PMML? Is the family justified in the ownership and also copyright of these papers, whose central figure was Jawaharlal Nehru, who's not just the longest serving Prime Minister of India, but also the first of independent India? Now, is the matter being politicized, and is the BJP's demand also a political move to put the Gandhi family in a spot? That is what we ask tonight. We will be joined by a panel of experts. But first, let's listen in to what Rizwan Qadri, the member of PMML who has written this letter, told my colleague Maria Shakil.
डॉक्टर कादरी, क्योंकि ये पूरा पॉलिटिकल डोमेन में अब प्ले आउट हो रहा है, भाजपा ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, कांग्रेस ने भी इसका जवाब दिया। उनका कहना है कि भाजपा डाइवर्ट कर रही है रियल इश्यूज से। लेकिन जो भाजपा का आरोप है, उनका ये कहना है कि नेहरू जी ने एडवीना माउंटबैटन को ऐसा क्या लिखा था जिसके लिए सेंसरशिप करने की ज़रूरत पड़ी, इसीलिए गांधी परिवार ये चिट्ठी नहीं दे रहा है वापस लाइब्रेरी को।
हमारे बुजुर्ग साथी सदस्य माननीय राम बहादुर राय जी ने एजीएम में भी ये बात रखी थी और साथ में उन्होंने कहा था कि पास्ट में ये लेडी माउंटबेटन पेपर्स के लिए उन्होंने और वो जमाने के तत्कालीन एमपी मदन लाल खुराना जी ने पुलिस कंप्लेन भी किया था। एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं हुआ था, मगर कंप्लेन होने के बाद ये पूरा कलेक्शन वापस इस संस्था में रख दिया गया था। राम बहादुर राय जी ने साफ बताया था कि यहाँ से ही संस्था के प्रतिनिधि की ओर से वहां पर इंग्लैंड जाके ये ओरिजिनल कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस लाया गया था और बरसों तक इसी नेहरू मेमोरियल संस्था यानी कि प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय के अंदर ही ये सारा कलेक्शन रहता था। ठीक है, उसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं रखा गया था, संशोधकों को दिखाया नहीं जाता था, परमिशन लेना होता था। मगर इसके अंदर ऐसी तो क्या बात है कि उसको विड्रॉ करना पड़ा है? और मैं मानता हूँ जितना छुपाएंगे इतना लोगों का और उसके बारे में शक बढ़ता जाए।
जी, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि आपने एक चिट्ठी लिखी सितंबर के महीने में सोनिया गांधी जी को डायरेक्टली, अभी दिसंबर में राहुल गांधी को चिट्ठी लिखी है। अगर दोनों चिट्ठी में जवाब नहीं आता है तो फिर आगे क्या करेंगे?
हम और आगे भी चिट्ठी लिखते रहेंगे, अलग अलग माध्यम से हमारी बात, हमारा जो व्यू है वो रखेंगे, हम रिक्वेस्ट करते रहेंगे और जो लीगल एक्शन की बात है अलग अलग सम्मानीय सदस्यों द्वारा बताया गया उस दिशा में भी संस्थान की ओर से कार्यवाही जरूर से होगी और उसमें हमारा मकसद तो सिर्फ संशोधन करना है, हम उसी के ऊपर अड़े रहेंगे और हमारी रिक्वेस्ट हर हमेशा जारी रहेगी। अलग अलग माध्यम से भी हम कोशिश करेंगे, जैसे एडविना माउंटबेटन पेपर्स है, जिस डोनर ने इस संस्थान को दिए थे उनके पास भी इसका कॉपी होगा, तो हम इंग्लैंड जाके भी कोशिश करेंगे कि वहां हमको इसका कॉपी मिले,
और,
तो जिससे
और
पता
इसके
चलेगा
साथ साथ
कि
क्या
वास्तव में
लीगल
क्या
ऑप्शन भी आप लोग देख रहे हैं, एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं?
ये तो आप एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव साइड से पूछेंगे तो वो आपको ज्यादा जवाब देंगे।
All right, Dr. Rizwan Qadri, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV.
Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to Edwina Mountbatten, Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to and correspondence with Jai Narayan ji, all these have been censored. These have been taken by the Gandhi family, particularly UPA chief then, the UPA chairperson then, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi took these letters. Now, my question to Rahul Gandhi is, what was it between Nehru ji and Edwina Mountbatten that you needed to hide it, return it?
We all know that BJP wants to divert from the real issues. Real issues is the issues which concern people, and we all know that BJP and RSS and Godse Wad always have problem with Nehru and Gandhi.
प्रधानमंत्री लेटर एक्सचेंज हुआ है, निश्चित रूप से वो लेटर को वापस कर देना चाहिए, कि वो पब्लिक डोमेन की चीज है, वो पर्सनल तो है नहीं।
आप देश की सेवा में आते हैं, आपका पर्सनल कुछ नहीं रहता, आपका हर पत्राचार, आपकी हर बातचीत, हर मीटिंग, हर मुलाकात पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आती है, और वो जो चीजें हैं उस दौरान हुई, घटित हुई, वो सब कुछ नेहरू मेमोरियल में दे देना चाहिए, ताकि देश जाने पास्ट में क्या हुआ था।
Joining us now is senior journalist Neerja Chaudhary. We have Sanjay Jha, author and political analyst. We have Professor Sanjeev Tiwari, who is political analyst and principal of Maharaja Agrasen College. Thank you, all of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Professor Sanjeev Tiwari, to you first. So how justified is the PMML and the BJP in asking for the papers of Nehru to be returned to the PMML, given that there's been a lot of bitter politics that has played out around this institution in the last 10 years?
See, this is not the question of the politics. This is question of basically robbing the entire nation's history from the museum, which is very important for the historians and the political analyst. Every day you go to there, a number of historians they use to study the different papers which are collected in the Gandhi, in the erstwhile Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. I think that the way it has been taken by the former Congress president and present-day Congress Member of Parliament in 2008 from the Nehru Memorial Library, it's very astonishing. In 2008, from 1971 till 2008, these papers were lying with the Nehru Memorial Library, and it was under the possession, and anybody could see it on the special request to the director of the library museum. But these papers were suddenly taken by the Sonia Gandhi ji in the 51 cartoons which were lying there. And this is basically taking away the entire history of the country away from the historians and the coming generations. These years were very critical when Jawaharlal Nehru ji was there, and he wrote a number of letters in the formative years of the Congress. And the correspondence which was happened, it was not only with the Edwina Mountbatten, but it was with the Jayaprakash Narayan, Padmaja Naidu, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, Aruna Asaf Ali, Babu Jagjeevan Ram, who was one of the most important scheduled caste leader at that point of time. Govind Ballabh Pant, who was the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh at that point of time. These letters were very precious for the historians and for analyzing those critical spheres of the country.
Right.
I think that taking away these letters, it basically trying to force Jawaharlal Nehru. He belongs to the entire country. Right. He was the first prime minister of the country. He was not only the grandfather or great-grandfather of Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi. And that is what they need to understand. They need to return it back to the present-day Pradhan Mantri Memorial Library and Museum. And this is what the need of the hour. This is not making the politics out of this.
Sanjay Jha, it's an interesting thing. I feel the timing of this controversy is also very interesting because the constitution debate is going on in the parliament. And in the last few days, we've also come to know of certain episodes in history. What did Jawaharlal Nehru feel about Ambedkar's, Ambedkar being part of the cabinet, the letter that he wrote with regard to reservation? Is the Gandhi family actually concerned with some of these details coming out? Because, once facts are out in the public, they're also free for people to use, and also, political rivals may also jump on this. Is that a concern, which is why, many of these private papers are still with the family?
Well, thank you very much. My answer to your question is that the BJP, and especially Prime Minister Mr. Modi, has a very serious inferiority complex when it comes to Pandit Nehru. Pandit Nehru was a statesman, India's first Prime Minister, and so far the longest serving Prime Minister. I don't think the BJP in his wildest imagination can produce any leader who can match him even by an iota. Now, I was a little amused by the political analyst or the professor, the gentleman who spoke before me, talking about the importance of history and Pandit Nehru. Well, he should know that the Prime Minister of India currently, Mr. Modi, doesn't waste a single opportunity to malign Pandit Nehru. He, in fact, did that in the Constitution debate in Parliament. What does it manifest? It basically tells you that Nehru's success in creating a modern India that grew in every sense of the word after a very brutal partition is, the BJP has to learn to live under that shadow. They can do what they like. Mr. Modi cannot come up with a speech that matches the tryst with destiny speech. Now, here is the truth. The truth is that the BJP is trying to obliterate history. We have seen that. They come up with manufactured conspiracy theories about Sardar Patel and, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose having differences with Pandit Nehru. These are all ridiculous allegations. And the reason why they are feeling so paranoid in particular, and which times with the constitution debate, because the BJP and its ideological mentors, the Jan Sangh or the RSS or the Hindu Mahasabha, had no role in the freedom struggle and therefore had nothing to do with the framing of the constitution. My last point, why at the moment would they be keen to get the letters? It's simple. I think the Congress's response is absolutely pertinent. You are trying to basically malign a leader who is respected all over the world, and Mr. Modi doesn't match up to those credentials, and that's a reality they have to accept.
Okay.
Point number 2, history has recognized Pandit Nehru's greatness no matter what the BJP does. Point number 3, there are certain personal correspondence which I think the family or the Congress party has every right to. May I therefore pose a question that maybe it will help the BJP to kindly disclose all those phone calls and correspondence that happened when the Snoop Gate incident happened in Gujarat. We should call a spade and a shovel a shovel.
Let me get in Neerja Chaudhary here. Neerja ma'am, PMML or erstwhile NMML has been in some way central to the BJP's political war against the Nehru-Gandhi family. But when it comes to the complex itself, the government has also said that it has not really diluted Nehru, it has only made it Nehru plus by bringing in tributes to all prime ministers. The Congress, of course, feels that the BJP has been diluting Nehru's legacy, vilifying him. In that background, how do you see the present controversy surrounding his papers?
Look, from what I have gathered, I'd like to know this, were these papers given in 1971 at the behest of Indira Gandhi for safekeeping, that's the word being used?
Yes.
Or was it a gift? If it was for safekeeping, these are papers that belong to the family, and Sonia Gandhi, for whatever reasons, in 2008, took them back, these 51 cartons. Now, it is, while it is true, they are of immense historical value. And while it's true, they would be extremely valuable for researchers, those who are, historians. This will be a wealth of material, given the letters that are being talked about to Einstein, to Padmaja Naidu, Edwina Mountbatten, Jayaprakash Narayan, Pant. We would like to know. Historians and people who are not historians would like to know what Jawaharlal Nehru had to say to them. But it is finally has to be the decision of the family. if these are private papers in the custody of Sonia Gandhi. And so they, of course, historians have written to her, have made an appeal to Rahul Gandhi, to have the chance to digitize them, but ultimate decision is there. What makes it a difficult decision is that Nehru has become, a political football. And the ruling party, which is now asking for these papers to be returned, has, on the whole, it has not been an evaluation of Nehru, we can have praise, which can have criticism, which can have even more than criticism, which is part of a researcher's right. And in a free democratic country, this should be a right. But it has been seen as a project to do down Nehru, to malign Nehru. So there is not there's not an impartial, neutral approach to it. And that is what compounds this problem, which otherwise might have got resolved.
Okay. That's a very important point. Professor Tiwari, would you like to respond to that? Because this huge section of papers, this huge, bundle of papers would also mean giving more fodder to politics, giving more fodder for the vilification project of Nehru is what some people, a lot of people believe in. The Congress also has said this. Even in the constitution debate, we did see Priyanka Gandhi point out to the fact that BJP goes after Jawaharlal Nehru and that all responsibility cannot be his. Would you also see this move in that light?
Vasudha, I would like to respond to Mr. Sanjay Jha, who was very critical to Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji. And it is not fit for him when we are discussing on some part and some papers, which is the part of the history of the country, that he is bringing Prime Minister Narendra Modi in between. And he is trying to compare the BJP and what the Congress is doing to the country. I'm not talking about these papers. You go, you will respond. Don't worry about that. When you were basically telling your minds, I was not came out with my fingers. The issue is that these papers were lying with the Nehru Memorial and Library for longer period of time, from 1971 till 2008. And after that, what suddenly happened? That this possession, which was there with the Nehru Memorial Library and Museum, it was robbed and taken away, stolen by the Prime Minister, by at that time, the UPA chairperson Sonia Gandhi. This is one issue. The second issue, if you want to hide some parts of the history and the personal communication of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru with that of the Einstein, with that of the Jayaprakash Narayan, Padmaja Naidu, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, then this is another point. But the book which was written by the daughter of the Mountbatten, Lord Mountbatten, she was Pamela Hicks. You cannot hide that books. And that book is The Daughter of Empire, Life of Mountbatten. Go and see those papers, in which she talked about the relationship between Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and her mother, because they shared a very profound relationship at that point of time. This is in the public domain. You cannot hide it for the longer period. And moreover, the farewell speech of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, which was given when the Mountbatten and Lady Mountbatten, they were going away from India. You go and see and read those papers. They are in the public domain. There is nothing to hide as far as Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's life is concerned in the country. Although his contributions are great, but at the same time,
okay, Sanjay Jha, your response to that, sir. Also, my question to you, sir, for what he's projected as a leader who believed in democracy completely, somebody who even told cartoonist Shankar to not really spare him of criticism. Even probably Jawaharlal Nehru would have liked his papers to be made public, isn't it? At least in that, the way we see him.
Pandit Nehru was a Democrat. And I don't think anybody in the BJP understands what's the meaning of democracy. But I think by mistake, a Freudian error, the gentleman who spoke before me revealed to you the sinister, malicious program of the BJP. And I'll tell you what it is. He actually has come fully researched and prepared to say that it's all about Edwina Mountbatten and Pandit Nehru. Yesterday, on another TV channel's event, Mr. Amit Shah made a very snide remark against Mr. Rahul Gandhi. And I can see that the BJP is now stooping to its ultimate lowest abysmal level to make personal comments because they know that there is no way that they can take away the political legacy of Pandit Nehru. So even if you heard the BJP spokesperson who was introduced in the program, they don't talk about Pandit Nehru's correspondence with other political stalwarts. They start with Edwina Mountbatten, and this gentleman, whoever he is, has talked about Edwina Mountbatten in detail and says eventually it will be exposed. So you can see this is a filthy, dirty, vulgar, and cheap attempt to not just politicize, but to humiliate a man whom no BJP leader can match even in an iota. So I can understand the
Respond to that,
frustration
Mr. Jha.
of this
I'll come to you
gentleman
next.
and the political party.
Yes, let him respond to that. Sir, is it the BJP also trying to stoop down to, the level of discussing personal lives of politicians here?
Yeah. Vasudha, this is what they are thinking, that every particular demand, even for the research and for the sake of the history, it's being perceived that the Narendra Modi ji, it's basically Modi phobia, which is what happening with every Congress person. And this is what I have seen so many times, Mr. Sanjay Jha, when he was debating. Always he was afraid of Modi phobia. Why they are doing it like this? They should come out clearly that these papers belongs to the nation. This is not the property of any particular family, because Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, he belongs to the entire nation. And that is why I told that this is very much written in the book by the daughter of Lord Mountbatten and Lady Mountbatten. This is what I quoted him. This is
right.
his
Meeta
bankruptcy that
Chaudhary,
is not coming
ma'am,
with
my
a preparation
question to you.
when he is coming to the debate.
Yes, the implications of the larger politics of it. One might say that the PMML debate isn't going to impact the common voter, but this narrative that the BJP has also pushed through, Namdar versus Kamdar, or the narrative that it's just one family that's central to the Congress party, that has to be protected. Doesn't this latest controversy around Nehru papers also feed into that controversy? And in some ways, it is damaging for the Congress party to actually, when this narrative takes, it scales up and people start thinking, even Congress workers and leaders themselves start thinking that it's just the family that the party is centered around.
Are you asking me?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
Sanjay?
Neerja Chaudhary? Yeah.
Yeah, look, as I said earlier, it's become very complex, very bitter. Certainly, we've seen even in the last 2 days in the debate on the Constitution, the attack was centered on the Nehru Gandhi family of the BJP, and of course, the Nehru Gandhi family ruled the country for many years, but it was very, very focused. And I think even the Nehru project. I can't remember from the BJP side any impartial evaluation of Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India. I can't remember it. So it is a political battle in which doing down Nehru is part of course, this is the BJP people may believe that the Nehru did harm to the country, his rule did harm to the country. And that's a point of view that we must also hear about. But I think it makes a solution of an issue like that, whether the Nehru Gandhi family members release the papers of Nehru, which are in their custody, it makes it a little more difficult. And I would say they will think, why should I say, "Aap bail mujhe maar"?
Right. Right, that's true. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Well, it's an interesting controversy there. The Prime Minister's Museum and Library has requested Congress MP Rahul Gandhi to return personal letters written by India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, which were given to Sonia Gandhi during the UPA's regime in 2008. The request to Rahul Gandhi comes after a similar request was made to Sonia Gandhi earlier this year. It is a battle for legacy. BJP sees this as a battle that's against censorship. It sees this as a battle for democracy. We'll have to wait and see as to how this plays out. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
the energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something.
It's BJP versus Congress over Nehru's letter to Edwina. BJP says, why are Sonia and Rahul hiding these letters? Congress calls it BJP's diversionary tactics. Prime Minister Museum's member says we'll keep writing to the Gandhi family. Is the Congress party now isolated on the EVM issue? Omar Abdullah, Akhilesh Yadav and TMC call out the Congress. BJP cashes in on India bloc's EVM face-off. One nation, one poll bill likely to be tabled in the Lok Sabha tomorrow. The BJP issues a 3-line whip to its MPs. The constitution debate takes place in the Rajya Sabha. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman leads the Treasury bench's charge. She slams the Congress over constitution. Leader of opposition Mr. Kharge says that constitution is in danger. Sri Lankan president in India says won't let our land be used to target India. Prime Minister Modi and President Dissanayake signed 4 pacts. It's a hero's welcome to D. Gukesh, youngest world chess champion, returns home. Our top story this hour, the Prime Minister's Museum and Library has formally requested the return of personal letters written by India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, which were allegedly taken by Congress leader Sonia Gandhi in 2008 during the UPA regime. In a letter written on December 10th, PML member Rizwan Qadri has written to Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, urging him to retrieve the original letters from Sonia Gandhi or to provide photocopies or digital copies of the letter. The letters were reportedly packed into 51 boxes and sent to Sonia in 2008. This follows a similar request made to Sonia Gandhi in September. BJP MP Sambit Patra slammed the Congress after the Prime Minister's Museum and Library asked the Congress to return documents. The Congress has now said that this is a diversionary tactic.
Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to Edwina Mountbatten, Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to and correspondence with Jai Narayan ji, all these have been censored. These have been taken by the Gandhi family, particularly UPA chief then, the UPA chairperson then, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi took these letters. Now my question to Rahul Gandhi is, what was it between Nehru ji and Edwina Mountbatten that you needed to hide it? Return it.
We all know that BJP wants to divert from the real issues. Real issues is the issues which concern people, and we all know that BJP and RSS and Godse-wad always have problem with Nehru and Gandhi.
प्रधानमंत्री लेटर एक्सचेंज हुआ है, निश्चित रूप से वो लेटर को वापस कर देना चाहिए, कि वो पब्लिक डोमेन की चीज है, वो पर्सनल तो है नहीं।
आप देश की सेवा में आते हैं, आपका पर्सनल कुछ नहीं रहता, आपका हर पत्राचार, आपकी हर बातचीत, हर मीटिंग, हर मुलाकात पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आती है, और वो जो चीजें हैं उस दौरान हुई है, घटित हुई है, वो सब कुछ नेहरू मेमोरियल में दे देना चाहिए, ताकि देश जाने पास्ट में क्या हुआ था।
Earlier, I spoke to a historian and member of Prime Minister's Museum, Rizwan Qadri. Listen in to what he had to say. डॉक्टर कादरी, क्योंकि ये पूरा पॉलिटिकल डोमेन में अब प्ले आउट हो रहा है, भाजपा ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, कांग्रेस ने भी इसका जवाब दिया। उनका कहना है कि भाजपा डाइवर्ट कर रही है रियल इश्यूज से। लेकिन जो भाजपा का आरोप है, उनका ये कहना है कि नेहरू जी ने एडवीना माउंटबैटन को ऐसा क्या लिखा था जिसके लिए सेंसरशिप करने की ज़रूरत पड़ी, इसीलिए गांधी परिवार ये चिट्ठी नहीं दे रहा है वापस लाइब्रेरी को।
हमारे बुजुर्ग साथी सदस्य माननीय राम बहादुर राय जी ने एजीएम में भी ये बात रखी थी, और साथ में उन्होंने कहा था कि पास्ट में ये लेडी माउंटबेटन पेपर्स के लिए उन्होंने और वो जमाने के तत्कालीन एमपी मदन लाल खुराना जी ने पुलिस कंप्लेन भी किया था। एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं हुआ था, मगर कंप्लेन होने के बाद ये पूरा कलेक्शन वापस इस संस्था में रख दिया गया था। राम बहादुर राय जी ने साफ बताया था कि यहाँ से ही संस्था के प्रतिनिधि की ओर से वहां पर इंग्लैंड जाके ये ओरिजिनल कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस लाया गया था, और बरसों तक इसी नेहरू मेमोरियल संस्था यानी कि प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय के अंदर ही ये सारा कलेक्शन रहता था। ठीक है, उसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं रखा गया था, संशोधकों को दिखाया नहीं जाता था, परमिशन लेना होता था, मगर इसके अंदर ऐसी तो क्या बात है कि उसको विड्रॉ करना पड़ा है। और मैं मानता हूँ जितना छुपाएंगे इतना लोगों का और उसके बारे में शक बढ़ता जाए।
जी, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि आपने एक चिट्ठी लिखी सितंबर के महीने में सोनिया गांधी जी को डायरेक्टली, अभी दिसंबर में राहुल गांधी को चिट्ठी लिखी है। अगर दोनों चिट्ठी में जवाब नहीं आता है तो फिर आगे क्या करेंगे?
हम और आगे भी चिट्ठी लिखते रहेंगे, अलग अलग माध्यम से हमारी बात, हमारा जो व्यू है वो रखेंगे, हम रिक्वेस्ट करते रहेंगे, और जो लीगल एक्शन की बात है अलग अलग सम्मानीय सदस्यों द्वारा बताया गया उस दिशा में भी संस्थान की ओर से कार्यवाही जरूर से होगी, और उसमें हमारा मकसद तो सिर्फ संशोधन करना है। हम उसी के ऊपर अड़े रहेंगे और हमारी रिक्वेस्ट हर हमेशा जारी रहेगी। अलग अलग माध्यम से भी हम कोशिश करेंगे, जैसे एडवीना माउंटबेटन पेपर्स है, जिस डोनर ने इस संस्थान को दिए थे उनके पास भी इसका कॉपी होगा, तो हम इंग्लैंड जाके भी कोशिश करेंगे कि वहां हमको इसका कॉपी मिले,
और,
जिससे पता
इसके
चलेगा
साथ साथ क्या लीगल ऑप्शन भी आप लोग देख रहे हैं, एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं?
ये तो आप एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव साइड से पूछेंगे तो वो आपको ज्यादा जवाब देंगे।
All right, Dr. Rizwan Qadri, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Shifting focus to another story now, the EVM row continues now. It has taken a different form with Omar Abdullah and Akhilesh Yadav, both part of the India bloc, now saying that the Congress's charge doesn't really hold much waters. We also saw the Trinamool Congress come out against the Congress on this EVM charge. Let's listen in to what all the reactions which have come in today.
The Congress is getting isolated once again, this time not on the leadership of India Alliance, but on blaming the electoral voting machine after every electoral defeat from its own alliance partners.
The EVMs can't only be a problem when you lose the election.
The Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav was quick to join in.
आप बात को ईवीएम तक मत पहुंचाइए, आपको बूथ स्तर पर भी काम करना पड़ेगा, वो उन्होंने सुझाव दिया है, मैं उनके सुझाव से सहमत हूं।
The Samajwadi Party is the second largest ally in the India bloc with 37 members of parliament, following the Trinamool Congress with 29. After championing a leadership change with Mamta replacing Karge as the coordination committee head, her nephew Abhishek Banerjee cornered the Congress's EVM pitch.
कि जो लोग ईवीएम पे सवाल उठा रहे हैं, अगर उनके पास कुछ है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को जाके वो डेमो दिखानी चाहिए कि भाई हमारे पास ये वीडियो है।
The Congress too has debated it internally. At its recent CWC meeting, it has now shifted its attack from EVMs to the entire electoral process. The party wants a free and fair election process, even calling for a national movement against the Election Commission. But with the dismal performance in the recent state election, it now realizes it will be vulnerable to attacks both from within and its alliance partners for failing to show the lead and raising issues of little importance. With Aishwarya Jain, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
And initiating the discussion on the glorious journey of 75 years of the Constitution of India in the Rajya Sabha, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the Congress party carried out major amendments to the Constitution brazenly and it helped the family and the dynasty, unquote. Rajya Sabha Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge hit back at the BJP, saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has actually been the one responsible for compromising the Constitution.
Periodically, Congress questions, hey, BJP, RSS, Jansan, what was your role during the freedom movement? We all know it and we've said it, but I want to ask the Congress, what is your role in the Arctic, India's economic freedom? What is India's economic growth? What is your effort in building economic strength of India? Why in 1980 onwards, the Congress party itself wants to dump license quota Raj, 91 they want to reform, and then take the claim for it saying we are the ones we reformed. You didn't have to reform if it was so good. It was damaging the Indian economy, and socialism was therefore brought into the Constitution's preamble through the 42nd Act, only to Amendment Act, only to prove that they are doing right thing.
ये जुमले वाले लोग देश को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं और असत्य बातें बोलकर लोगों को धोखा दे रहे हैं। ये गोबेल्स से भी ज्यादा, गोबेल्स जो झूठ उन्होंने असत्य बातें करते थे उससे भी 100 गुना ये लोग करते हैं। सर, पीएम या तो अतीत में रहते हैं या कल्पना लोक में। ऐसा लगता है कि वर्तमान उनकी डिक्शनरी में नहीं है। बेहतर होता कि तो वो बता देते कि 11 साल में ऐसा कौन सा काम किया है जिससे हमारा लोकतंत्र और संविधान मजबूत हुआ।
Congress MP from Wayanad, that is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, slammed the Modi government over Vijay Diwas. She said that days of pride should not be politicized. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said that she wanted to pay tributes to Vijay Diwas veterans and martyrs in 0 hour in the Lok Sabha but wasn't allowed to speak. Listen in to what she had to say.
मुझे एक मैसेज आया कि हम विजय दिवस के विषय पे आप बात नहीं कर सकते, उस पर सरकार बात करेगी। तब तक सरकार को याद नहीं था शायद। फिर शायद उन्होंने निशिकांत दुबे जी को मौका दिया तो उन्होंने कुछ कहा। उसके बाद मैंने बोला आज भी बांग्लादेश में आज अत्याचार हो रहा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, ईसाइयों के खिलाफ, अल्पसंख्यकों के खिलाफ। मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाह रही थी कि हमारी सरकार आवाज़ उठाए, बांग्लादेश की सरकार से बात करे और उनको सुरक्षित रखने का काम करे।
मार भगाया है दुश्मन को सरेआम मैदानों से, भरा बड़ा इतिहास हमारा वीरों के बलिदानों से।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi held the first bilateral meeting with newly elected Sri Lankan President Delhi-NCR at Hyderabad House in Delhi. India and Sri Lanka signed 4 key agreements. Most importantly, Delhi-NCR gave India a key security assurance that Sri Lankan territory will not be used for any activity that is detrimental to India.
In his first foreign visit, the newly elected Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake assured India that its territory won't be used for terrorism.
कि फिजिकल, डिजिटल और एनर्जी कनेक्टिविटी हमारी भागीदारी के अहम स्तंभ होंगे। दोनों देशों के बीच इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ग्रिड कनेक्टिविटी और मल्टी प्रोडक्ट पेट्रोलियम पाइपलाइन स्थापित करने पर काम किया जाएगा।
This came at a time when China is looking to expand its influence in Indian Ocean region. Chinese missile tracking ships and warships have been docking at different ports in Sri Lanka. During the bilateral meeting, Prime Minister spoke about civilizational connect between India and Sri Lanka and shared how India is going to invest in public-centric projects.
I have always also given an assurance to the Prime Minister of India that we will not allow our land to be used in any way in a manner that is detrimental to the interest of India.
The Prime Minister also reminded the Sri Lankan President about the critical issue of Tamil minorities in the country and asked him for full implementation of the Constitution.
हमने श्रीलंका में रिकंस्ट्रक्शन और रिकंसिलिएशन पर भी बात की। राष्ट्रपति दिशानायक ने अपने समावेशी दृष्टिकोण के बारे में मुझे बताया। हम आशा करते हैं कि श्रीलंका सरकार तमिलों की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करेगी और श्रीलंका के संविधान के पूर्ण इम्प्लीमेंटेशन और प्रोविंशियल काउंसिल इलेक्शन कराने की अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को पूरा करेगी।
Prime Minister's statement on Tamil minorities assumes significance as India has been raising issues on the state of minorities in Bangladesh. With the new government in office, India is looking for a long-term investment and people-centric diplomacy in Sri Lanka. With Mohammad Ghazali, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Thank you for your presence, ladies and gentlemen.
And in the India-Sri Lanka joint statement, President Anura Kumara Dissanyake's assurance that Sri Lanka will not permit its territory to be used against India's security or regional stability is significant. This addresses India's concerns over Chinese military and surveillance activities. The statement signals Sri Lanka's intent to balance its relations with both China and India, ensuring its actions do not destabilize the region. This commitment to neutrality and regional security is crucial in the context of ongoing geopolitical dynamics in the Indian Ocean region. Vishnu Shom is joining me live. Vishnu, how are you looking at this agreement?
I think it's a very important agreement because one of the key parts, and you referred to that, was a clear-cut statement. And in fact, the Sri Lankan president, when addressing the media today as part of the joint statement, reiterated that when he said that no part of Sri Lankan territory would be used by forces which are inimical to India's security interests and that the regional balance in the area would be protected. The word China wasn't used, but that's clearly what New Delhi has our concerns on. Why? This is actually a Chinese tracking ship. It tracks missile tests, it tracks satellites and a lot more. And we'd actually sort of kept an eye on this ship as it berthed in Hambantota port, which is now on a lease to China for more than 90 years. It was a Sri Lankan port. The Sri Lankans weren't able to pay for it. It then took, the ownership of that went to the Chinese, and now they've been berthing their military vessels over there. They've also been berthing military vessels in Colombo. Now, obviously, New Delhi has huge concerns because the Chinese have a very active presence in the Indian Ocean region, which is why this assurance from Colombo, from the President of Sri Lanka, is very significant for New Delhi.
All right. Thank you so much, Vishnu. And a day after the much-awaited cabinet expansion in Nagpur, Maharashtra's assembly session got off to a rocky start with protests over EVMs, among other things. Here's a report.
Ruckus, disappointment, protest and ambitious projects, all of this and much more was on show in Nagpur as the first day of Maharashtra Assembly's winter session came to an end. Shiv Sena's Uday Samant tabled supplementary demands worth 33,788 crores in multiple sectors. The opposition, with its limited presence, tried to push for various issues in the House, including the riots in Parbhani and an NCP leader's involvement in the murder of a former sarpanch.
पण एखादी घटना 4 तासाच्या पलीकडे अगर चालत राहिली तर ती सरकार प्रायोजित राहते आणि परभणीची घटना त्याच पद्धतीची सरकार प्रायोजित होती हे आपल्याला या ठिकाणी निदर्शनास येते आणि सरकारने उत्तर द्यावं आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जसं भीमा कोरेगावमध्ये घटना झाली तशीच काल परभणीमध्ये घटना करण्याचं पाप या सरकारने केलेलं आहे त्याच्यातून सिद्ध होईल.
The issue of EVMs earned center stage after the opposition staged a protest before the beginning of the session. While NCP focused on the bid issue, Congress and Shiv Sena focused on the EVMs.
जब भी कांग्रेस पार्टी हारती है तो आत्मचिंतन करने की जगह किसी और चीज पर ठिकरा फोड़ती है. जब तक वो आत्मचिंतन नहीं करेंगे तब तक वो ऐसे ही हारते रहेंगे.
Former Deputy CM Chhagan Bhujbal made his case public and hinted at not being rewarded for battling out against Manoj Jarangi Patil single-handedly. Opposition leaders cited caste politics behind the omission of Bhujbal.
अभी तो वो तो जो है जो पार्टी के हमारे जो नेता है उनका निर्णय होता है तो उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे.
छगन भुजबळ यांच्यासारख्या नेत्याला वगळण्यामागे जातीय राजकारण आहे. पण भुजबळ यांच्यासारख्या ज्येष्ठ नेत्यांनी ज्या पद्धतीनं सन्माननीय शरद पवार साहेबांची साथ सोडली ते सगळ्यांना क्लेशदायक होतं. ज्याला त्याला आपल्या कर्माची फळं राजकारणामध्ये मिळत असतात आणि ती आम्ही भविष्यात ती पाहत राहू. फक्त महाराष्ट्राचं नुकसान होताना दिसत आहे.
The proceedings in the Mahayuti 2.0 government might have started already, but the portfolio distribution is yet to take place. Mahayuti leaders believe that it's not a major point of concern.
Bid, Parbhani, EVMs and government's financial support or investment in multiple sectors gained center stage on day one of Maharashtra's winter assembly session in Nagpur. With 5 more days to go for the session to end, the debates on all of these topics, especially on the issues of incidents in Bid and Parbhani, are expected to become more fierce. With camera person Gaurav Naik, this is Anuj Raith reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
The youngest world champion in chess history, Gukesh, landed in Chennai and he received a hero's welcome. Here's a report.
A hero's reception in Chennai as the world's youngest chess champion, 18-year-old Gukesh, returned home to Chennai, the chess capital. Amongst the first to line up to greet him were school children from his alma mater, Velamal School.
We should get inspired from him and learn and become the pride of India.
It feels amazing because he's like my idol. I have always seen him in the news and all. So it's like a very big moment for me.
Gukesh is the second world chess champion after the iconic 5-time chess champion Vishwanathan Anand.
We generally have a positive attitude towards chess in the sense that culturally parents want their kids to play chess. We take the sport seriously. I think if you look historically as well, Tamil Nadu has been the dominant state in chess. And I think this trend will continue.
Gukesh's doctor dad had given up his practice to accompany Gukesh to all international tours. With the 12 crore prize money this time alone, Gukesh has reiterated it was financially worth the sacrifice his father made.
It's a very prosperous career and
many say Gukesh's victory will give a big boost for the chess culture in Tamil Nadu. Already you have hundreds of chess clubs across Chennai and Tamil Nadu. Chess is also a part of the school programs across the state, and this many say has paid off very well. In Chennai, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
And tabla maestro Zakir Hussain, renowned for his innovative fusion of Indian classical music and jazz, passed away at 73 years in San Francisco. Here's a glimpse of his life and music.
The world mourns the loss of Ustad Zakir Hussain, a virtuoso who transformed the art of tabla playing and brought Indian classical music to the global stage. Born on March 9, 1951 in Mumbai, Zakir Hussain was destined for musical greatness as the eldest son of legendary tabla maestro Ustad Allah Rakha. A child prodigy, he began touring by the age of 12, mesmerizing audiences with his innate rhythm. Hussain's collaborations transcended cultural boundaries. In 1975, he co-founded the fusion group Shakti with guitarist John McLaughlin, pioneering a new genre that blended Eastern and Western musical traditions. Shakti made India proud as it brought home the 2024 Grammy Award. Throughout his illustrious career, Zakir Hussain received numerous accolades, including India's prestigious Padma Shri in 1988, Padma Bhushan in 2002, and Padma Vibhushan in 2023, recognizing his unparalleled contribution to music. Beyond performance, he was a dedicated educator and cultural ambassador, inspiring a new generation of musicians and promoting Indian classical music worldwide. Ustad Zakir Hussain's rhythms may have fallen silent, but his legacy resonates in the hearts of music lovers around the world. His life was a symphony of dedication, innovation and passion. A true maestro whose influence will echo through the ages.
With that, it's a wrap from us on this edition of the news. I'll be back with you in just a few moments on The Last Word. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all
issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Hello everyone, and thanks to the viewers of NDTV and The Last Word for this rare honor. NDTV's The Last Word has won the best prime time show. This is your prime time news destination. So thank you viewers for this award. As far as the discussion today is concerned, it is on the Constitution and starting the debate to mark the Constitution's 75th anniversary in Rajya Sabha. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman launched an all-out attack on the Congress and accused it of repeatedly trying to undermine the Constitution through amendments. Targeting the country's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, Nirmala Sitharaman referred to the first constitutional amendment in 1951, and she said, and I'm quoting her, "It was essentially to curb the freedom of speech and expression. India prides itself even today on the freedom of expression, but the first interim government came up with a constitutional amendment to curb the freedom of speech of Indians." That is because the first Prime Minister of this country deplored press scrutiny of his government even as he publicly praised freedom of press, unquote. In response, Congress chief and leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, said that the BJP has never respected the Constitution or the national flag and stressed that there is a danger to the Constitution under this government. Referring to the situation in Bangladesh after Sheikh Hasina's ouster, he said, and I'm quoting Mr. Kharge, "Our brave leader Indira Gandhi divided Pakistan into two parts and liberated Bangladesh. The pride of this country spread across the world. The chaos that is going on there in Bangladesh, at least these, that is the BJP people, should open their eyes and try to save the minorities there," unquote. Let's first listen in to what the two leaders said in the Rajya Sabha, and then I bring in the guests.
An amendment bill was passed, the Press Objectionable Matter Act on 23rd October 1951. We know, therefore, the amendment, the intent, the four tests that I was talking about: social impact and intent, economic impact and intent, the constitutional spirit, and the process adopted for the amendment, all of which are questionable, but nevertheless that amendment was undertaken, and we heard how that amendment till today affects the freedom of speech of this country. Prior to the amendment and post the amendment, we've had recorded action taken by those government. That day, that particular government in curtailing the freedom of speech. So the act was just waiting to happen, because even before it they started it, and even after that they were continuing. What are the examples, sir? Majroor Sultanpuri and Balraj Sahani were both jailed in 1949 itself. Sir, Congress's record of curtailing freedom of speech didn't confine it with these two people. Nehru, a political biography which was written by Michael Edwards, in 1975 was banned. So this, and a bit later, 1988, Salman Rushdie's book, Satanic Verses, was also banned. So the spree of curtailing the freedom of expression, the spree of containing freedom of press has happened before 49, and during 49 and 50, 51 the act comes, and subsequently also it continues.
उन्होंने बहुत आपत्ति उठाई सोशलिज्म पे। मैं यहाँ से शुरू करूँगा कि ये जो है संविधान में जो प्रियम्बल में लिखा है और जिन लोगों ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में लिखा है और इसको सर्वसम्मति से जो पास हुआ है उस पर भी आपत्ति जता रहे हैं, तो आप ही सोचिए ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के फेवर में है क्या अगेंस्ट में है। जो लोग संविधान से नफरत करते हैं और ये लोग आज हमको पाठ पढ़ा रहे हैं, ये क्या है? अरे आपने तो साहब ये संविधान जब बना आपने जब ये संविधान बनी सर, उस वक्त संविधान को जलाने वाले लोग लालमय, ये जो रामलीला मैदान में बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का और महात्मा गांधी जी का पुतला वहां पर रख के इन्हों जलाए उस दिन, जिस दिन इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ, जलाए सो लोग। हमको संविधान कैसा बचाया और क्या किया? नेहरू जी को गालियां, इंदिरा जी को गालियां, और कहां तक गांधी पूरी फैमिली को गालियां। शर्म आना चाहिए।
KG Alphonse is a former union minister and former Rajya Sabha MP of the BJP. We have Malvinder Singh representing the Aam Aadmi Party, Salim Dharan spokesperson of the DMK, Aditi Fadnis is a senior journalist. I'm going to begin with you, KG Alphonse. This is a similar charge which keeps coming back to you, that you don't talk about present, you only talk about the past and more so the mistakes of the Congress. How about you telling us how you have made an attempt to protect the Constitution?
See, if you take every step, let's begin with the present. Tell me one constitutional amendment or any law which the Modi government has enacted, which has taken away the freedom of expression of people, the freedom of expression, the freedom to act in the past 10.5 years. I mean, there's not been one instance. Yes, we have amended the constitution when it was necessary. The parties before us did to protect their own interests, but we have amended the constitution to protect the interests of the country, of the citizens of this country. And therefore, let me hear from opposition, what is it that the BJP government has done which has taken away the freedom of people? Which amendment to the constitution? I think the Modi government has been very clear. We are here to deliver what the constitution has promised, what the freedom struggle has promised. We are not here to shout slogans. We are not a sloganeering party. We are a party which delivers. I think that is what ultimately matters. Are we really working in the spirit of the constitution, bring dignity to the people of India? Did they have food to eat? Did they have toilets? Did they have houses? Did they have drinking water? Did they have health care? According to me, these are the biggest constitutional guarantees, and this is exactly what the Modi government has delivered. I mean, in the parliament debate, you heard various slogans from Garibi Hattao to saving the farmers to you only had slogans. And after Modi government came to power, look at the kind of work that is being done. Fundamentally, the basic infrastructure to give dignity to the people of this country has been created. And we have enacted laws We have amended the constitution to ensure that every state gets its due, that what was possibly, which was absolutely unacceptable, illogical, and unreasonable, that is being taken away, like Article 370, which has been taken away. Because why should anybody have a special consideration? Very simple, because the logic behind 370 was that it was to provide a special status because the culture of Kashmir and the language of Kashmir has to be protected. I'm from Kerala and I was a member of parliament from Rajasthan. Why shouldn't the culture and the language of Rajasthan be protected? Why should Kashmir get a preference? I'm originally from Kerala. Why should the Malayalam language and the Malayalam culture not be protected, just as you wanted to protect the language and culture of Kashmir? What was so special about that? We have amended the constitution to make sure that everybody gets justice. And therefore, I would like to hear from, of course, the other MPs. What is it that Modi government has taken away? We have delivered so much. We provided dignity to the people of this country.
Malvinder Singh Kang, will you speak? I mean, the opposition, of course, was rather aggressive in its attack on the government. But when it comes to being the savior of the constitution, it's not really the opposition parties which have really much to show. Congress in particular, your alliance partner of the India bloc or a fellow ally or member of the India bloc, has much to explain about how the governments were, were dismissed unceremoniously in the past, the misuse of several articles which have happened.
Let's see. The basic principle of constitution is just socialist, secular and democratic. First, going on all the different. First off, we see a socialist society of our country, but today you can see the 30 lakh crore rupees write-off of the corporate sector, but farmers, the real backbone of this country, is on agitation. आज मैं जगजीत सिंह डल्लेवाल के पास जाके आया हूँ, वो 75 years old and he is on 21st day on hunger strike. How can we say this is a socialist society of? And secondly, secular. You can see Manipur, even Sambal, even I also mentioned last Friday discussion on 75 years of constitution. Two peoples who belong to Punjab and Haryana High Court, senior advocate, recommended by the Supreme Court Collegium for the judiciary, for judges. But the government of India did not mention because they are Sikhs. These are the example of discrimination different between the societies. And how can we say this is our secular country? And thirdly, democratic. And you mentioned, there are a lot of governments and states. They are even Delhi, Operation Lotus are going on. Even Goa, Maharashtra, lot of states you can see the elected government who are converted by BJP, the central government who head by the Prime Minister already converted to their government. They are elected. Kejriwal is the elected Chief Minister of Delhi, but the powers of elected government cut off and empowered to the lieutenant governor. This is the democratic structure. So all the things are against the constitution going on in this country in these days in the Prime Minister era, Modi Saab era.
Okay. Aditi Fadnis, coming to you now, and then I'll bring in Salim. Aditi, as someone who watches parliamentary debates and analyzes them, how do you look at the back and forth, or should the way it played out between Nirmala Sitharaman and Mr. Kharge?
I have to say, I have to confess to a sense of disappointment because, I mean, it's okay. There is a political subtext to the debate, but ultimately we are talking about the constitution and not about people who were overlooked by history or whose record was not kept properly, or those are not part of the constitution. Those are interpretations of events which happened in history. There is a lot to talk about in the constitution. I mean, full marks to BJP. It has not tried to use the governor to topple elected governments like the Congress did in the past. But the way elected governments have been undermined by splitting the party and engineering defections, that is there for everyone to see, and that is not constitutional. That is, I mean, that is undermining the constitution. I don't think too many people have referred to that so far in the debate that has gone on. Similarly, it's okay to run bulldozers. It's okay to raise property which is illegal supposedly, which has not been done, which has not been acquired through legal means. But there are other ways of doing that. So I don't know if you can arbitrarily run bulldozers and then subsequently post facto say that these properties were illegal. So, I mean, the question of the right to property and the right to equality before law and etc. all come into this. Similarly, in the ways that that the governors have been used to not necessarily create majorities or engineer defections, but just to make elected chief ministers uncomfortable. I think we are seeing a lot more of that than we have seen in the past.
Okay,
Governors
so you
are
may
no
not
longer
be
benign
you may not be
characters.
dismissing governments, but the governors are ensuring that the governments are uncomfortable. KJ Alphonse and a number of non-BJP ruled states have made that complaint. There are so many cases pending before the Supreme Court.
Absolutely.
KJ Alphonse, respond to that, and then I bring in
I didn't
Salim.
think, see, governor's post is not something which the BJP has created. As Madam Aditi said here, BJP government has not thrown out any elected government using the governor's office at all. Absolutely. Now, Congress has been in power for such a long time. I mean, they've been so much part of writing of the constitution along with a lot of other people. If they thought the governor's post was unnecessary, could be used unconstitutionally, they should have abolished the post of governor instead. If you look at the history of the Congress party and other parties also which ruled India other than the BJP, you see that the governor's office has been used so blatantly to bring down governments. BJP has not done that. Now, there is also a mandate on the governor to ensure.
BJP abolishing the position of governor.
Aditi, may I finish? There is also the mandate on the governor. There is also a mandate on the governor to ensure that the state governments run as per the Constitution of India. Now, what happened in West Bengal in many cases? I mean, they were just killing people, bashing up people, and there was absolutely nobody could open their mouth. So the governor went to the site and he said, this is not acceptable. Now, is the governor supposed to shut his door in the Raj Bhavan when people are being killed, when the mafia takes over? Obviously not. The governor has a constitutional responsibility. He went there, he inspected, and he spoke out. I think he was doing his constitutional job. I mean, there are other governors also who are doing the same thing. And therefore, I really think once the constitution has the post of the governor, he has certain responsibilities which he needs to discharge. Now, if I can just reply to Malvinder Singh, Malvinder, your government has been in Delhi, power in Delhi for the past, how many years? I don't even know, 10, 15 years. What have you done? You tell me, other than giving electricity and water free, have you made anything better? I was commissioner of the Delhi Development Authority from 92 to 97. I brought order to Delhi. I used the bulldozer to ensure that there was no encroachment on land. What has your government done, Malvinder? Anything to protect give the constitutional right of dignity to the people of Delhi? What have you done other than distributing larger seats? What have you done really? Is this what is democracy? Is this what is secularism?
Okay, before Malvinder responds to that, let me bring in Salim Dharnidharan. Salim Dharnidharan, of course, there was a lot of anticipation that there will be a quality of discussion. It has become like a political slugfest because the entire discussion, the genesis of this discussion is in the space of politics.
See, firstly and foremost, I would like to remind KJ Alphonse, right, like every other BJP politician, including the Prime Minister, they think the rhetoric is right, but the action differs. He said food is very important. Every poor needs food. But I would like to remind him, under the Food Security Act, 10 crore people are left out in this country because we haven't done census. That's most important. And again, India's ranking when it comes to safety for journalists, as per Paris-based Reporters Without Borders, India slipped from slipped to 161 from 150 in 2023 out of 180 countries. We are the sixth most dangerous country alongside Afghanistan. And I also like to remind him his own state's person from same state, Kerala, journalist Siddiq Kappan, was on his way to UP to cover Hathras. He was put in UAPA. For him to get bail, it took 2 years. Who puts terrorist act on journalists? Is it not? It is not violating the constitution. And again, most importantly, I'll reiterate what my party stand has been. Right, Kesava Bharati case has made one thing very clear: 13-judge bench. We have never had such a big bench in India. Right, 6 things in this country cannot be in the constitution cannot be destroyed: democracy, secularism, federalism, rule of law, power of judicial review, and equality. Right, these can't be changed or removed or destroyed. But let's start with equality. 21 people in this country currently have wealth equivalent to 80 crores. There's very high inequality. That's because of the policy of the Modi government. Secularism, we know where that is heading. Is there secularism in this country anymore? No. We are again going and saying that there could be another religious structure inside another structure belonging to another religion. We are trying to create communal violence, right? And then let me come to federalism. When Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, elected by the people, passes a bill so that they can have some power, then union government goes and passes a bill taking away all the power from the elected government. We have seen how the governors are digressing from their job and they're not letting the state governments to function. For example, Tamil Nadu, the numerous bills that we have passed, the governor was sitting on it. It doesn't happen in Tamil Nadu, it happened in Kerala, it happened in West Bengal. Governor's job is not to decide on the bill. Job of the legislator is to legislate. We legislate, right? He's interfering, and there is no federalism because also fiscal federalism. The states don't get the money that they're supposed to get. For example, there is a lot of articles written which says that under BJP, the states are now converting to municipalities. That's what has happened. Rule of law. We know what is happening in Manipur. Is there rule of law in Manipur? No. What happened to the Indian wrestlers fighting? They didn't get justice. Bilkis Banu. I can go on and on and on. And we know how they've been trying to use the judiciary as well. And democracy. I think that's the most important thing. The democracy is under threat because the institutions are not autonomous. We have seen partisan behavior by institutions such as by Election Commission, by Enforcement Directorate, by CBI and IT. The 90% of the case that is being filed by
Okay, before I bring in KJ Alphonse, Malvinder Singh, you get your chance to respond to what KJ Alphonse had said.
With due respect, I want to answer former Union Minister. Question is not who created the post of governor. Question is that the constitution.
Go ahead. Okay, we have lost that connection with Mr. Malvinder. But yes, Mr. KJ Alphonse, you have a strong charge coming your way both from Mr. Dharani Dharan of DMK, who is quoting several examples of how you have compromised the constitution.
Yes,
and not worked within the framework.
See, I know we are in a television debate. Saying things like India is as bad as Afghanistan. I don't know in which country Mr. Salim lives. Mr. Salim, you are from Tamil Nadu, I guess, and you are running a state government there. How much of media, how much of television, how many newspapers write whatever they want? I mean, you're talking about, have a sense of balance, Mr. Salim, when you talk about these things. India is a free country. The fact that you are able to come here and talk on newspapers and television channels, journalists are able to write whatever they want. I mean, what are you talking, Mr. Salim? And also, you're talking about the powers of AAP being taken away. The Delhi government constitution was enacted when the Congress was in power. And law and order and land, these are the two subjects. I have dealt with these because I was Commissioner of Delhi Development Authority. These two subjects do not belong to you. You have another 50 subjects in Delhi which the AAP can deliver on. Or that you are saying, sorry, we don't have the power. Come on, use the power whenever you have. Take, for example, environment, the right to live, the right to live healthily, to air free of toxicity. I mean, what has the Delhi government done? You have all the power in the world as far as environment is concerned, water is concerned, sanitation is concerned. And these are fundamental rights of the citizens. So when you talk about the constitution, Mr. Salim, let's talk about whatever is deliverable, have you delivered? Or is it just rhetoric? Your party has been in power earlier, along with the Congress government. What did you deliver? And the amount of the kind of corruption, do you want me to name your people who sliced away India? You want me to name people from your party?
I have just enough time for Aditi Fadnis. Aditi Fadnis, tomorrow is the last day on this discussion on Constitution. With that, it's going to be a wrap-up on what has been a historic discussion. Thankfully, both the houses functioned and the MPs across party lines participated in this discussion. They had multiple issues to share, multiple instances to quote. But when you look at the standard of discussion, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's not. It hasn't gone on long enough to make a judgment on it. Let's hear more of it tomorrow, and then I think it will be time to pass judgment on it. I think Mr. Salem Dhanidharan has something to say. So
okay, fine. But before I go to Salem, Malvinder, you wanted to make a point before we lost you.
Sorry, I was disconnected. So I'm telling, Constitution given the power to the elected people, not nominated. So Delhi.
All right, we have lost that line again with him. Salem, 30 seconds. Will you quickly speak?
Yes. No, I think the former union minister did ask me what did the DMK government deliver, but I'd like to remind him that since 1967, the Dravidian party is an alternative rule Tamil Nadu, and any socio-economic metric, right, if you compare it with any BJP rule state, including Gujarat, Tamil Nadu ranks much better. There's no comparison. I think that is testament to the government. In fact, if you talk about corruption scandal, A. Raja and Kanimoli leaders were arrested under Congress and acquitted under BJP. I'd like to put that on record. So I don't think what corruption is talking about.
We have really come to the end of this discussion. Aditi Fadnis, right? Salem Dhanidharan, Malvinder and KJ Alphonse, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, tomorrow is going to be an important day because tomorrow the closing remarks will be made by Home Minister Amit Shah. With that, it's a wrap from me. Thank you, viewers, again for this honor. And we have Vishnu Shom right here.
Well, Maria, we've got a packed program. The electronic voting machines, the Congress says they don't work. Their India Alliance partners say they do. That's debate number one on left, right and centre. We'll also be looking at the statements made by the Sri Lankan president, important guarantees of India's security during his visit here. And of course, who will ever forget Ustad Zakir Hussain, Ustad Amjad Ali Khan with us on a very special discussion later on this evening.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
ये सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the programme tonight, another sign of key internal differences within the India alliance. Key members have outright rejected the Congress party's long-standing claims that electronic voting machines have flaws. Allies like the Samajwadi Party and the Trinamool Congress have publicly dismissed these allegations, spotlighting a rift in the opposition's unity. Omar Abdullah of the National Conference and the Trinamool Congress's Abhishek Banerjee have called for evidence or silence, emphasizing trust in India's electoral integrity. The internal discord has sparked a nationwide debate on the reliability of electronic voting machines, questioning the Congress's strategy and its impact on the alliance's cohesion ahead of crucial elections, for example, in Delhi. Next up on the program, in a significant commitment on defense cooperation, Sri Lanka today assured India that it will not permit its territory to be used in any manner inimical to the security of India. Sri Lanka's president reiterated Colombo's stand in the joint statement today in Delhi, making its promise to New Delhi official. Colombo's assurance to Delhi comes at a time when China is aggressively pursuing its Mission Indian Ocean, which targets India. And finally, tabla maestro Ustad Zakir Hussain, the legend known for his dancing fingers, died at 73 in a San Francisco hospital early Monday. He was suffering from complications caused by a chronic lung disease, is what his family said. The family in a statement also said he leaves behind an extraordinary legacy cherished by countless music lovers around the globe, with an influence that will resonate for generations to come. On the show tonight, Ustad Amjad Ali Khan on the life and times of one of India's great sons. Also, an interview with Zakir Hussain. I was privileged to have interviewed him just a few months back. We spoke about so many things. We spoke about his musical influences through his father and how his father chose him to develop his own vocabulary in playing the tabla and how that resulted in him creating the magic that he quite clearly did. A huge loss for India. A look at the headlines at this hour. It's the BJP versus the Congress over letters of Nehru to Edwina. The BJP says, what are Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi hiding? Why have they taken away letters which should be public? The Congress calls out the BJP's diversionary tactic. The PM Museum member, a key one who's been asking for these letters which were taken away several years back, says that he'll keep writing to the Gandhi family until they are returned. The One Nation, One Poll bill likely to be tabled in Parliament tomorrow. The BJP issues a 3-line whip to Lok Sabha members. The youngest world chess champion returns home to a hero's welcome. For Gukesh, it's humility which shines all the way. He says he's got a long way to go. But what an extraordinary champion the youngster is. But first, let's quickly move on now to our top story. It's all about electronic voting machines and what the India Alliance has to say. If you ask the Congress party, they're absolutely clear. The electronic voting machines simply do not work. They say they've got evidence to suggest that there are problems. Key members of their own alliance, however, say that no, that's not the case at all. And if it was, then where's the proof?
The Congress is getting isolated once again, this time not on the leadership of India Alliance, but on blaming the electoral voting machine after every electoral defeat from its own alliance partners.
The EVMs can't only be a problem when you lose the election.
The Samajwadi Party chief, Akhilesh Yadav, was quick to join in.
आप बात को ईवीएम तक मत पहुंचाइए, आपको बूथ स्तर पर भी काम करना पड़ेगा, वो उन्होंने सुझाव दिया है, मैं उनके सुझाव से सहमत हूं.
The Samajwadi Party is the second largest ally in the India bloc with 37 members of parliament, following the Trinamool Congress with 29. After championing a leadership change with Mamta replacing Karge as the coordination committee head, her nephew Abhishek Banerjee cornered the Congress's EVM pitch.
कि जो लोग ईवीएम पे सवाल उठा रहे हैं, अगर उनके पास कुछ है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को जाके वो डेमो दिखानी चाहिए कि भाई हमारे पास ये वीडियो है.
The Congress too has debated it internally at its recent CWC meeting. It has now shifted its attack from EVMs to the entire electoral process. The party wants a free and fair election process, even calling for a national movement against the Election Commission. But with the dismal performance in the recent state election, it now realizes it will be vulnerable to attacks both from within and its alliance partners for failing to show the lead and raising issues of little importance. With Aishwarya Jain, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Well, joining us now to look at the electronic voting machines and whether or not they actually work and what members of the India Alliance have to say after the Congress has said what they did have to say. Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party. We're joined by Imran Namidar of the National Conference. Advocate Susiben Shah is the spokesperson of the Shiv Sena of the Shinde faction, and Tom Varakan of the BJP. Thank you all very much for being with us. Imran Namidar, let me come to you first. The Congress Party, among many other arguments, says that there is a lack of transparency and trust. Essentially, that's what they've been saying with the use of electronic voting machines. Why do you disagree?
No, I don't think there is any disagreement. I think Omar Saab has made his opinion on EVM pretty clear. And for the record here, let me say that this is not the first time he has spoken on the issue. He has spoken on the issue before the Jammu Kashmir Assembly elections. And I think we are entitled to have our own opinion. It doesn't mean that we are against each other and there is a problem within the India bloc. It means that there is a thriving democracy within the bloc, and we do not expect other parties to follow our line on other issues. If you must have witnessed it yourself in the recent resolution that was passed in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Congress had a different view and we had a different view, but still we do not expect them to correspond to our point of view on each and every subject. Same is the case that we would expect them not to have any knee-jerk reaction if Umar Saab has a different view on for example, the EVMs. So it is just an honest expression
but you know,
of his view.
Imran, one of the points that Omar Abdullah mentioned today is that why contest, and I'm paraphrasing, he said that why contest elections if you don't have faith in the electronic voting machines? Now, it was a larger question. Perhaps that comment itself wasn't directed specifically to the Congress party, but it's a huge statement, right? It's a huge statement. And the electronic voting machine, that little piece of technology, right, is the basis on which all of you, are in power today, wherever you may be. So therefore, is that not Is that not critical, that statement that your leader said?
No, I think you have answered this question yourself. I think he made a very larger point on the EVMs, that it is something that we need to take note of. Every political party has to take note of, and there are some issues that have been highlighted by the party vis-a-vis the VVPAT machine that we have been asking for. There has to be more clarity on how VVPAT machines can we need to tally VVPAT machine with the EVM machine. That there are some dark sides. There are some issues that need to be addressed, and I think that issue has been highlighted by National Conference n number of times. And it doesn't harm anyone if the Election Commission of India tomorrow can assuage such kind of fears.
But you've done that so many times, no, Imran. But be that as it may, Ghanshyam Tiwari, let me come to you. What is your sense? Do the electronic voting machines work or do they not?
Good evening, Vishnu, to you, the viewers and fellow co-panelists. There are two important things. One is that line of questioning, that there are two houses, neighboring houses. One is burgled and other is not. And then you question why lock the house if it's going to be burgled. The point is not why lock the house. The point is why was it burgled? When a village in Maharashtra says that we do not believe the outcomes in my village, in their own village, and it made national news, we would want to do a paper voting to confirm the outcomes. The village was put under curfew. And this is not just one village. Several parties across the country have voiced it. The BJP's claim is come and prove it. Every time BJP says come and prove it, when eventually the proof comes, BJP is caught red-handed. For example, with electoral bonds, they said come and prove it. When the proof came, they were caught red-handed.
No, but Ghanshyam,
in case of Manipur violence, please allow me.
Carry on. Where is the proof on
the
EVM?
Manipur violence? I'm coming to that. They said come and prove it. The India Today did a cover story magazine of Supreme Court admitting N. Biren Singh's tapes. So clearly, the trust in BJP, trust in Election Commission, and trust in EVM is not there across the country. Now the question is that some elections are won despite the EVM and some elections are lost. We have said, our party has said that we will win an election with public mandate despite the EVM, and then we will go out and change this EVM because this creates distrust in the mandate. India is a country where the people will choose the mandate rather than a machine and algorithm will choose the mandate.
No, but Ghanshyam, you're now contradicting yourself. When you win an election or you win seats on the basis of the EVM, it's all very well. But when you don't, then your alliance partners at least have problems. Do you? When you lose elections or you lose specific elections or seats, do you disregard the machine? And when you win them, do you accept the machine?
Exactly my first example. When your house is burgled, doesn't mean that you next time will not lock your house. The question is that the system is not foolproof.
No, Ghanshyam, those are wonderful words, but you still are not, my friend, answering my question directly. I am asking you about the machine. Do you trust it? Does the Samajwadi Party accept it or not?
The machine is not foolproof. Okay. At the highest level in the parliament, outside the parliament, we have maintained that Akhilesh Yadav ji has said, even if we win 80 out of 80 seats, just because on that night the house was not burgled, doesn't mean that the police is honest. The question is, machine is not foolproof. Even if we win 80 out of 80 seats, we do not believe that this machine represents the mandate.
So you will accept the result, but you will not accept the machine through which that result was generated. Fair enough, that's your perspective. Hold on for a second. Tom Vadakan, respond to that. We'll take the results as they come, is what Ghanshyam Tiwari says. If they come out of the election, the EVMs, not that any party has a choice because that's just the way it is, but he still seems to have problems with it. How would you respond?
Well, I've heard his leader also talk about bad booth management, which I think the spokesman is not reflecting on. But sure, it's a very funny situation. The spokesman of SP says, we will get that number of seats through EVM, and after that we'll reject EVM because they want to institutionalize booth capturing, He talks about a particular village curfew that was imposed there and what have you. But point here is, look at the larger picture. State after state they have been winning. the opposition party, Telangana, Karnataka, Himachal, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Bengal, EVM perfect. Then like a broken record, they go on saying, oh, that EVM and the election commission, whenever this issue comes, bends backwards to prove it to them that look, this cannot be done. It was even recently done by the election commission. Still the same music, but I think some people in the allies, in the India alliance, have realized that look, this is about booth management. This is about your poor performance, which is being reflected in the machine. Why? It's like a mirror, you know. If you don't like your look, you don't blame the mirror for it. You try and do something about your image or your how you present yourself. So it is, the EVM is just a mirror of what the people think. Okay. So you can't break the mirror and say, well, I look at the mirror and tomorrow I come and say, well, you know, the mirror was not correct. I mean, have some logic when you argue a case. I rest my case on this fact that you contradict yourself by saying if I get into power with the EVM, then I'll destroy the EVM. Are you trying to tell the people of India that you believe in booth capturing and you want to institutionalize it?
I know Ghanshyam wants to reply to that. Ghanshyam, go ahead. Susiben, I'll come to you after that. Ghanshyam, quickly, just because he directed his comments largely to the Samajwadi Party and booth capturing. Respond.
Vishnu, there is no end to BJP's contradictions and being caught on the wrong foot. The whole purpose of why VVPAT was instituted was that there was distrust in the machine. The whole purpose that VVPAT slips are being checked and the matter went to Supreme Court and it said that certain number of minimum checks have to be made was because it communicated a distrust in election machinery, election commission and the machine itself. So it's only BJP that can that can back the makers of Pegasus. They can back electoral bonds, they can support a corporate group indicted in the US, and they can support EVM without any logic, because honesty and trust is not the center stone of their argument. Their center stone is this machine allows us to capture power, this machine should be held sacred. Just like electoral bonds allows them to have enormous resources, electoral bonds should be held sacred. Just because one corporate which is indicted in the US allows them to have enormous resources, that corporate has to be held sacred. This logic that the machine is sacred but people's mandate is not, is only communicated by BJP, nobody else.
My friend, is this corporate politics you want to discuss or you want to discuss EVM? Let's get to the point. If you want to extend the debate to the corporate person, we are ready for it, but the discussion is restrained to EVM. So let's remain on path.
Susiben,
the intent.
No.
The intent was the question.
Ghanshyam, I'm not trying to change the topic or whatever you are saying, but we are talking about EVM. So, Susiben Shah, let me come to you next. The point mentioned by the Congress party, and I think Imran also referred to that, is that there is a need for a more robust voter-verified paper audit trail or a VVPAT. The Congress says they need a more robust system where voters receive, for example, a paper slip that they can verify and deposit into a ballot box, which could then be counted if discrepancies are found. It's a common point which has been mentioned. Do you accept this?
Yeah, I will. Good evening to all, and Vishnu. So, Constitution, which further celebrates the democracy and various institutions. This childlike behavior of the Congress party, immature statements by Rahul Gandhi, who himself runs a monopoly in his own party, to come and say that he has no faith in the Supreme Court, on the Election Commission, and his own partners. His own member of parliament, Kirti Chidambaram, has said that he has full faith in the EVM, and he's never doubted it. To answer my dear friend, my colleague of SP, it is saying whether the glass is half full or half empty. Because there was a concern raised, the VVPAT was the answer, because our fundamental duty is to restore confidence in the voting process. I mean, why should we ever doubt that? As far as today, I mean, especially in this month, in November, Vishnu, I must tell you that India crossed 15 billion transactions in UPI. I think that's a record of sorts. And we have a regressive political party who wants to go back to the old booth capturing, inefficiencies, and not have trust in EVM. If you have any faith, if you have anyone who can hack the EVM, please go ahead. And worst of all, Rahul Gandhi is doubting intention and judgment of his own father, the Prime Minister of India, Rajiv Gandhi. I mean, what are we talking about? What is the discussion? Yes, we suffered the Lok Sabha. We were anguished. We were dismayed. What did we do? We never blamed the EVM. We went back to the drawing board. We heard the people. We strategized. And today we won with a thumping majority. We never blame the EVM. You have to work hard. As your own leader said, my friend, my colleague of SP, work on the booths. Work on the booths. That's the reply. That's the reply. But you don't have the cadre. Accept that. You don't have India believing in you. Accept that. EVM is the only way forward. And trust me, it's one of the most environment-friendly gestures as well.
Okay.
Imagine ballots.
Okay, Susie, half a second.
Thousands and thousands.
Just so that I can keep the strike rotating. Imran, you know, it just seems that there are so many differences within the India alliance. As articulate as Ghanshyam may be, I see this as there being differences between the Samajwadi Party and the Congress Party on EVMs. His party seems to suggest that no, by and large, if the results work for us, we'll accept the EVM. The Congress Party has huge problems with EVMs. There are problems within the alliance itself in terms of seat sharing. There is a sense that in straight fights between the BJP and the Congress, the Congress it doesn't work well at all without their alliance partners. Alliance partners say, please give us, you know, our due. So what does that actually say to people within India, Imran, when you talk about the India alliance? Surely it has to be an alliance. Mamata Banerjee is potentially the leader of the alliance now. So who's the leader? I've raised 4 points.
See, every coalition has its ups and downs, and it's not a new thing. I mean, nothing can be perfect, and there are imperfections in every system, and so does India Alliance. Also has some sort of imperfections within it, and I'm sure that all of these will be ironed out. We have been waiting for a meeting which has not been called yet, post the parliament elections, and I'm sure all these issues will be taken up in that meeting. As far as the leadership role in the India Alliance is concerned, I think that has been pretty much sorted, and the largest party in the India Alliance is the Congress. They have the 99. They have.
So that's an internal difference.
They will.
The Trinamool Congress, when asked, Mamata Banerjee seemed to suggest that she's okay with being the leader.
Very clearly.
No, that's fine. I mean, all of these things, as I said earlier, all of these things will be discussed in the meeting that.
No, but Imran, let me ask you this question. When you say that there are imperfections within the India alliance, how can an alliance with imperfections hope to take on the electoral juggernaut of the BJP? Is it even a battle?
No, I think you are absolutely. This is a perspective that we need to have, and we have to understand certain things, that India Alliance has defeated BJP lock, stock and barrel in many states. We have defeated, India Alliance defeated BJP in number of states where they were expecting that they would win hands down. So I agree. I mean, it's no system is a perfect system. So we have to continuously improve ourselves, and we need to work on ground and make our grassroots more stronger. I'm sure that this alliance, which is working to protect the idea of India, would eventually come out on the top and defeat the polarization and the negative politics that has
for that they have to win seats. Am I not right that the Congress won just one seat in Jammu and Kashmir, where they're your alliance partner?
No, and that is for Congress to answer. As far as if you ask National Congress,
you're talking about grassroots. Surely that applies for the entire India alliance.
Absolutely, I think we all need to look inwards, and
sure.
we all need to
okay,
make
so
ourselves.
that's a fair answer, and I'm sorry I'm wrapping this up now because I do need to move on to my next debate. I'd like to thank you all very much for joining us, but there's been a significant development today, a significant commitment on defense cooperation with the Sri Lankan president here today. Sri Lanka today assured India that it will not permit its territory to be used in any manner inimical to the security of India. The Sri Lankan president Anura Kumara Dissanayaka reiterated Colombo's stand in a joint statement today, making its promise to New Delhi official. Colombo's assurance to Delhi comes at a time when China is aggressively pursuing its Mission Indian Ocean, which in a sense does target India.
In his first foreign visit, the newly elected Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake assured India that its territory won't be used for terrorism.
कि फिजिकल, डिजिटल और एनर्जी कनेक्टिविटी हमारी भागीदारी के अहम स्तंभ होंगे। दोनों देशों के बीच इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ग्रिड कनेक्टिविटी और मल्टी प्रोडक्ट पेट्रोलियम पाइपलाइन स्थापित करने पर काम किया जाएगा।
This came at a time when China is looking to expand its influence in Indian Ocean region. Chinese missile tracking ships and warships have been docking at different ports in Sri Lanka. During the bilateral meeting, Prime Minister spoke about civilizational connect between India and Sri Lanka and shared how India is going to invest in public-centric projects.
I have always also given an assurance to the Prime Minister of India that we will not allow our land to be used in any way in a manner that is detrimental to the interest of India.
The Prime Minister also reminded the Sri Lankan President about the critical issue of Tamil minorities in the country and asked him for full implementation of the Constitution.
हमने श्रीलंका में रिकंस्ट्रक्शन और रिकंसिलिएशन पर भी बात की। राष्ट्रपति दिसानायक ने अपने समावेशी दृष्टिकोण के बारे में मुझे बताया। हम आशा करते हैं कि श्रीलंका सरकार तमिलों की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करेगी और श्रीलंका के संविधान के पूर्ण इम्प्लीमेंटेशन और प्रोविंशियल काउंसिल इलेक्शन कराने की अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को पूरा करेगी।
Prime Minister's statement on Tamil minorities assumes significance as India has been raising issues on the state of minorities in Bangladesh. With the new government in office, India is looking for a long-term investment and people-centric diplomacy in Sri Lanka. With Mohammad Ghazali, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Thank you for your presence, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, joining us now, Rohan Samarajiva is a Sri Lankan policy analyst. I'm also joined by Aditya Godara Shivmurthy, Associate Fellow of Navod Studies at the Observer Research Foundation. Thank you both very much for being with us. Rohan, let me come to you first. When Sri Lanka says, or when it is stated in the joint statement, that it is Sri Lanka's position of not permitting its territory to be used in any manner inimical to the security of India as well as towards regional stability, does it imply that Sri Lanka will not allow Chinese military vessels, whether they're warships or tracking vessels or submarines, at either Hambantota or Colombo or any other port?
I think you need to mention the word reiterates, that is in the declaration. That means that this is a position that has been stated by the previous government and it's being reiterated by this government. So there's no big change. But it
was not implemented. Rohan, it wasn't implemented.
But the issue really is about the research vessels. That is where the dispute was. And in the past year, there has been a policy of not allowing any research vessels to come to Sri Lanka and to conduct research. That policy ends on December 31st. And I think that is the one that everybody needs to look at to see whether that will continue or not. Warships from multiple countries, I think there was once when I counted over 20 countries, had come to Sri Lanka. I think those are sort of routine visits that follow procedure. It's the research vessels that are sensitive because they are seen as having some kind of surveillance capabilities.
Right, and so what you're saying is that there will not be a situation which we saw, for example, 2 years back, when the Chinese ship Yuanwang 5, which is a missile tracking and satellite tracking ship, docked in Hambantota. On that occasion, Sri Lanka gave permission. Something like that won't happen again. Is it your understanding that that's no longer going to happen, right?
I think it's I think the matter will be decided when the new policy comes out. Hopefully, a new policy will come out in January, because that's the details are not ever discussed in these kinds of head of state kind of visits.
Rohan, it's a statement on record in a joint statement. It's not an Indian statement.
Yeah, and I believe such statements have been made before.
Okay. Aditya, how would you look at again this specific statement? Because this is, it really does boil down to this. If you look at the strategic concerns that New Delhi has in the Indian Ocean region, Sri Lanka is so important. As a partner nation, as a friendly nation, when we look at Chinese expansion in these waters.
Thanks, Vishnu. I would actually agree with Rohan, and I would say, such kind of promises have always been made in the past. Leaders have come, they said that Sri Lanka will not be used to harm Indian security interests or concerns. But at the end of the day, we still see them going back to China. We still see them balancing India and China. And I think this is part of the broader strategic game that is unfolding in the Indian Ocean region. Look, today, AKD has assured that, but at the end of the day, we also need to know that China is one of the biggest creditor to Sri Lanka. And in fact, China had been unhappy that Sri Lanka had imposed such a ban on vessels coming in, and it was raised at multiple locations at the highest level when Sri Lankan delegations were on visit to Beijing. And that has been a consistent irritant for Beijing. So I think the bigger question here is when Anura Dissanayake visits, and the question is not if, but when he visits China, what kind of bargaining and what kind of negotiations will take place there. But let's not just forget that despite making this statement, India has also assured Sri Lanka that it will help in its hydrographic capacities and capabilities. And I think that is somewhere where the silver lining is. In fact, if India keeps helping Sri Lanka to come up with its domestic capacities in terms of hydrography and surveillance, that is where, that is one means of, deterring and stopping these Chinese vessels from coming in and conducting this surveillance for the Sri Lanka.
Rohan, of course, the basis of the relationship between India and Sri Lanka, historic, cultural, but at the end of the day, nation states think about themselves. And they balance their requirements with what they can offer. So, Rohan, my question to you is debt restructuring, of which India has played a major part in the recent past, with given the state of the Sri Lankan economy. Do you believe that is an important contribution of India to perhaps secure Colombo's trust in the overall relationship between the two countries?
I think the debt restructuring, which is now almost complete, I think we had 98% take up on the international sovereign bonds as of yesterday. I think India played a very constructive role, particularly with the Paris Club negotiations. And many analysts would see India as playing a more positive role than China, which was a bit of a sticking point, getting the Chinese agreement. But again, I had to now turn back and say that the Chinese sort of private debt part was completed even before the ISBs were done. So it's a mixed bag. Definitely India came out ahead in terms of assisting in recovery from this crisis, and we are almost out now from the bankruptcy situation.
There's also energy development, which has been spoken about by both sides today. There's also, facilitating or assisting in the process of digitization, which at one level is a profound economic benefit. It's a profound economic benefit for countries which adopt this. Education and technology, etc. So, Rohan, in terms of the other, takeaways from this visit, would you say that they really take the relationship forward?
Yeah, I mean, I was the chairman of the ICT Agency of Sri Lanka, and we had basically decided that we were going with the Indian architecture in 2018. Mm-hmm. But the trouble with Sri Lanka is that we don't follow through on a lot of these sort of grand commitments. We are very hopeful that the the new team that is taking over that project will be able to deliver now 7 years later, that it will move full tilt. I think even more significant is the energy discussions, where we are talking about pipelines, bridges, and I think the most realistic and the thing that will be earliest is the grid connectivity. And I am very happy that these items are in the declaration.
Sure.
Because these were Sri Lankan parties were not necessarily of one mind about these matters.
Right.
So I think there are a lot of positive things that I see in the declaration.
Aditya, another very big project is ports. In Colombo, you see India contributing in a very significant manner. How important is that, as you look at the overall sort of infrastructure push that India is trying to assist Sri Lanka in?
I think it's definitely a very positive development, and I would say the joint document today, it reinforces whatever was stated before when Ranil Wickremesinghe was on visit to India. So I think that manner, looking at a lot of things in terms of boosting people-to-people connectivity or trade or economic engagements, these kind of ports and airport connectivity and maritime port connectivity has taken a lot of precedence under this government. Under the neighborhood first policy since 2014, and Anura Dissanayake and Sri Lanka today are of opinion that economic integration and connectivity with India is the way ahead.
Sure.
And that is where we are seeing a lot of these port sector developments come in, and they are in fact inviting India to be more and more invested in port sector development. And that is where, it's just not for geostrategic reasons to push back against China, but also in the terms of linking China, Indian and Sri Lankan economies, South Indian economy and Sri Lankan economy, which is, going to pave way more.
It's also profitable for both nations at a very basic level. I think that's because the routes and the location geographically is so very significant given regional and international trade flows. I'd like to thank you all both very much for being with us. We're going to take a short break. Up after that, the tragic demise of Ustad Zakir Hussain. He changed the face of Indian classical music in a sense. We've got Ustad Amjad Ali Khan joining us in the next few moments, and also a very special interview with Zakir Saab. I had the privilege of interviewing him a few months back. That's coming up next.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Welcome back. The tabla maestro Ustad Zakir Hussain, the legend known for his dancing fingers, has died at 73 in a San Francisco hospital early on Monday. He was suffering from complications caused by a chronic lung disease. He leaves behind an extraordinary legacy cherished by countless music lovers around the globe, is what his family has said in a statement, with an influence that will resonate for generations to come. Joining us now, Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, another one of India's finest sons. Thank you, Ustad Saab, very much for being with us. How has Zakir Hussain's collaboration with Western musicians influenced the global perception of Indian classical music?
It's a very shocking news, and as if somebody of my family has passed away. He has given a different dimension to tabla playing, and he became the face of Indian classical music, the face of tabla, and a lot of collaborations he did with foreign musicians. And I mean, technically he was known as a Punjab Gharana, but I think he became an institution himself. He gave a different dimension to tabla playing. He inspired so many tabla players, maybe 5,000 tabla players are there in India or all over the world. And very, very kind, compassionate, helpful person. And he was really a heartthrob of all the musicians of India. And very helpful to senior musicians. First concert I gave in 1974 in St. Xavier's College of Bombay, Indian Music Group. We both performed. And then many concerts in America, Canada, Australia, all over the world. And he even played with my son Aman Ali Bangash and Ayan Ali Bangash also. So he was very encouraging. He was promoting and encouraging so many young musicians. And he donated his grand guru, Mia Kader Baksh tabla, to our museum, Sarod Ghar. He donated that tabla there. And I have always seen him helping and doing Shashtang Namaskar to Pandit Kishan Maharaj ji, Pandit Shamta Prasad ji. And he will always be in our mind. He will always be in our heart.
Sure. Ustad Sir,
last concert we performed in Delhi.
Yeah. Ustad Sir, let me ask
Yes.
you this. What unique techniques did Zakir Hussain employ that distinguished him from other tabla players, including his father?
With the blessings of his father, with the blessings of his guru, he gave a different dimension to tabla playing. I mean, I always looked forward to perform with him because his tabla, his rhythm was absolutely like a metronome. The theka and the involvement of music. Whenever he performed with the senior musician, he absolutely was looking, and sometimes the audience will think that he should face the audience, but he always faced the performing musician with whom he was accompanying. So he gave a different dimension to tabla playing. That was, you can call it Zakir Hussain Gharana. He created a Gharana for himself.
Ustad Saab, how did he manage commercial success with maintaining the integrity of a classical Indian form of music?
You see, he was a hardcore classical musician, and he did one endorsement. I'm sure you must be remembering that Taj Mahal tea.
Yes, of course.
For 20 years,
we
that
grew up on
endorsement.
Wah Taj Wah, yes.
So every Wah Taj and Wah Ustad and all that. So that was a very big booster for his career. And But collaboration or fusion, everybody can't do fusion, everybody cannot collaborate. But Zakir was he was amazing. He had a team of musicians in America, he was touring with them, and he could collaborate with anybody. And he once visited Gwalior in my father's award ceremony, and we had invited Ustad Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan to sing, and we were honoring Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan Sahab. Then Zakir Bhai played with him also. So he was very friendly, he was very comfortable with any musician. With dancers, he used to play with Pandit Birju Maharaj, Sitara Devi ji, Roshan Kumari ji. So, multi-dimensional, charismatic musician.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the magic which he had in his hands and in his fingers?
I think the magic was in his mind. And the fingers were just conveying everything what he was thinking, and the presentation, you see, that is very important. He had all the traditional compositions with him, but his control over the rhythm and his collaboration with so many South Indian musicians, South Indian drummers, South Indian artists. So the rhythm, the way he had the control over the rhythm, that was amazing. And fortunately, Ustad Allah Rakha Khan Sahab has so many disciples. Ustad Zakir Hussain has so many disciples. The legacy will continue. And he has two daughters grown up, and he had become grandfather also, Nana ji. So they are all in America, his wife Antonio Menicola. So they were all, I wish he could spend more time in India, but his family was always in California.
Ustad Sahab, one final question. What does this mean for those who play the tabla in India and around the world?
You see, he became so popular that many parents, they encourage their children to learn tabla, and sometime a teacher, tabla teacher, told me, one parent, the father, asking the teacher, how many years will it take to become Zakir Hussain?
Right.
So every parents, they encourage their children to become Zakir Hussain, and children, they enjoy tabla more than sarod or sitar or anything. The impact of tabla, the impact of rhythm is amazing. You must have seen that every time the tabla player plays anything on the stage, it's a big applaud. So, but his contribution towards tabla, his contribution how to present tabla, and he was a complete musician, a composer, and he even did a film also. He was an actor also. So multi-dimensional personality, charismatic artist. We will always miss him, and it was it was too early for him to leave us like this. We are very sad. We will always remember him.
Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts and your experiences in knowing Zakir personally.
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I had the privilege of speaking to Ustad Zakir Hussain a few months back when he'd done remarkably well in the Grammys, winning 3 Grammy Awards with his style of fusion, with his band of friends and performers and accompanists who he has played with internationally for decades. This is what he told me. Now, you won 3 Grammys this time, including Best Global Music Performance. You've been honored around the world, but 3 Grammys, is this in a sense a crowning achievement?
Well, I don't know if it's a crowning achievement. It's definitely, I would say, a landmark moment for India. I feel that this is an honor that we were able to represent India, and it's just not me alone. My colleagues Rakesh Chaurasia, Shankar Mahadevan, Ganesh Rajgopalan, Selva Ganesh, Vinayakaram, all winning. We collectively brought 8 Grammys to India, which is an achievement that has not been done before, and so it makes us very, very proud, and feeling filling us with pride that we were able to fly the Indian flag in the bastion of Western music, which is the Grammy Academy, and to have India represented in such strength on that day.
Shakti, your 50-year-old music band has won the Best Global Music Album Award in the Grammys, this time for the pandemic creation, This Moment. It's an incredible achievement. When did you decide to make the album, and what really is the message?
We were talking about making an album in a studio, which we had not done for 45 years. And John and I were, really keen that we should get into a studio and record an album, because making a live album is something very different. You play a concert, it's recorded, and it's released. So it's one time pass, and it's done, and then hopefully it turns out great, and without any airbrushing of it, it gets put out. But with a studio album, you get to reflect on the music that you're putting down. You get time to be able to chip and chisel, sculpt it the way you would like it to be, and use the technology, use the processing, make it sound just right, and make have time to spend on doing something special. And so we wanted to do that, and then pandemic arrived, and so we were not able to be in a studio together.
How was your father, Ustad Allah Raha, a part of the musical journey of Shakti?
Well, John McLaughlin, who was basically the driving force in putting Shakti together, was studying with Ravi Shankar ji and of course my father, because they were both together at that time. Ravi Shankar and my father were traveling and performing together as a group, as a duo. And John was interested in learning about Indian music, so he approached them and he learned from them. So that energy was already injected into John's mind and heart. And at the same time, he went to Wesleyan University in Connecticut to study Veena and Carnatic music. So all those elements were already being injected into John before he came in contact with me and L. Shankar, the violin player at that time, the original member of Shakti, and Vikku Vinayakaramji. So when he approached us, he was already into what you may call the Indian state of mind. And the original Shakti was something that was entirely possible because John, as a guitarist, was able to cross over to our way of thinking and play with us like as if he was an Indian musician. We were not yet ready or equipped to be able to totally transcend over our fences in our mind and be able to interact with John, moving into his world. That came later. As we made our second and our third record, we were able to get that going. But it definitely finally arrived and culminated in this incredible crossover of each of our traditions in the new record, This Moment, where we were able to really experience each other's world in an in-depth experience. And so that happened. So my father and Ravi Shankar were definitely in some ways what you may call the seed force in being able to get Shakti going on the road. And they were actually quite supportive of the band. I remember Ravi Shankar ji coming to see us play in London when we performed, and he sat in the front row for the whole concert. and applauded, and then came backstage and blessed us. And my father, when we played in Central Park in New York, live concert, came and stood in the wing for 2.5 hours as we played, and you know, in the end gave me a hug and pat on the back, and the one thing he said was, "This is good, but don't forget you're an Indian classical tabla player."
And since you do speak about Ustad Saab, how do you compare and contrast your style and technique with that of your father, Allah Rakha? Is there anything he could do on the tabla which you cannot?
Absolutely, I still cannot. After about 60 years of attempting to do it. I think somewhere like 20 years down the road, while I was playing, we actually played a concert, and one of his friends and a fan, of course, came to him and said, "Oh, Khan Saab, you played beautifully, and your son, he plays exactly like you." And my father said, "Oh, I hope not. I hope he doesn't play like me, because playing like me, that's already done. I have already done it. He's got to do something more, something different, something unique, take it a step further." And that was you know, in a way, a roundabout signal to me, saying, "Son, you know, find your vocabulary, find your way to be able to tell this story. The way I tell the story is already done." So in that sense, that time down the road, my what you may call failing attempt to be able to sound like him, to play like him, it was a relief to realize that I did not have to do that. So I tried after that to be able to use all the stuff that he had taught me, but to be able to utilize it and present it in the way that I see it, and speak the vocabulary in the way that I read it. And so that's how it has been over the years. And then all these incredible influences that had come my way, listening to Indonesian gamelan, or a Japanese kodo drum, or Puerto Rican conga drummer, or Afro-Cuban bata drums, or djembes from Senegal, and so on and so forth, or bodhran from Ireland, and all that. And it has kind of given me an insight into rhythmic technology, an organic rhythmic technology that I have been able to incorporate onto my tabla.
Festival of Faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at
Milan Dera's wheeled attack on his former party, the Congress. Shiv Sena leader says lack of democracy in the Congress party and monopoly within the party first. BJP versus Congress over letters to Edwina. BJP says what are Sonia and Rahul hiding? Congress hits back, calls it BJP's diversionary tactic. Constitution debate in the Rajya Sabha. Finance Minister slams the Congress over Constitution. Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge responds. One nation, one election bill likely to be tabled in the Parliament on December 17. BJP issues 3-line whip to the Lok Sabha MPs. Sri Lanka's China pivots security assurance to India. Sri Lankan president says won't let our land be used to target India. Youngest world chess champion returns home. Heroes welcome for Gukesh. Gukesh's humility shines, says long way to go. Hello and welcome. We are starting this broadcast with this breaking news which is coming in at this moment. The ACB, the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Telangana, has registered a case against BRS leader and former Minister K.T. Ramarao in connection with the alleged irregularities during the Formula E race held in Hyderabad in February 2023. Ex-Municipal Administration and Urban Development Principal Secretary Arvind Kumar admitted transferring 55 crores funds to the event organizers, to the event organizers on just verbal orders of KTR, who was then a minister while his father was the chief minister in the state of Telangana. Let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Uma, now this is going to blow up politically in Hyderabad and Telangana.
So there was this expectation that the case would be registered as soon as the nod came from the governor. In fact, it's over the weekend that governor had given a nod for prosecution of Mr. K.T. Ramarao. The government here did not want to make the mistake that Jagan Mohan Reddy had done as chief minister when he had initiated prosecution against Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. And in this case, they got the nod, and then the case was to be registered. This was based on questioning of the then Principal Secretary of Municipal Administration, Chief Secretary rank, Mr. Arvind Kumar, who had admitted who had told the investigators that on the oral instructions of K.T. Ramarao, this had been given. Subsequently, of course, K.T. Ramarao also admitted that, yes, they had in fact passed on, or the money was paid out, because what had happened was that there was a tripartite agreement between the Formula E organizers and ACE Next Gen Private Limited for the Formula E races with VRS government, and then the 9th season of the race was held in February of 2023. But for the next season, ACE Next Gen actually dropped out unilaterally, citing losses in the first season. Therefore, FEO was willing to organize the second season, and therefore the money was paid out by the Municipal Administration Department, actually by the HMDA at that time, so that the races can continue, because they were supposed to happen for 4 seasons. So that is what happened. The 2 irregularities are being cited. One, that assembly elections had already been at that time announced, and therefore at that time for them to pay out the money was considered as an irregularity, and of course only on oral orders this happening was the second irregularity. KTR has of course justified this, saying that the races had to continue because that would have helped the brand image of Hyderabad, and it would have helped create assets to the extent of 700 crore rupees, and he had given that explanation. But now it does appear that he is going to be in some trouble to answer these questions that are now being posed by the investigators as part of the Anti-Corruption Bureau investigation.
Thank you, Uma, for joining us with all those details on this story. We are moving on to another news which is coming in at this moment. This is related to the suicide of a techie in Bengaluru. In fact, the Allahabad High Court today allowed the transit anticipatory bail for 4 weeks to Sushil Singhania, the uncle of estranged wife of 34-year-old techie Atul Subhash, in connection with the abetment to suicide case. The uncle of the deceased wife is facing an FIR in Karnataka. The Allahabad High Court has now granted him relief so that he can invoke appropriate legal remedies before a court of competent jurisdiction in state of Karnataka. So now this is, remember, 4 people were named in the FIR, which was registered in Bengaluru. Nikita Singhania, the wife of the deceased, along with her mother and her brother and uncle, who has secured this bail. Let me very quickly bring in my colleague Ranveer, who's joining us with more details on this. Ranveer, the partial relief as far as the uncle is concerned, though his name still, in fact, is in the FIR, and the police would want him for questioning.
Yes, of course. There are total 4 accused in Atul Subhash suicide case, and out of these 4, 3 are in jail, and Bangalore police arrested them, including Nikita, her mother and brother. But Nikita's uncle was not in police custody, and he requested for interim relief from Allahabad High Court, and today, after hearing this plea, Allahabad High Court granted interim relief to Subhash Modi Sushil Singhania. So Sushil Singhania is uncle of Nikita Singhania, and all out of 4 accused, 3 are in police custody of Bengaluru police. But Sushil Singhania has now got some relief from Allahabad High Court, and now he can approach court for his to give his views in front of the court. But it's a big relief for Sushil Singhania and Atul Subhash suicide case.
Thank you for joining us with all those details.
Moving on now, Milan Dera, who was formerly with the Congress party, today attacked his former party and said that there is lack of democracy in the Congress. Milan Dera, in fact, slammed the Congress and said that the Congress is anti-corporate rand, saying that the party should first bring democracy within. Some raise corporate monopoly, said Dera. What about monopoly within the party? And monopoly within your own party is what the Shiv Sena MP was heard saying.
Some parties today very vociferously voice their opinion on market monopolies, but they still haven't been able to counter monopolies within their own parties. So let us be honest. World over, when we look at democracies, when we look at political parties, ultimately the health of a country's democracy is dependent on the democratic health of its parties. I have not named any party, but I urge parties, those who know who I'm talking about and have a guilty conscience, please introspect. Please try to democratize.
Aishwarya, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, Milan Dera hitting out at his former party at this moment.
Well, that's right. An open jibe to the Congress party during the Constitution debate in which Milan Dera from Shiv Sena has been hitting out at the Congress. Remember, he was a former congressman and now he is teaching lessons to the Congress party in the upper house of the parliament. Milan Dera clearly stating that those people who do not have a democracy within the party, how can there could be a good democracy while if they would have been elected in the government. He also had stated that those people who talk about the monopoly in the market, their own party has the monopoly of running the political party, clearly hitting out at the Gandhis and also, this is a kind of jibe that we have seen from different political leaders in the past as well, where they had clearly stated that while attacking just one business or one industrialist is something that the Congress party should move beyond that. There are much bigger issues that needs to be resolved in the country, and therefore the reason perhaps the adjournments which took place because of massive ruckus in the upper house of the parliament, the lower house of the parliament, which was ultimately led by the Congress party in the India bloc. Now Milan Dera hitting out at the Congress party during this debate in the upper house as far as the constitution is concerned.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, the allies of the Congress party in the India alliance have cornered the Congress party over the EVMs after Omar Abdullah. Now Akhilesh Yadav has thrown a punch at the Congress party, calling out in fact a selective outrage on the EVM. Akhilesh Yadav went on to say EVM is just one issue, not everything which goes into the defeat of any political party.
The Congress is getting isolated once again, this time not on the leadership of India Alliance, but on blaming the electoral voting machine after every electoral defeat from its own alliance partners.
The EVMs can't only be a problem when you lose the election.
The Samajwadi Party chief, Akhilesh Yadav, was quick to join in.
आप बात को ईवीएम तक मत पहुंचाइए, आपको बूथ स्तर पर भी काम करना पड़ेगा, वो उन्होंने सुझाव दिया है, मैं उनके सुझाव से सहमत हूं.
The Samajwadi Party is the second largest ally in the India bloc with 37 members of parliament, following the Trinamool Congress with 29. After championing a leadership change with Mamta replacing Karge as the coordination committee head, her nephew Abhishek Banerjee cornered the Congress's EVM pitch.
कि जो लोग ईवीएम पे सवाल उठा रहे हैं, अगर उनके पास कुछ है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को जाके वो डेमो दिखानी चाहिए कि भाई हमारे पास ये वीडियो है.
The Congress too has debated it internally at its recent CWC meeting. It has now shifted its attack from EVMs to the entire electoral process. The party wants a free and fair election process, even calling for a national movement against the Election Commission. But with the dismal performance in the recent state election, it now realizes it will be vulnerable to attacks both from within and its alliance partners for failing to show the lead and raising issues of little importance. With Aishwarya Jain, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Now, the Prime Minister Museum and Library has formally requested the return of personal letters written by India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, which were allegedly taken by Congress leader Sonia Gandhi in 2008 during the UPA regime. In a letter written on December 10, PMML member Rizwan Qadri wrote to Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, urging him to retrieve the letters from Sonia Gandhi or provide photocopies of the same. The letters were reportedly packed into 51 boxes and sent to Sonia Gandhi in 2008. This follows a similar request made to Sonia Gandhi in September. Now, this has become a big political hot point as well, with the BJP MP Sambit Patra slamming the Congress party and in fact asking the Congress to return the documents. So also alleging, insinuating what is it in those letters that the Congress party does not want the nation to know.
Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to Edwina Mountbatten, Jawaharlal Nehru's letter to and correspondence with Jai Narayan ji, all these have been censored. These have been taken by the Gandhi family, particularly UPA chief then, the UPA chairperson then, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi took these letters. Now, my question to Rahul Gandhi is, what was it between Nehru ji and Edwina Mountbatten that you needed to hide it, return it?
We all know that BJP wants to divert from the real issues. Real issues is the issues which concern people, and we all know that BJP and RSS and Godse Wad always have problem with Nehru and Gandhi.
प्रधानमंत्री लेटर एक्सचेंज हुआ है, निश्चित रूप से वो लेटर को वापस कर देना चाहिए, वो पब्लिक डोमेन की चीज है, वो पर्सनल तो है।
आप देश की सेवा में आते हैं, आपका पर्सनल कुछ नहीं रहता, आपका हर पत्राचार, आपकी हर बातचीत, हर मीटिंग, हर मुलाकात पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आती है, और वो जो चीजें हैं उस दौरान हुई, घटित हुई, वो सब कुछ नेहरू मेमोरियल में दे देना चाहिए, ताकि देश जाने पास्ट में क्या हुआ था।
Earlier, my colleague Mario Shakil spoke to the Prime Minister Museum's Rizwan Qadri.
The government of the day came in 2014. It's been 10 years. Why are you all awakening up right now and demanding these letters to be returned to the National Archives?
ये क्वेश्चन आज उठाया गया है, ये बात गलत है। मैंने 9 सितंबर को श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी को इसी अनुसंधान में एक रिक्वेस्ट लेटर भी भेजा था और उनसे कहा था कि मुझे रिसर्च के लिए, संशोधन के लिए ये कलेक्शन की आवश्यकता है, आप मेरे जैसे संशोधकों के लिए अवेलेबल कराइए। और उसके साथ साथ हमने कहा कि ये संस्था की अगर ये उसकी ओनरशिप संस्था की है तो आपको चाहिए कि ये ओरिजिनल लेटर्स या उसका कॉपी संस्था को वापस दे, या मुझे इसका स्टडी करने के लिए परमिशन दे, आइदर हमें इसका स्कैन करने का परमिशन दे, आइदर अगर आप ये नहीं दे सकते तो आप हमें खुद स्कैन कॉपी प्रोवाइड करिए, जिससे हम काम कर सके। मेरा मकसद सिर्फ संशोधन करना था।
डॉक्टर कादरी, क्योंकि ये पूरा पॉलिटिकल डोमेन में अब प्ले आउट हो रहा है, भाजपा ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, कांग्रेस ने भी इसका जवाब दिया। उनका कहना है कि भाजपा डाइवर्ट कर रही है रियल इश्यूज से। लेकिन जो भाजपा का आरोप है, उनका ये कहना है कि नेहरू जी ने एडवीना माउंटबैटन को ऐसा क्या लिखा था जिसके लिए सेंसरशिप करने की ज़रूरत पड़ी, इसीलिए गांधी परिवार ये चिट्ठी नहीं दे रहा है वापस लाइब्रेरी को।
हमारे बुजुर्ग साथी सदस्य माननीय राम बहादुर राय जी ने एजीएम में भी ये बात रखी थी और साथ में उन्होंने कहा था कि पास्ट में ये लेडी माउंटबेटन पेपर्स के लिए उन्होंने और वो जमाने के तत्कालीन एमपी मदन लाल खुराना जी ने पुलिस कंप्लेन भी किया था। एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं हुआ था, मगर कंप्लेन होने के बाद ये पूरा कलेक्शन वापस इस संस्था में रख दिया गया था। राम बहादुर राय जी ने साफ बताया था कि यहाँ से ही संस्था के प्रतिनिधि की ओर से वहां पर इंग्लैंड जाके ये ओरिजिनल कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस लाया गया था और बरसों तक इसी नेहरू मेमोरियल संस्था यानी कि प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय के अंदर ही ये सारा कलेक्शन रहता था। ठीक है, उसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं रखा गया था, संशोधकों को दिखाया नहीं जाता था, परमिशन लेना होता था, मगर इसके अंदर ऐसी तो क्या बात है कि उसको विड्रॉ करना पड़ा है। और मैं मानता हूँ जितना छुपाएंगे इतना लोगों का और उसके बारे में शक बढ़ता जाए।
जी मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि आपने एक चिट्ठी लिखी सितंबर के महीने में सोनिया गांधी जी को डायरेक्टली, अभी दिसंबर में राहुल गांधी को चिट्ठी लिखी है। अगर दोनों चिट्ठी में जवाब नहीं आता है तो फिर आगे क्या करेंगे?
हम और आगे भी चिट्ठी लिखते रहेंगे, अलग अलग माध्यम से हमारी बात, हमारा जो व्यू है वो रखेंगे, हम रिक्वेस्ट करते रहेंगे। और जो लीगल एक्शन की बात है अलग अलग सम्मानीय सदस्यों द्वारा बताया गया, उस दिशा में भी संस्थान की ओर से कार्यवाही जरूर से होगी। और उसमें हमारा मकसद तो सिर्फ संशोधन करना है, हम उसी के ऊपर अड़े रहेंगे और हमारी रिक्वेस्ट हर हमेशा जारी रहेगी। अलग अलग माध्यम से भी हम कोशिश करेंगे, जैसे एडविना माउंटबेटन पेपर्स है, जिस डोनर ने इस संस्थान को दिए थे उनके पास भी इसका कॉपी होगा, तो हम इंग्लैंड जाके भी कोशिश करेंगे कि वहां हमको इसका कॉपी मिले, जिससे पता चलेगा।
इसके साथ साथ क्या लीगल ऑप्शन भी आप लोग देख रहे हैं, एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं? ये
तो आप एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव साइड से पूछेंगे तो वो आपको ज्यादा जवाब देंगे।
All right, Dr. Rizwan Qadri, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV.
Meanwhile, the constitution debate continues now in the Rajya Sabha, where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in fact took on the Congress party and said Congress party carried out major amendments in the constitution to brazenly help the family and the dynasty. She was in fact given in response by Mallikarjun Kharge, the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha. He hit back at the BJP and said Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister of India and he himself became the leader of opposition in the upper house due to the contributions of former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and others in making the constitution.
Periodically, Congress questions, hey, BJP, RSS, Jansangh, what was your role during the freedom movement? We all know it and we've said it, but I want to ask the Congress, what is your role in the Arctic, India's economic freedom? What is India's economic growth? What is your effort in building economic strength of India? Why in 1980 onwards the Congress party itself wants to dump license quota Raj, 91 they want to reform and then take the claim for it saying we are the ones we reformed. You didn't have to reform if it was so good. It was damaging the Indian economy and socialism was therefore brought into the constitution's preamble through the 42nd Act only to Amendment Act only to prove that they are doing right thing.
ये जुमले वाले लोग देश को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं और असत्य बातें बोलकर लोगों को धोखा दे रहे हैं। ये गोबेल्स से भी ज्यादा, गोबेल्स जो झूठ उन्होंने असत्य बातें करते थे उससे भी 100 गुना ये लोग करते हैं। सर, पीएम या तो अतीत में रहते हैं या कल्पना लोक में। ऐसा लगता है कि वर्तमान उनकी डिक्शनरी में नहीं है। बेहतर होता कि तो वो बता देते कि 11 साल में ऐसा कौन सा काम किया है जिससे हमारा लोकतंत्र और संविधान मजबूत हुआ।
Meanwhile, the contentious One Nation, One Election bill, which has drawn a lot of heat from the opposition and is a pet project of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is likely to be in fact presented in the Lok Sabha on December 17. Sources have told NDTV the bill will go to the JPC and it is likely to be tabled at 12 noon. The BJP has issued a whip to all its MPs to be present.
इस सरकार अपनी तानाशाही से बाज नहीं आ रही। उसे पहले सर्वदलीय बैठक बुला के इस पर चर्चा करनी चाहिए थी। और ऐसे भी आज है वन इलेक्शन वन नेशन, फिर होगा वन नेशन वन पार्टी और फिर होगा वन नेशन वन लीडर। तो जो मंसूबे हैं उनको हम कभी पूरे नहीं होने देंगे। संविधान में संशोधन करना पड़ेगा। कहाँ से लाएंगे 2/3 बहुमत? तो ये तो एक सिगुफेबाजी है।
देखिए, सरकार ने ये फैसला मोदी जी ने के नेतृत्व में किया है और बिल्कुल सही है। देश में जो चुनाव हो रहे हैं वो पूरे 5 साल जब चुनाव चलते हैं तब कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लगता है, पैसा भी अधिक से लगता है और ठीक है, राजनीतिक हालात हर स्टेट में अलग हो सकते हैं। तो सवाल ये है कि वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन हो जाएगा तो काम करने में उसकी बहुत ही उसमें फ़ायदा होगा, पैसे की बचत भी होगी और मैं समझता हूँ देश के हित में होगा।
A day after the much-awaited cabinet expansion in Maharashtra, the assembly session got off to a rocky start with protests over the EVMs, among other things. Take a look.
Ruckus, disappointment, protest and ambitious projects, all of this and much more was on show in Nagpur as the first day of Maharashtra Assembly's winter session came to an end. Shiv Sena's Uday Samant tabled supplementary demands worth 33,788 crores in multiple sectors. The opposition, with its limited presence, tried to push for various issues in the House, including the riots in Parbhani and an NCP leader's involvement in the murder of a former sarpanch.
एखादी घटना 4 तासाच्या पलीकडे अगर चालत राहिली तर ती सरकार प्रायोजित राहते आणि परभणीची घटना त्याच पद्धतीची सरकार प्रायोजित होती हे आपल्याला या ठिकाणी निदर्शनास येते आणि सरकारने उत्तर द्यावं आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जसं भीमा कोरेगावमध्ये घटना झाली तशीच काल परभणीमध्ये घटना करण्याचं पाप या सरकारने केलेलं आहे त्याच्यातून सिद्ध होईल.
The issue of EVMs earned center stage after the opposition staged a protest before the beginning of the session. While NCP focused on the bid issue, Congress and Shiv Sena focused on the EVMs.
जब भी कांग्रेस पार्टी हारती है तो आत्मचिंतन करने की जगह किसी और चीज पर ठिकरा फोड़ती है. जब तक वो आत्मचिंतन नहीं करेंगे तब तक वो ऐसे ही हारते रहेंगे.
Former Deputy CM Chhagan Bhujbal made his case public and hinted at not being rewarded for battling out against Manoj Jarangi Patil single-handedly. Opposition leaders cited caste politics behind the omission of Bhujbal.
अभी तो वो तो जो है जो पार्टी के हमारे जो नेता है उनका निर्णय होता है तो उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे.
छगन भुजबळ यांच्यासारख्या नेत्याला वगळण्यामागे जातीय राजकारण आहे. पण भुजबळ यांच्यासारख्या ज्येष्ठ नेत्यांनी ज्या पद्धतीनं सन्माननीय शरद पवार साहेबांची साथ सोडली ते सगळ्यांना क्लेशदायक होतं. ज्याला त्याला आपल्या कर्माची फळं राजकारणामध्ये मिळत असतात आणि ती आम्ही भविष्यात ती पाहत राहू. फक्त महाराष्ट्राचं नुकसान होताना दिसतंय.
The proceedings in the Mahayuti 2.0 government might have started already, but the portfolio distribution is yet to take place. Mahayuti leaders believe that it's not a major point of concern.
Bid, Parbhani, EVMs and government's financial support or investment in multiple sectors gained center stage on day one of Maharashtra's winter assembly session in Nagpur. With 5 more days to go for the session to end, the debates on all of these topics, especially on the issues of incidents in Bid and Parbhani, are expected to become more fierce. With camera person Gaurav Naik, this is Anuj Raith reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah held an informal meeting with villagers in Maoist-affected Bijapur district. He interacted with the residents and shared the government's commitment to eradicating left-wing extremism by 31st March 2026. The Home Minister emphasized multiple security camps have been set up across Bastar to free locals from the fear of the Maoists. He encouraged villagers to actively participate in development programs and integrate into the mainstream. The BJP Mahila Morcha, led by MPs Kamal Jeet Sehrawat and Basri Swaraj, staged a protest on Monday near Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal's residence at the Firozshah Road. In fact, the protest opposed the inclusion of former Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Akhilesh Yadav and Kejriwal aide Bibhav Kumar at Aam Aadmi Party's Mahila Adalat. The protesters demanded Kejriwal remove individuals with alleged anti-women mindset from his party if he genuinely seeks the respect of the women in Delhi.
Joining us now is the MP Basri Swaraj ji. Ma'am, today you're holding this protest march after the Aam Aadmi Party held the Mahila Adalat. What is the message that you want to send?
आपको याद होगा कि जब निर्भया जी के साथ ये दुष्कर्म हुआ था तब सत्ता जकड़ने के लिए आम आदमी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने प्रोटेस्ट करे थे, बहुत बड़े बड़े दावे करे थे. 1 दशक से यहाँ पर ये सत्ता भोग रहे हैं, लेकिन उस सुख भोगने के बावजूद और अब तो दिल्ली में एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री भी हैं, ये दिल्ली के प्रति कोई दायित्व या जिम्मेदारी नहीं ओढ़ रहे. महिला सुरक्षा लगता है इनके लिए केवल एक चुनावी जुमला है और होगा भी क्यों नहीं, क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी एक महिला विरोधी पार्टी है. आपको याद होगा माननीय केजरीवाल जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे तो वो घर पर मौजूद थे और उन्हीं के सचिव ने उन्हीं की पार्टी की एक महिला सांसद के साथ अभद्रता करी थी, उन पर हाथ उठाया था। जी ने तब चुप्पी साध रखी थी, यहाँ तक कि उनका संरक्षण करा और उनको पंजाब का सदस्य भी बना दिया। उनके कितने अन्य विधायक हैं जिन पर अजीब अजीब और बहुत संगीन आरोप के केसेस चल रहे हैं। आज उन्होंने मंच किसके साथ साझा करा? माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी के साथ। एक ऐसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जिसके बहुत कद्दावर नेता ने एक बार बोला था, रेप जैसे संगीन जुर्म के खिलाफ ये कहा था, क्या हुआ, लड़के हैं गलती हो जाती है।
आप यहाँ पर आई हैं, आज अरविंद केजरीवाल ने विमेन की अदालत, महिला अदालत आज रखा, उसके बाद आप लोगों ने ये मार्च क्यों कैरी आउट किया?
आज बहुत हैरानी वाली बात हुई कि दिल्ली के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जो महिलाओं का अपमान करने में, महिलाओं को अभद्रता कराने में अपनी पार्टी के विधायकों को संरक्षण देते रहे हैं, ऐसे व्यक्ति ने आज दिल्ली में महिला अदालत बुलाई और वहाँ पे अखिलेश जी, जिनके पिता मुलायम सिंह जी निर्भया कांड पर बोले थे कि लड़कों से गलती हो जाती है, ऐसे परिवार के व्यक्ति को अपने साथ बिठाते हैं। महिलाओं का इससे बड़ा अपमान नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि अगर हम इनके विधायक को देखें, शोभनाथ भारती, अपनी ही पत्नी, गर्भवती पत्नी पर उन्होंने कुत्ता छोड़ा, उनके ऊपर मारपीट करी। इनके मंत्री संदीप किस तरह से राशन कार्ड में महिलाओं के साथ जिस तरह से षड्यंत्र कर रहे थे वो सामने है। इनकी अपनी ही पार्टी की राज्यसभा की सांसद के साथ इनके घर पर क्या व्यवहार हुआ वो हम सबके सामने है, और किस तरह से एक्साइज पॉलिसी में महिलाओं के खिलाफ होने वाले कामों को बढ़ावा देनी पॉलिसी ये लेकर आए। तो इसीलिए आज उनकी महिला अदालत पर विरोध करने के लिए हम सब यहाँ पर आए हैं।
With the concern over the situation in Bangladesh, the Vijay Diwas celebrations have been held in India, including celebrations at the Victory Memorial at Fort William in Kolkata. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar called on the nation to recall the unwavering courage of Indian armed forces who ensured a decisive victory in the 1971 India-Pakistan war.
To commemorate one of India's finest military victories that led to the creation of Bangladesh, celebrations at the Victory Memorial at Fort William in Kolkata. Despite the strained relations currently, in attendance a 9-member delegation of veterans from Bangladesh, led by a serving officer, Brigadier General Muhammad Aminur Rahman of the Bangladesh Army, who says the Indo-Bangladesh friendship will remain forever.
We are deeply grateful to Indian Army, Indian people who has helped us during the liberation of war of Bangladesh, and the friendship which is in existence, it will continue. There is no problem, inshallah.
Other veterans from Bangladesh said the anti-India statements and the disowning of the legacy of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman were mere political gimmicks between different political parties in Bangladesh, and the tables may turn again.
Let me tell you, if we are neighbors, we will always have some interdependence, right? We will also have some issues of dispute.
Veterans from the Indian side say the situation in Bangladesh is heartbreaking. Wing Commander DJ Clare, who fought in the 1971 war along with his father, who's also known as the liberator of Dhaka, says the situation is heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. After all the sacrifices given, all the sacrifices done, blood, sweat and tears, I've lost so many friends of mine. It breaks your heart to see that we are back to square one. We are back in the same situation that it was when we went in to save them from the genocide and save the country. The formation of Bangladesh took place. I just don't agree with what is happening there. What have the minorities done? They are peace-loving people.
Vijay Diwas celebrations are taking place in Kolkata, and while the two countries, India and Bangladesh, have a shared history, a shared legacy, especially when it comes to the military victory of 1971, this time around things have been a little strained. However, the good news is that the Bangladesh delegation eventually participated in the celebrations and said the India-Bangladesh friendship trumps other issues. With camera person GD Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Congress MP from Wayanad slammed the Modi government over Vijay Diwas, saying, "Stop politicizing our pride." Priyanka Gandhi said that she wanted to pay tribute to Vijay Diwas veterans and martyrs in 0 hour in the Lok Sabha, but wasn't allowed to do so till the BJP spoke. Listen.
मुझे एक मैसेज आया कि हम विजय दिवस के विषय पे आप बात नहीं कर सकते, उस पर सरकार बात करेगी। तब तक सरकार को याद नहीं था शायद। फिर शायद उन्होंने निशिकांत दुबे जी को मौका दिया तो उन्होंने कुछ कहा। उसके बाद मैंने बोला आज भी बांग्लादेश में आज अत्याचार हो रहा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, ईसाइयों के खिलाफ, अल्पसंख्यकों के खिलाफ। मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाह रही थी कि हमारी सरकार आवाज़ उठाए, बांग्लादेश की सरकार से बात करे और उनको सुरक्षित रखने का काम करे।
Short break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Vilandera's real attack on the Congress party. Shiv Sena leader says lack of democracy in the Congress. BJP versus Congress over letters to Edwina. BJP says what are Sonia and Rahul Gandhi hiding? Congress calls it a diversionary tactic. Constitution debate in Rajya Sabha. Finance Minister slams Congress over Constitution. Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge hits back. One nation, one poll bill likely to be tabled in the Lok Sabha on Tuesday. BJP issues 3-line whip to the Lok Sabha MPs.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get free with single ID.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi held his first bilateral meeting with the newly elected Sri Lankan President Dissanayake at Hyderabad House in the national capital. Sri Lanka and India signed 4 key agreements. Most importantly, Dissanayake gave India key security assurance and said that Sri Lanka's territory will not be used for any activity that is detrimental to India.
In his first foreign visit, the newly elected Sri Lankan President Anurakkumara Dissanayake assured India that its territory won't be used for terrorism.
कि फिजिकल, डिजिटल और एनर्जी कनेक्टिविटी हमारी भागीदारी के अहम स्तंभ होंगे. दोनों देशों के बीच इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ग्रिड कनेक्टिविटी और मल्टी प्रोडक्ट पेट्रोलियम पाइपलाइन स्थापित करने पर काम किया जाएगा.
This came at a time when China is looking to expand its influence in Indian Ocean region. Chinese missile tracking ships and warships have been docking at different ports in Sri Lanka. During the bilateral meeting, Prime Minister spoke about civilizational connect between India and Sri Lanka and shared how India is going to invest in public-centric projects.
I have always also given an assurance to the Prime Minister of India that we will not allow our land to be used in any way in a manner that is detrimental to the interest of India.
The Prime Minister also reminded the Sri Lankan President about the critical issue of Tamil minorities in the country and asked him for full implementation of the Constitution.
हमने श्रीलंका में रिकंस्ट्रक्शन और रिकंसिलिएशन पर भी बात की। राष्ट्रपति दिशा नायक ने अपने समावेशी दृष्टिकोण के बारे में मुझे बताया। हम आशा करते हैं कि श्रीलंका सरकार तमिलों की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करेगी और श्रीलंका के संविधान के पूर्ण इम्प्लीमेंटेशन और प्रोविंशियल काउंसिल इलेक्शन कराने की अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को पूरा करेगी।
Prime Minister's statement on Tamil minorities assumes significance as India has been raising issues on the state of minorities in Bangladesh. With the new government in office, India is looking for a long-term investment and people-centric diplomacy in Sri Lanka. With Mohammad Ghazali, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Thank you for your presence, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, some breaking news coming in. Not a very good one for the National Capital Region. The AQI is once again back in the severe category. The Delhi's average AQI rose to 399 and breached the 400 mark at 10 p.m. Now, considering the steep rise in the AQI of Delhi owing to highly unfavourable meteorological conditions and absolute calm wind conditions, the CAQM, the subcommittee on GRAP, has called an emergency meeting. Now, GRAP-4 has been implemented in the National Capital Region. Anushka joins us with more details. Anushka, a very short window of some sort of a breather with pollution. It's back to hazardous level.
Well, certainly what we can see is that owing to the unfavourable meteorological conditions, once again, Delhi-NCR is facing severe plus air quality. That is why the subcommittee of the CAQM, the GRAP committee, has decided to, in fact, implement the GRAP-4 stage, and that is also revised after the Supreme Court's direction. A lot of revisions have been done in this whole GRAP-4, in fact, whole procedures now for the people who are living inside Delhi-NCR. There is a stopping of the entry of truck traffic into Delhi except for trucks carrying essential commodities providing essential service. Now, strict ban is imposed on plying of Delhi-registered diesel-operated BS4 and below heavy goods vehicles in Delhi, except those carrying essential commodities. Now, ban on construction and demolition activities as it was in the GRAP third stage as well, because what we